Missing Person National Park. It's not a name you'll find on any map, but ask the locals and they'll tell you. It's real enough. Trails vanish, campsites stand empty with fires still burning, and every season, another hiker goes in without coming back out. Tonight, you'll hear true, scary camping stories tied to this place. Accounts from ordinary people who set up their tents under the trees and found themselves part of something they couldn't explain. Some lived to tell it. Others left only traces behind. So zip up your tent, keep the lantern close, and listen carefully. These are the true scary camping stories from Missing Person National Park. My name is Rowan Hale, and I have always been to the forgotten, places that linger on the edge of maps. Places where human presence has thinned, but never completely disappeared. The woods have a way of swallowing what we leave behind, whether it is cabins, trails, or in this case, a fire lookout tower long abandoned to the creeping grip of time. When I set out on that trip, I thought I was only seeking solitude. Instead, I stumbled into something far older than my own need for escape, and far darker than silence itself. The day had been warm, the kind of late autumn warmth that makes you doubt the coming cold. I had driven along winding back roads until they turned to gravel and finally to dirt, parking my truck where the Forest Service gate barred further travel. From there, I hiked with my pack slung over one shoulder, the trail faint but still visible. It had been decades since anyone officially maintained it, but the earth keeps its own memory of paths, pressed deep under countless boots that no longer walked here. I followed those faint traces upward, feeling each step carry me further away from the buzz of modern life. The tower revealed itself at dusk. What remained of it stood skeletal against the reddening sky, a stripped down carcass of wood and rusted bolts. Its platform had collapsed years ago, leaving only a crooked stump of structure and jagged beams, reaching into the air like broken ribs. The stairs were long gone, scattered in pieces at its base, now nothing but splinters blanketed in moss. Most would call it unsafe, and they would be right. But I was not here to climb, only to camp nearby and let the forgotten weight of the place press down around me. I pitched my small tent just within sight of the tower, close enough that I could study it, far enough that if anything fell loose, it would not crush me in my sleep. As night fell, the forest thickened into a chorus of insect hums and distant owl calls. I cooked a simple meal over my camp stove, the hiss of fuel comforting in its small modern reliability. I remember staring up at the tower while I ate, wondering about the men who had once manned it. Fire lookouts had been lifelines, watching for smoke and lightning strikes before satellites and aircraft made them obsolete. The men who climbed those stairs had lived alone for weeks, sometimes months, watching the endless trees. I imagined their boots, hammering up and down those steps, the wood groaning under their weight. I imagined the solitude they carried, heavier than their packs. By midnight, the fire in my stove had burned out, and the chill crept in as I zipped myself into the tent. Sleep came slow, as it often does on the first night outdoors, the sounds of the forest slipping through thin nylon. At first it was only the usual rustling of small creatures in the brush, the wind sighing through the branches, but then I heard it. Boots. Heavy boots. They circled below the tower, each step deliberate, grinding against the soil as though someone was pacing the perimeter. I froze. My mind scrambled for explanations. Another camper, a ranger, some hunter trespassing where they should not be. But the footsteps were too measured, too rhythmic. They did not wander or hesitate. They traced a perfect circle, again and again. My breath slowed as I strained to listen. The crunch of earth, the scrape of gravel, the faint hollow thud as if each boot knew exactly where to fall. I dared not unzip the tent. Instead, I reached for the flashlight I kept by my sleeping bag, clutching it like a weapon though. I knew it was nothing of the sort. Minutes bled into one another, the boots never faltering. Then, when I thought I could not bear it any longer, a new sound split the night, the groan of wood under weight. My blood ran cold. The tower had no stairs left standing. Yet above the circling boots, I heard the distinct creak and protest of planks as though someone were climbing, step by step. The sound rose higher, each groan heavier than the last, until it seemed to reach a point directly above me, in the place where the watchman's cabin would have stood decades ago. I held my breath, heart hammering so violently I feared it might shake the tent. The footsteps stopped. The forest seemed to hold its breath with me. Then came a dragging sound, long and deliberate, as though something heavy was being shifted across wood that should no longer exist. My mind conjured images against my will. Boots pacing across a phantom floor, the outline of a figure where no figure could stand. Weight pressing down on beams that should have collapsed years ago. I must have stayed frozen for an hour, maybe longer. I do not remember when the sound stopped, only that exhaustion finally claimed me. When I woke, the world had softened into dawn. Birds filled the canopy with calls, the tower a silhouette against the brightening sky. For a moment, I convinced myself it had been nothing but a dream fueled by stories and loneliness. But when I stepped outside the tent, I found something that stripped the denial clean from me. The soil around the base of the tower bore prints. Heavy boot prints, larger than my own. Pressed deep into the earth despite it being dry and firm. They circled in a perfect ring, then vanished abruptly as if whoever, or whatever, made them had stopped existing in the middle of its stride. I knelt to touch one, my fingers trembling. The imprint was so sharp, so recent, that the edges crumbled slightly at my touch. I stood there for a long time, staring at those impossible prints, the tower looming above me like a silent witness. I thought about leaving immediately, stuffing my gear into my pack and fleeing down the trail, but something anchored me. Perhaps it was stubborn curiosity, or perhaps something else was already working its way into me, something that whispered I should not leave yet. Instead of packing, I built a small fire to chase away the morning chill. The crackle of flames was a comfort, though every gust of wind through the trees felt like a whisper against my neck. I tried to convince myself of logic. Maybe someone else had been here in the night, a hiker or squatter who had walked the circle, and then disappeared before dawn. But no explanation answered the sound of climbing, stairs that did not exist. No explanation soothed the memory of dragging weight above me. I forced myself to carry on, as if it were any other morning. I made coffee, bitter and thin, and drank it while staring at the tower. Light caught on the rusted nails, on the pale bones of beams still jutting into the sky. It looked less like a building and more like a skeleton, left half, buried, its ribs reaching upward for air it no longer breathed. The rest of that day unfolded with uneasy quiet. I hiked a short distance from camp, exploring the surrounding ridges, but my mind never strayed far from the tower. Each time I returned, I half expected to find the prints gone, erased as if they had never existed. But they remained, patient as scars. By the time the second night came, I told myself I would not let fear control me. I secured my tent, lit another small fire, and watched the sky darken through the cracks of branches above. The forest's night song rose again, and with it, my pulse quickened. Midnight came, and with it, the first crunch of boots on soil. This time, I was ready. This time, I was ready. I sat upright in my sleeping bag, the flashlight clenched in my hand, its beam unlit but waiting. The sound of boots circled below again, steady and deliberate. Each step seemed to press against my chest more than the ground, reverberating through me. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to unzip the tent and rush out. But I knew too well that I wanted no part of seeing what cast those sounds. The boots slowed, then stopped altogether. Silence pressed down on me so thick it was almost unbearable. Then the creaking began, the phantom stairs rising into darkness. The wood groaned, board by board, each step ascending though there was nothing for anyone to climb. I counted them without meaning to, every creak puncturing my thoughts. 1, 2, 3, upward, upward, until the sound hung directly above me, and then something new, a single heavy thump, as though someone had dropped their weight onto the floor of a cabin that had long since rotted away. I pictured a watchman up there, pacing, boots dragging, restless after years of solitude. My scalp prickled as I realized the sound was moving not in a line, but in a tight square, like someone walking perimeter checks around invisible walls. I could not breathe. My throat locked shut. My heart hammered so hard that I pressed the flashlight against my chest, just to ground myself. Then the dragging sound returned, the same scraping weight as the night before, sliding across boards that did not exist. And then a voice. It was low, rasping, muffled like it had traveled a great distance before reaching me. At first it sounded like a single word, drawn out in a sigh. Then I realized it was numbers. The voice counted softly, each word heavy with dust. I strained to hear, barely daring to breathe. 1, 2, 3. It reached 10, then started over, each number dragging longer, slower, as if whatever was up there were trying to remember how to count. My blood iced over as I realized it was pacing, circling, and counting steps that should not exist. Suddenly the voice stopped, cutting off mid-breath. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. I waited, ears straining, eyes locked on the ceiling of my tent, though I knew I would see nothing. Then the boots shifted again, but this time they were not above me. They were descending. My stomach twisted. I knew there were no stairs left. There could not be. Yet the sound of descending boots thudded closer and closer until I swore they pressed against the soil, right beside my tent. I clutched the flashlight tighter, pulse surging, sweat beading across my skin despite the cold. The boots stopped just outside, so close that I could see the nylon walls of the tent indent slightly, as though something leaned toward me. My lungs burned from holding still. My hand, shaking so hard against the flashlight that I thought it might rattle. I waited for the zipper to move, for cold fingers to pull it down, but nothing happened. The weight shifted. The steps circled once around my tent, slow and deliberate. Then, as if satisfied, the sound retreated toward the tower. The phantom boards groaned once more as boots ascended into nothing. When the voice returned, it was quieter, more distant but still counting. I did not sleep that night. I sat upright until the first gray light of dawn softened the world, my eyes raw, my body aching from tension. When I finally stumbled outside, the circle of boot prints from the previous night remained, but new ones had joined them. These were fresher, overlapping, and unmistakably closer. A set traced directly around my tent in a neat, deliberate loop. My stomach churned as I studied them. They were too sharp, too clean, to be illusions. I had seen no one else on the trail. There was no one who could have made them without me hearing or seeing. And yet, they existed, pressed into the dirt like signatures left behind by something that wanted me to know it had been there. I wanted to leave. I should have left. My gear could have been packed in minutes, the trail retraced, my truck waiting. But I didn't. Some mixture of dread and fascination rooted me. It wasn't just fear. It was the need to understand. If I walked away now, the tower would follow me in memory, haunting me in dreams. I had to see it through, even if it destroyed me. So I stayed. The day passed in a haze. I tried to distract myself with ordinary tasks. Boiling water, adjusting camp, exploring a little farther down the ridge. But the prints tugged at my thoughts no matter where I went. I found myself staring at the tower, watching the way shadows draped across its beams. Once, I thought I saw movement at the top, a flicker of something shifting where the cabin had once stood. But when I blinked, it was gone. By late afternoon, clouds gathered, dimming the sky into a bruise-colored gloom. The air felt charged, though no storm came. As darkness fell again, I knew the boots would return. I prepared differently this time. I kept my fire burning longer, feeding it until the flames licked high, hoping the light would hold back whatever circled. I left the flashlight beside me, but I also gripped a small hatchet I carried for wood, its edge dull but enough to make me feel less helpless. When midnight came, the fire had burned down to glowing coals. The woods held their breath, and then, as expected, the boots began. But tonight they were heavier, louder. Each step landed with a weight that rattled the soil, like someone bigger, stronger, had joined the circle. The rhythm was wrong too. Two sets of boots now, moving in tandem, overlapping circles weaving around the base of the tower. My stomach twisted as the sound doubled, pacing and pacing until I could not tell how many there were. The creaking of phantom stairs followed, louder, deeper, splintering in my ears as though the wood itself were straining to hold. More than one set of boots climbed now, ascending together. My hands shook so hard that I nearly dropped the hatchet. Above me, the dragging began again, multiplied, scraping back and forth across boards that did not exist. The counting returned, but now in two voices, then three, overlapping, whispering numbers out of sync, rising and falling like waves. I pressed my hands against my ears, but it made no difference. They spoke inside me, vibrating through bone. The numbers reached 10, then dissolved into muttering I could not understand. A phrase repeated, low and guttural, but my mind twisted around it, unable to catch meaning. My tent seemed to shrink, the air closing in as though the tower's invisible weight leaned closer and closer. Then, all at once, silence fell. I held still, heart jackhammering, staring at the nylon wall before me. The silence was so complete that I almost believed they had gone, until I realized the night sounds were gone too. No insects, no wind, no owl calls. Nothing but the sound of my own pulse in my ears. And then, slow as a knife dragging across stone, I heard the zipper. The pull tab at the front of my tent twitched once, then began to move downward. The sound was impossibly loud in the silence, each tooth of the zipper opening like the snap of a bone. I lurched forward, slapping my hand against it, holding the teeth together with every ounce of strength I had. The zipper jerked again, tugging against me. A low breath exhaled from the other side, hot through the thin fabric. My heart nearly stopped. I shouted, raw and desperate, swinging the hatchet in blind arcs, the blade catching the air. The zipper froze. For a moment, everything hung still. Then, slowly, the pull tab slid back up, closing the tent again. The breath retreated. The boots shifted. They circled the tent once more, then moved back toward the tower. The phantom stairs groaned, splintering under invisible weight. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. I collapsed backward, gasping for air, my body trembling so violently I could hardly hold the hatchet. My throat ached from shouting. My skin felt as if every pore were burning. I knew then with absolute clarity, I could not stay another night. When dawn came, I would leave. But dawn never felt so far away. I sat in the dim, restless dark with my hatchet still clutched in hand, the air of the forest pressing against me like a weight. Every rustle of nylon, every shift of the coals outside, made me jolt. My body begged for sleep, but I knew that if I gave in, I might not wake. Not here. Not with those things, whatever they were, walking circles around my life. Hours crawled. My watch ticked sluggishly, as though time itself resisted moving forward. When the first pale light finally crept across the fabric of my tent, relief swept over me so powerfully I nearly cried. I unzipped the door cautiously, half expecting something to be waiting, but the woods looked deceptively normal. The prints, however, were not normal. They covered the ground in chaos. Dozens of boot impressions crisscrossed the soil, overlapping circles that stretched wider than before. Some were sharp, some blurred, like layers of time pressed into one patch of earth. But what made my stomach lurch was the line of them leading away from the tower, straight toward my truck's direction. They stopped abruptly halfway down the ridge, vanishing like the others had. But their presence was a message. They knew where I had come from. I forced myself into motion, stuffing gear into my pack with frantic energy. Every sound seemed amplified. The scrape of my zipper, the clatter of my stove, and each one made me wince as though I'd summoned attention I didn't want. I tore down the tent last, shoving it in without folding. I just needed to leave. Yet as I strapped the pack and slung it over my shoulders, I made the mistake of looking back. The tower loomed tall and skeletal, beams jagged against the brightening sky. For the first time in daylight, I thought I saw movement high above, shadows pacing on air where no floor remained. My throat tightened, and though the forest wind whistled softly, I swore I heard the faintest creak, the whisper of boards bearing weight that wasn't there. I turned away and forced my feet down the trail. The woods were too still. Morning usually meant life stirring, but the silence stretched unbroken, and even my boots seemed too loud. My eyes flicked constantly to the trees, every shadow suggesting a figure. Once, I caught the clear imprint of a boot beside the trail, fresher than any from last night. It pointed the same direction I walked. I pushed faster. My breath came harsh, my body tense with the urge to run, but something inside whispered not to. Running might invite pursuit, so I walked, brisk but steady, each step feeling heavier than the last. Halfway down, the world shifted. The air thickened, heavy with a scent like iron and old ash. My vision blurred for a heartbeat, and when it cleared, I wasn't sure I was still on the same trail. The trees seemed denser, the path narrower, the soil darker. My pulse stumbled. I hadn't turned, hadn't strayed, but the woods had changed around me. And then I heard them again. Boots pacing just beyond sight. They were not behind me now. They were in front, waiting. My chest constricted as I slowed. The sound grew louder, coming from the bend in the trail ahead. I tightened my grip on the hatchet, each nerve screaming that I should turn and run back toward the tower. But that thought was worse. Going back meant another night under its watch. I edged forward, my breath ragged. The boots stopped abruptly as I reached the bend. When I stepped around it, nothing was there. The trail stretched empty, sunlight beginning to bleed more fully through the trees. My body shook with the urge to collapse in relief, but I didn't trust the silence. Not anymore. I walked until the gate appeared in the distance. My truck sat just beyond it, its metal frame a glint of salvation. My legs nearly gave out when I saw it. I stumbled forward, every instinct screaming not to look back. But as I reached the gate, hand on cold iron, I turned anyway. The tower still stood at the ridge, barely visible through the tree line. Against the pale morning, it looked skeletal as ever. But on its highest beams, for a fraction of a second, I saw figures. Not one, not two, but many. Dark shapes shifting, pacing, boots dragging, counting with voiceless mouths. They didn't wave. They didn't acknowledge me. They just circled endlessly, like moths bound to the frame of a dead flame. The sight burned into me. Then I blinked, and they were gone. I drove for hours without stopping. The road gripped my grip on the wheel white, knuckled. Even when I reached paved highways, I kept expecting to hear boots in the beta, or to see prints forming across the asphalt behind me. Days passed before my heart steadied, before sleep returned, and even then, it was uneasy. Night after night, I dreamt of stairs, endless creaking beneath invisible boots. I would wake drenched in sweat, the echo of counting voices still in my ears. I told myself I wouldn't speak of it. That silence might starve the memory. But silence didn't help. Instead, it grew heavier, settling in me like a shadow. And then the prints appeared again. Not in the woods, not on a trail, in the dirt outside my apartment. The first time. I convinced myself it was nothing, just a trick or tread patterns from someone walking nearby. But then I noticed the circle they formed. Perfect, deliberate, exactly like the ring at the base of the tower. My stomach dropped. I swept them away, heart racing, hoping they wouldn't return. They did. Each time sharper, closer to my door. And at night, when the city hushed, I heard it again. A faint creak, like old wood straining under weight. I live on the third floor of a building with no wooden stairs. Yet the sound rises anyway, climbing, step by step, until it presses against my ceiling. The counting has followed too. At first faint, barely audible, then louder. Always at midnight. Always reaching 10 before beginning again. I lie awake, clutching the hatchet that never leaves my bedside, listening as invisible boots pace the square of a phantom cabin above me. I left the woods. I left the tower. But the tower did not leave me. And sometimes when the counting stops suddenly, I hold my breath and wait. Because I know what comes next. The slow drag. The shift of weight leaning closer. The sound of a zipper moving inch by inch, though there is no tent here anymore. And I know one night, I will not be fast enough to stop it. My name is Aidan Locke, and I was 9 years old when the incident that changed me occurred. I had always considered myself an avid hiker, someone who found solace in the silence of the trails and the steady rhythm of my own footsteps pressing into the earth. Nature, to me, was a retreat from the noise of daily life, from crowded streets and buzzing phones and voices competing for attention. When I walked into the woods, I carried only what I needed: food, water, a tent, and the quiet comfort of knowing that the forest did not care who I was. It simply existed, vast and indifferent, and I felt safe in its embrace. At least, I once did. It began at a trailhead tucked deep within a state park I had visited many times before. I arrived late in the afternoon, my old sneakers already worn thin at the soles. I had meant to replace them, but work and excuses always seemed to interfere. As I shouldered my pack and prepared to set off, I noticed a pair of boots lying neatly at the edge of the gravel lot. They were positioned as though someone had placed them there intentionally, not discarded in haste, but left in a deliberate, almost reverent way. The boots were sturdy, weathered leather with laces frayed but intact. They looked broken in, softened by miles of use, but not ruined. I hesitated, glancing around to see if anyone else was nearby, but the lot was empty. My own shoes pinched my feet from months of overuse, and the thought of hiking several miles in them filled me with dread. Against my better judgment, I slipped the boots on. They fit perfectly, almost unsettlingly so, as though they had been waiting for me. The trail began with a steady incline, trees crowding closer the deeper I went. I told myself that I had simply lucked into a free pair of decent footwear. People left gear behind all the time, whether out of forgetfulness or because they no longer needed it. But the longer I hiked, the more the boots felt like they were guiding me rather than protecting me. My steps carried a strange certainty, like the ground knew me. I reached a clearing just as the sun dipped low, painting the canopy in molten streaks of orange and gold. I pitched my tent quickly, boiled some instant noodles, and let the forest settle into its nocturnal rhythm. Crickets chirped, owls hooted, and the wind hissed softly through pine needles. I felt comfortable, lulled by the familiar chorus. It was deep into the night, long after I had crawled into my sleeping bag, that the sound came. At first it was faint, just the crunch of leaves underfoot. I thought it might be a deer, or maybe a raccoon sniffing for scraps near my pack. But then the steps grew heavier, deliberate, human. Someone was circling my tent. My breath caught. The boots I had worn earlier rested just inside the entrance flap, yet the steps outside carried the same weighty cadence. I froze, listening as they stopped directly beside me. A pause, long enough that I could hear my pulse hammering in my ears. Then the sound of dragging, like footprints being hauled backward through the dirt. I dared not move, though every muscle screamed at me to bolt. The steps eventually wandered off into the trees, fading into the dark until silence reclaimed the forest. I lay awake until dawn, my mind racing in frantic circles, every shadow outside the tent vibrating with possibility. When morning finally came, I emerged stiff and bleary-eyed. The forest looked ordinary, innocent even, as if mocking me for my fear. But then I saw them. My footprints. They trailed away from the tent, heading into the trees in a direction I had not walked. The prints were clear, identical to the tread of my old sneakers, the very shoes I had abandoned at the trailhead. I stood frozen, staring at them, the memory of the night pressing down like a weight on my chest. Someone had been wearing my old shoes. Someone had come in the dark, and walked past my tent, dragging those prints in the opposite direction, as though erasing or rewriting the path I had made. The boots on my feet suddenly felt suffocating, as if they were not merely clothing me, but binding me. I tried to shake the unease, to dismiss it as coincidence, but each step I took that morning felt heavier than the last. By midday, I was far from the main trail, deeper than I had ever planned to go. I kept telling myself I would turn back, yet my feet refused. The boots seemed to tug me onward, guiding me along narrow paths that twisted unnaturally, routes not marked on any map. I stopped more than once, only to find that my legs resumed the climb without my full consent. At last I stumbled into another clearing. The ground was littered with strange imprints. Footprints upon footprints, layers pressed into the soil until they blurred together. Some pointed forward, others backward, as though people had been dragged in circles. The air felt wrong, dense and still, and the hairs on my arms rose. I knelt to inspect one of the prints. It was mine, the tread of my old sneakers. My throat tightened. I had never walked here before, yet the earth bore evidence of me. Dozens of impressions stamped in all directions. A sudden rush of panic tore through me, and I backed away, nearly tripping over a gnarled root. My breath came in ragged bursts, and I knew I had to leave. Had to get back to the main trail before I lost all sense of where I was. But the forest had changed. Paths I thought I recognized twisted into new directions. Familiar markers were gone, swallowed by undergrowth. I walked in circles, each turn bringing me back to the same haunting clearing. The boots carried me like a puppet, their weight dragging me deeper into a labyrinth I could not escape. By dusk, exhaustion gnawed at my bones. I finally forced myself to stop, to tear the boots from my feet. They landed heavily on the ground, and for the first time since I had slipped them on, I felt a moment of control return. I pulled my pack close, sat with my back against a tree, and tried to steady my breathing. That night, without the boots on, I expected to feel safer, but safety never came. Sometime past midnight, I heard them again. Footsteps, the same dragging shuffle. Only this time, they did not circle my tent. They approached directly, unhurried but inevitable, the rhythm of someone retracing my path step for step. I held my breath as the sound stopped inches from where I lay. A faint scraping followed, like soles against bark. Slowly trembling, I lifted my head just enough to glance outside through the thin nylon wall. In the moonlight, I saw a figure standing barefoot beside the boots I had discarded. The outline was vague, blurred at the edges, as though it did not fully belong to the world. Its head tilted toward me, though I could not see its face. Then it bent down, slid its feet into the boots, and stood taller than before. When it stepped away, it left my footprints behind, and they dragged the wrong way. I remained frozen until dawn once again bled across the treetops. When I finally summoned the courage to step outside, the clearing was empty, but the footprints remained. A trail of my own steps leading back the way I had come, yet distorted, as though something had been pulling me backward through time. I stared at them, hollow with dread, and realized I was no longer sure which path was truly mine. I followed the prints because I had no other choice. Every instinct screamed at me to run in the opposite direction, to abandon the trail and cut through the brush. But the forest was thick and tangled, and I had no compass to guide me. Phone's GPS flickered uselessly between dead zones. The only path available was the one already carved in the soil. My path, or what resembled it. The boots had made sure of that. Each footprint tugged at my attention, demanding I place my own foot inside it, as though the trail was not just a direction, but a command. The strangest part was how the soil remained soft, as if the prints had been pressed only moments ago, though they stretched endlessly ahead. The more I looked at them, the more I felt they weren't guiding me forward at all. They were pulling me back. Hours passed in a haze. I walked with the growing conviction that I was retracing something I had not yet done, living in reverse. Birds called out with shrill voices I didn't recognize. Trees arched overhead, their branches knitting tighter, strangling the sunlight. When I stopped to rest, the woods seemed pulse shadows leaning closer, nudging me to keep moving. By late afternoon, I stumbled upon another clearing, though it was different from the one I had left. In the center lay a ring of boots, dozens of pairs, arranged in a careful circle. Each one was unique, worn by different lives, but all bore the same strange aura. They had been left deliberately, facing inward as though watching the space between them. My stomach turned as I recognized my old sneakers among them. The sight of them twisted something inside me, a reminder that my own life was already part of this place, this ritual. They were scuffed and mud-stained, exactly as I had last worn them, yet now they stood straight, laces tied neatly, as though waiting. A rustle in the trees made me whirl. For a heartbeat, I saw movement. A figure stepping just out of view. I couldn't make out its face, but it moved with a familiarity that froze my blood. My shape, my gait, the same tilt of the shoulders I had caught once before in a reflection. I shouted, the sound tearing raw from my throat. "Who are you?" The woods swallowed the words, and then came the answer, not spoken aloud, but pressed into the ground. The footprints shifted. Right before my eyes, fresh imprints formed in the soil, dragging backward through the ring of boots. They traced a spiral, curling tighter until they reached the center. And then, silence. I didn't enter the ring. Every nerve told me to keep out. Instead, I skirted around it, my eyes locked on the trail that extended beyond. The prints continued, but now they looked wrong, stretched and misshapen, like someone had dragged heavy sacks across the dirt. Following them filled me with dread, but standing still was worse. As twilight bled into the sky, I set up camp reluctantly, not daring to walk deeper in the dark. My tent felt thinner than ever, barely a veil between myself and whatever pressed against this world from the other side. I kept a flashlight gripped tight, its narrow beam sweeping over the trees, catching eyeshine in the brush. Though the glints were too high, too human, to belong to any animal, I told myself not to sleep, but exhaustion is merciless. My eyelids sank, and in that blur between waking and dreaming, I felt the boots return. The weight of them pressed against my chest, pinning me. My breath rattled, and when I opened my eyes, I saw a figure crouched at the edge of the tent, its outline hazy but unmistakable. It wore my face. The smile stretched too wide, splitting the skin like bark peeled from a tree. And though its mouth never opened, I heard words inside my skull. "Give them back." I jolted awake to the sound of tearing nylon. My tent shuddered as if someone had raked claws across it, though the fabric bore no mark when I checked. My flashlight beam caught nothing but trees swaying. Still, the echo of that voice lingered, drilling into my mind. Morning found me weaker, my body drained as though sleep had been siphoned away rather than given. My feet ached, blistered even though I hadn't worn the boots since discarding them. And yet when I reached for my shoes, I found the boots waiting at the entrance of the tent, laces neatly tied, soil clinging to their soles. I didn't put them on. I couldn't. But their presence rattled me, a silent threat that they belonged to me, now whether I wanted them or not. The trail ahead twisted tighter, winding into valleys where the air smelled damp and sweet like rot. Strange markings appeared on the trees, slashes that curved into shapes, resembling letters but too distorted to read. The footprints ahead grew more erratic, splitting and branching until the ground looked like it had been trampled by a crowd. I began to hear whispers. Not words exactly, but the cadence of speech echoing from behind me, sometimes ahead, never close enough to pin down. Each time I spun around, the forest was empty. By midday, hunger gnawed at me, but when I pulled out a granola bar, it crumbled in my hand, reduced to dust. My water bottle leaked from a crack I hadn't noticed before. The forest was stripping me of every comfort, narrowing my options until only one path remained. I pressed on, though my legs trembled. Eventually, I emerged onto a ridge that overlooked the valley below. What I saw made my blood run cold. The valley floor was riddled with trails, not animal paths or erosion scars, but endless chains of footprints. They overlapped in chaotic layers, spreading outward like veins, all leading to the same dark hollow at the base of a cliff. Something waited there. I knew it without needing to see. The boots on my feet, or off my feet, or wherever they truly belonged, were guiding me to that hollow. And once I entered, I doubted I would ever leave. As the sun dipped behind the ridge, the valley darkened too quickly, as though night had been called early. Cold air rose in a wave, chilling me through every layer of clothing. Shadows pooled thick and heavy, and in them, I saw figures moving, mirages of myself, each one distorted, repeating my motions with a delay. I turned to flee, but the trail behind me had vanished. There was no choice. The footprints ahead pulsed faintly, as though lit from within, daring me forward. I descended the ridge, each step dragging harder than the last. Whispers swelled, overlapping in broken chants. My name surfaced among them, breathed in different voices. Men, women, children, all versions of me, yet not me. At the base of the cliff, the hollow yawned wide, a black wound in the stone. The air that seeped from it was colder than winter, damp with the scent of earth long undisturbed. The ground outside was littered with boots, hundreds of them piled like offerings. Their tongues lolled out, their laces stiff with mud, each pair belonging to someone who had walked this path before me. I stopped at the threshold, my breath fogging in the gloom. My heartbeat pounded so loudly it seemed to echo off the stone. I thought of leaving, of refusing whatever force demanded I enter. But then I felt the first tug. It started in my toes, invisible strings tightening, pulling me toward the darkness. My muscles fought, but the pressure grew stronger. And somewhere within that black maw, I heard it, the sound of dragging footsteps, slow and patient, matching my resistance beat for beat. They were waiting. I clenched my jaw, forcing my body to resist. But when I looked down, I saw my own footprints forming in the soil, inching toward the hollow against my will. I realized then that this was no longer a matter of choice. The trail was written, and I was walking it in reverse. The hollow swallowed the light as soon as I crossed the threshold. My flashlight beam stretched only a few feet before being consumed, its glow strangled by the damp air. The sound of my breathing ricocheted off unseen walls, multiplying, until it felt like I was surrounded by echoes of myself, each one panting in ragged unison. The ground inside was soft, wet earth that clung to my shoes with every step. At first, I thought I was alone, but then came the dragging sound. Footsteps overlapping my own, heavier, deliberate. The whispers rose again, louder here, no longer scattered voices, but harmonizing into something almost like chanting. They called my name, stretching it into strange shapes, syllables bent until they hardly resembled human speech. I pushed forward, every step a battle, until the tunnel widened into a cavern. My flashlight caught rows of boots lining the walls, stacked like bones in an ossuary. Some were fresh, still carrying clumps of mud. Others had rotted to scraps of leather and string. They formed columns and arches, arranged with unsettling precision, as though someone, or something, had curated them carefully. At the center of the cavern lay a pool of water so still it looked like polished glass. I crouched, hesitating, then shone my light across its surface. What I saw made my stomach drop. The reflection staring back was me, but not as I was. My face was pale, hollow-eyed, older. My mouth twitched with a smile I wasn't making. When I moved, the reflection lagged behind, as though caught in another time. Then, without warning, it raised its hand in a wave. My own hand remained frozen at my side. The water rippled, distorting the image. And when it stilled again, I saw not one reflection, but many. Dozens of me, layered across the surface, each wearing a different expression. Fear, anger, joy, grief, all gazing upward. Some were barefoot, some wore boots. All of them whispered in unison, the sound rising from the water itself. Walk it back. The words vibrated through my skull, rattling bone and thought. I staggered, nearly dropping my flashlight. The ground seemed to tilt beneath me, tugging toward the pool. Behind me, the dragging footsteps returned. I spun, light trembling in my hand. A figure stood at the edge of the cavern, its face obscured by shadow. But I didn't need to see it to know. It was me, or what was becoming me. It wore the boots. The figure tilted its head in perfect mirror of my own, the gesture so precise it made bile rise in my throat. Then it stepped forward, and the sound of its stride was wrong, like soil and time being pulled backward. My footprints, the ones I had left at the cavern's entrance, began to vanish one by one as it approached, erased as though I had never entered. I turned and bolted toward the far side of the cavern, desperate for any exit, but the walls curved endlessly, smooth and unbroken. The only way was forward, into the pool. My legs trembled as I edged closer to the water. Its surface quivered with anticipation, the reflections inside shifting like restless sleepers. I thought of every trail I had walked, every quiet moment in the woods where I believed I was alone. Maybe I never had been. Maybe every step I'd taken had been borrowed, written ahead of me, waiting to be walked in reverse. The figure's approach grew louder. Drag, step, drag, step. I dropped to my knees at the pool's edge. My reflection reached out, palm pressed flat against the water's surface. Though mine hung useless at my side, the whispers surged, voices climbing into a frenzy. Walk it back. Walk it back. Walk it back. The figure loomed behind me, its breath hot against my neck, though no air stirred. I could feel it waiting, patient, inevitable. With a cry, I plunged my hand into the pool. The surface shattered, water colder than death gripping my arm, pulling. My body jerked forward, my knees sliding in the mud. The cavern warped around me, walls bending, boots tumbling from their stacks in slow motion. The voices howled, Not angry, not pleased, but commanding. I fell face first into the pool. Instead of sinking, I felt myself unravel. Images stuttered across my vision. Me as a child walking trails with my father. Me alone on mountain ridges. Me tying laces. Me stepping into the boots at the trailhead. Each moment blinked in and out, shuffled like cards, reversed and rewound. The water wasn't drowning me. It was spooling me backward. I screamed, but the sound came out wrong. Older, raspier, as though another voice had taken root in my throat. I flailed, desperate to claw free, but the boots weighed me down, dragging me deeper into the reflection. And then I was standing again. The pool was gone. The cavern was gone. I stood at the trailhead, sunlight warm on my face. My pack rested against my car, my old sneakers pinching my toes. Relief washed over me for a single breath before I froze. The boots. They sat neatly at the edge of the gravel lot, laces tied, waiting. A family walked past me, chatting lightly, preparing for their own hike. I tried to call out to warn them, but no sound left my mouth. My lips moved, forming words, but the air carried nothing. Panic swelled as I realized I couldn't step forward, couldn't move of my own will. My body felt heavy, bound by invisible strings. And then I saw him. A man across the lot, shouldering his pack, glancing at the boots just as I once had. His face was unfamiliar, but the hesitation in his eyes was the same. I wanted to scream at him not to touch them, not to repeat the mistake. My throat convulsed with the effort, but only silence poured out. He bent down, slipped them on, smiled faintly at the fit, and I felt my body lurch backward, dragged like a puppet. My feet scraped across the gravel, leaving footprints that pulled in the wrong direction. The last thing I saw before the forest swallowed me was the man's first step onto the trail, wearing the boots as though they were his all along. The cycle had chosen him, and I was already being walked back. My name is Mira Tolland. I was raised in a quiet coastal town where the sea dictated the rhythms of daily life. But I always found myself drawn inland, to the silence of forests and the unshakable solitude of mountains. It was not that I disliked the ocean. I respected it, feared it even. But the wilderness beyond the shore seemed to call in a way I could not easily explain. As I grew older, I made it a habit to escape into the woods whenever I could, and camping became more than a pastime. It became a way to test myself, to push against the limits of comfort and find out who I really was when night fell and nothing but trees and stars kept watch. The trip that still haunts me began like so many others. A few friends and I planned a long weekend in the backcountry, far enough from the nearest trailhead that we could forget about cell service and streetlights. There were 4 of us: myself, Ethan, who had been my closest friend since college, Nora, who prided herself on being fearless and practical, and Felix, a quieter type who seemed to prefer sketching in his notebook over conversation. We had camped together before, though never quite so deep into the wilderness. The region we chose was a stretch of forest I had only read about in fragments from online forums. A place where the trails weren't always marked, and where the woods were known for strange weather. Some hikers said the nights grew colder than they should, or that firewood took longer to catch. But to me, those were exactly the sorts of warnings that made the trip sound worthwhile. We arrived late in the afternoon, after hours of hiking. Our packs heavy but spirits high. The forest around us was lush, with canopies so dense that daylight filtered through like green glass. The air smelled of pine and damp soil, a smell that usually brought me comfort. We scouted a clearing beside a small brook, the kind of spot that seemed perfect water source. Nearby, ground flat enough for tents, and trees just far enough apart to give a sense of space without leaving us too exposed. By the time we pitched the tents, dusk had already begun to pull long shadows through the trees, and Nora insisted we get a fire going before darkness claimed the clearing completely. That was when things first went wrong. I gathered kindling and snapped twigs from fallen branches, arranging them carefully in the fire ring we built from smooth stones. Ethan struck a match, cupping his hand to shield it from the breeze, and lowered it to the pile. The dry bark caught at once, a flame rising with the usual crackle, but almost immediately something odd happened. Instead of spreading, the flame climbed upward, stretching thin like a thread pulled taut. Then it broke away, lifting into the air as a tiny ember, glowing red against the twilight, before drifting slowly upward. We laughed at first, assuming maybe a draft or some trick of the wood had caused it. Felix even said it looked beautiful, like the ember had been given wings. But when we tried again, the same thing happened. Every spark, every match, every brief flicker of fire refused to settle into the wood. Instead, they rose, detached, and floated upward until they were lost against the canopy. Maybe the wood's too damp, Nora suggested, though her tone betrayed her doubt. She pressed her palm against the gathered branches. They didn't feel damp to me. We tried over and over, cycling through matches until our supply grew thin. Each time, the fire refused to remain earthbound. Sparks flew upward, and more unsettlingly, they did not vanish. By the time full darkness descended, a dozen or more faint glows drifted above us, circling lazily like fireflies. Their movements seemed deliberate, as if they lingered just enough to make sure we noticed. Felix set down his sketchbook and simply stared, mouth parted in disbelief. "They're not disappearing," he whispered, and he was right. Normally, embers would fade quickly, snuffed out by the air, but these lights retained their glow, pulsing faintly like breathing. At first we convinced ourselves it was fascinating, rather than frightening. We joked about the forest having its own lanterns, about nature providing us with some strange kind of entertainment. Yet as more sparks joined the others, gathering into a loose ring around the clearing, unease began to settle in my chest. The air felt heavy, as though charged with static, and every hair on my arms rose despite the cool night. Without a fire, we were left in near total darkness. Our headlamps and lanterns cast only narrow beams, swallowed quickly by the forest beyond. The floating sparks gave off a dim light, but not enough to see by. Instead, they formed a circle, their glow outlining us like some invisible boundary. "Okay, this is weird," Ethan admitted after an hour of sitting in restless silence. "It's like they're watching." Nora tried to scoff, but her voice trembled. "They're just embers. Air currents are making them circle. That's all." Yet none of us believed her, not really. There was intention in the way those lights drifted. They weren't random. I could almost swear they adjusted whenever one of us moved, subtly shifting to maintain their circle. We attempted to eat a cold dinner, tearing into granola bars and jerky, though no one had much appetite. Every so often, Felix would glance up and mutter about the way the lights pulsed, as if sensing with our voices. I told him to stop, though part of me had noticed the same thing. The glows seemed to grow brighter whenever we spoke, dimming again when silence fell. By midnight, exhaustion began to take hold. Without fire, the chill grew sharper, seeping into our clothes. We decided to retreat into our tents, hoping sleep would reset whatever strange phenomenon was unfolding. I crawled into my sleeping bag, pulling it tight around my shoulders, and listened to the quiet. The brook trickled faintly nearby, yet even that sound felt subdued, as though muffled beneath some invisible weight. I drifted close to sleep, but something pulled me back. A sound like a faint hum, low and steady, filled the clearing. At first I thought it was in my head, the ringing of tired ears, but then I realized it was external. The hum came from the floating lights. Their movements had changed. I unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. The circle of sparks had drawn tighter, their glow brighter now, flickering in subtle patterns. I blinked, my breath catching in my throat. The lights weren't random anymore. They were arranging themselves, aligning into lines and arcs, forming shapes against the darkness. At first, the patterns meant nothing. Curves, hooks, fragments of something larger. But then I recognized them: letters. The sparks were spelling words. I froze, heart pounding. The letters shifted slowly, like handwriting being practiced in the air. One word at a time, glowing faintly above the clearing. I mouthed the letters as they formed. Do-A-T-C-H. Watch. I slammed the tent flap shut and pressed my back against the nylon, chest heaving. My first instinct was to wake the others, to tell them what I had seen, but dread rooted me in place. What if speaking aloud gave the lights more power? What if acknowledging them made things worse? I stayed awake for hours, listening to the hum outside, watching the faint glow seep through the thin fabric of the tent. The letters shifted again and again, though I couldn't make out every word. Sometimes it seemed like nonsense, other times fragments of sentences that vanished before completion. By the time exhaustion finally forced me into shallow, dreamless sleep, the word "watch" still burned behind my eyes. When dawn arrived, I stumbled from my tent, half expecting the lights to still be circling. But the clearing looked ordinary, bathed in pale morning sun. The embers were gone, the air no longer humming. Nora and Ethan were already awake, exchanging uneasy glances. Felix crouched near the fire ring, sketchbook open, pencil racing across the page. When I leaned over his shoulder, my stomach lurched. He had drawn the lights as I had seen them, letters forming in the air, and scrawled beneath his sketch, in a shaky hand, were the words they had spelled. "They're watching." Morning should have brought relief, but instead it sharpened the strangeness of what had happened. The forest looked ordinary in daylight, every tree draped in green, every bird call mundane, and yet none of us felt at ease. The memory of those sparks, of words written in light, hung between us unspoken, like a secret too heavy to name. Ethan was the first to break the silence. "We need to leave," he said flatly, as if he had rehearsed the words all night. His eyes were bloodshot, and the lines of fatigue carved deep across his face. Nora bristled. "We've only just gotten here. One weird night and you want to turn back?" She forced a laugh, but it came out thin. Maybe it was swamp gas or something. I don't know. There's got to be an explanation. Felix closed his sketchbook with a snap. "What kind of gas writes in English?" His voice was hoarse, like he hadn't spoken for hours. I stayed quiet, because I didn't know what I wanted. A part of me clung to Nora's logic, craving some mundane cause. But another part, larger, heavier, knew what I had seen, and it refused to be smoothed away by science. The sparks had formed words. They had chosen them. That meant intent. And intent meant something alive, something aware. We ate a joyless breakfast and tried, unsuccessfully, to build a fire for warmth. The wood remained stubborn, refusing to catch. The few sparks we coaxed from matches lifted into the air before winking out, almost mocking us. Without fire, everything felt colder than it should have been, as though the forest itself withheld warmth. By late morning, tension had fractured our group. Ethan packed his bag and slung it over his shoulder. "I'm not staying another night here," he said. "You can call me a coward, but I'd rather be a coward alive than whatever else." Nora argued, of course, insisting it was foolish to leave without fully exploring. She loved challenges, and more than that, she hated the idea of backing down. "This is just another campfire story waiting to be explained," she said. "If we leave now, it'll follow us home, and we'll never know the truth." Felix sat apart from us, knees drawn to his chest, sketchbook balanced on his thighs. He was drawing again, though from where I stood I couldn't see what. His silence spoke louder than either Ethan or Nora. I felt torn clean down the middle. Both sides of the argument had claws in me. Finally, I suggested a compromise one more day. If nothing else happened, we'd leave in the morning. If things escalated, we would pack up immediately. It wasn't a solution, but it was enough to halt the brewing fight. The day unfolded strangely. The forest was not unkind. It gave us berries, clear water, and shaded trails, but a thread of unease wove through everything. No matter how far we wandered, the clearing always seemed unnervingly close. We followed a ridge until our legs ached, only to find ourselves back at the brook, as though the woods had rearranged themselves while our backs were turned. Felix finally spoke as we sat on the bank, our boots cooling in the stream. "It feels like we're inside a circle," he murmured, eyes fixed on the water. "Like something drew a boundary and we're just pacing inside it." The words made my skin prickle. The sparks had circled us, hadn't they? And now, in daylight, it seemed the land itself obeyed the same rule. When dusk returned, dread settled heavily across our camp. None of us admitted aloud what we expected, but it showed in the way our hands shook as we tried again, fruitlessly, to build a fire. It showed in the way Nora's bravado cracked, her jokes brittle and hollow. And it showed most in Ethan's silence, his jaw clenched, so tight I could see the muscle twitch. The first spark appeared as the last of the sun drained from the treetops. It rose from the cold fire ring, thin and bright, and hovered above the stones as if waiting. Another followed, then another, until once again the clearing filled with a slow orbit of floating lights. This time none of us pretended to find it beautiful. I gripped my knees and stared upward, heart thudding. The sparks circled faster tonight, their paths weaving tighter, more deliberate. The humming returned, low and insistent, vibrating in my chest like a second heartbeat. "They're coming back," Felix whispered, voice trembling. "They never left." The words began again. The sparks shifted, aligning into glowing letters, one after another, as though someone invisible scrawled them across the night. I watched the message form, dread turning my mouth dry. "S-T-A-Y. Stay." Nora barked a nervous laugh. "They're giving us orders now." But her voice quavered. The lights pulsed brighter, rearranging. The next word burned itself into the air. E-L-O-N-G. Belong. Ethan swore under his breath. He stood and waved his arms, shouting at the sparks. "We're not staying. Do you hear me? We don't belong here!" His voice cracked, ragged with fear. The lights reacted at once. They flared, brilliant and blinding, before scattering outward in a sudden burst. For a moment I thought they might vanish, but instead they formed new words, harsher this time, written faster as though in anger. Y-O-U-D-O, you do. The hum rose to a row, shaking the clearing. My teeth rattled, and I clamped my hands over my ears. But it didn't stop. The sound wasn't outside, it was inside, reverberating through bone and blood. Felix dropped his sketchbook and curled into himself, rocking. Nora stumbled backward, her lamp beam cutting wild arcs across the trees. Ethan kept shouting, his words swallowed by the hum. And then, without warning, every light extinguished at once. Silence crashed down, so sudden and complete it made me dizzy. We sat frozen, eyes straining against the dark, waiting for whatever would come next. The brook's trickle returned to audibility, absurdly normal. I don't know how long we sat there, too afraid to move. Eventually, one by one, we retreated to our tents, though none of us dared zip them fully closed. I lay awake, heart hammering, staring at the thin slice of night through the gap in the fabric. Hours passed. I almost convinced myself the lights were gone, that we had endured the worst. And then I saw movement. At first it looked like another spark drifting through the trees, but it didn't rise. It descended, low and slow, until it hovered just outside my tent. It pulsed once, twice, like a heartbeat, then began to trace a line across the ground. Letters again. I couldn't look away. M-I-R-O-A. My name. The breath caught in my throat, loud as a scream inside the tent. I clapped a hand over my mouth, willing myself to silence. The light pulsed brighter, as if pleased, then drifted away, leaving the letters glowing faintly in the dirt like embers cooling after fire. I didn't sleep. None of us did, though in the morning we pretended otherwise. Felix's eyes were red and swollen. Nora's hands shook when she packed her bag. Ethan didn't even speak. And I carried the knowledge that the lights knew me, that they had singled me out. When the sun rose high, I tried to convince the others to leave. But the forest refused. No matter which direction we walked, the paths curved back toward the clearing. Our compasses spun uselessly, needles twitching as if repelled. We were trapped. And worse, I couldn't shake the feeling that the lights weren't merely keeping us here. They were waiting. The third night arrived like a sentence passed down. None of us spoke much as dusk bled through the trees. We knew what would happen. What always happened, sparks would rise. The air would hum and words would form. And though part of me wanted to run blind through the forest, to claw my way free no matter the cost, some deeper instinct warned me that fleeing would not help. The lights had made that clear. We sat in the clearing, cold dinner untouched, waiting. The silence pressed in thickly, broken only by the brook's faint murmur. Then, as the first star appeared above the canopy, the sparks returned. They rose from the fire ring as if pulled by invisible strings, drifting higher until dozens circled us again. My stomach clenched. I had never feared light before, but now each glow made me want to shrink into myself. The humming began, louder this time, vibrating through the soil and our bones. My chest ached with every pulse. Nora dropped her food and whispered, "It's worse." Ethan didn't answer. He was staring up with hollow eyes. Felix clutched his sketchbook, hands trembling so Badly, the pencil scratched wild lines. The sparks didn't waste time with single words. They gathered in long streams, letters unfurling across the night like a glowing script, written by an unseen hand. The words floated above us, drifting slowly but steady enough to be read. Y-U-H, E-L-O-N-G-A, S-T-A. The messages repeated, shifting in endless cycles. Then they changed. L-E-R-N, Do-I, S-P. The humming rose sharply as if demanding. They want something, Felix whispered. They want us to talk to them. To answer. His face was pale, lips chapped, but his eyes shone with a fevered light. Ethan snapped. You're insane if you think I'm saying a word to them. His voice broke, raw and desperate. This is wrong. It's not natural. We shouldn't even be looking. But the lights shifted again, aligning into a single, deliberate phrase. S-P-A-K-T-O-U-S. Myra. The letters blazed, brighter than all before, searing against my eyes. My throat went dry. They had written my name again. They had chosen me. Nora grabbed my arm. Don't give them what they want. Her grip was strong, almost bruising. You don't know what happens if you answer. But something inside me pulsed in rhythm with the lights. I felt tethered to them, as though each ember carried a thread tied to my chest. I didn't want to speak. God, I didn't. But the words scraped at my throat, and when I opened my mouth, a whisper escaped without my consent. What do you want? The forest seemed to inhale. Every light froze mid-drift, glowing steady as stars. Then they reformed, writing with aching slowness, each letter deliberate. Stia. I shook my head, tears burning hot. We can't. We don't belong here. The reply came at once. UDO. Ethan stumbled forward, shouting hoarsely. No! She doesn't belong to you! None of us do! He hurled a stone at the circling lights. It passed harmlessly through, but the sparks flared as if struck. The humming rose to a scream. The lights collapsed inward, converging in a violent whirl above the fire ring. The glow condensed, swirling tighter, until it was no longer a scattering of sparks, but a single seething sphere of white, gold fire. The heat washed across us in waves, yet the wood below still refused to ignite. Felix dropped to his knees, sketchbook falling open. His pencil moved of its own accord. Hand dragged across the page like a puppet. Shapes emerged. Letters, symbols, lines I didn't recognize. He gasped with each stroke, but he couldn't stop. His eyes rolled white, body trembling. Felix! Nora screamed, rushing to him, but an invisible force threw her backward. She landed hard, breath knocked out. The sphere pulsed once, then split into dozens of sparks again. Each brighter than before, they shot outward, forming a perfect circle at the edge of the clearing, a boundary. A cage. My name appeared again, this time written around the entire circumference. Mar. Over and over, glowing letters encased me. Why me? I cried, my voice cracking, tears spilling hot down my cheeks. Why are you choosing me? The sparks shifted, answering in a phrase that made the blood drain from my face. Why use Pieki? O-U-R war DS. I realized with horror that they had been learning. Each time I mouthed the letters, each time Felix sketched, each sound we made, they were practicing through us, borrowing our mouths, our hands. We had been teaching them without meaning to. Felix convulsed, dropping his pencil. His sketchbook pages fluttered in the windless air, glowing faintly with the same light as the sparks. Lines of writing filled every page, words in a language I did not recognize. His eyes opened wide, and in a voice not entirely his own, he whispered. They are writing themselves into us. Nora crawled to her feet, wild with panic. We have to get out. I don't care if the forest bends itself. We'll run until our legs give out. We can't stay another night. But the sparks tightened their circle. The message formed again, larger than before, blazing in the air. STI. Ethan broke then. He charged at the lights, fist swinging uselessly, screaming curses until his voice gave way to sobs. The sparks engulfed him in a flash. He vanished, just gone. The air rippled where he had stood, and then there was nothing. Nora screamed his name, clawing at the glowing wall. I froze, terror rooting me where I stood. Felix collapsed in the dirt, eyes shut, chest heaving shallowly. The lights dimmed, almost tenderly, as though calming a frightened animal. Then the words shifted again, slow and deliberate. Sta. Myre. Douberit. Var US. Bilanji. The letters hovered inches from my face. The air smelled of ozone and scorched earth. I understood, with sickening clarity, that leaving was never an option. Not for me. They had marked me the first night. I looked at Nora, who stared back, desperate and broken. Don't, she mouthed, shaking her head. But my hand moved toward Felix's fallen sketchbook, almost against my will. My fingers brushed the pages, and light coursed up my arm, searing but not burning. My skin glowed faintly, veins lit like rivers of fire. The sparks swirled faster, the humming resolving into something almost like voices. Whispers layered over one another, pleading, coaxing, commanding. They wanted words. They wanted language. They wanted me. I lifted the pencil. My hand no longer belonged to me. The letters spilled onto the page, the same ones glowing above. Each stroke was effortless, automatic, as though my bones had always known this script. Mira, Nora sobbed, clutching the edge of my sleeve. Stop. Please. But I couldn't. The sparks pressed closer, their light blinding. The last thing I saw before darkness swallowed me was a phrase forming across the night sky, larger than the trees, brighter than the moon. YUR fire. When I woke, the clearing was empty. The tents, the packs. Even my friends were gone. Only the sketchbook remained, its pages filled with glowing words I couldn't read. Though I knew they were mine, the brook still trickled, indifferent. The forest was silent, and above me, drifting like patient stars, the sparks circled still, watching, waiting, teaching themselves through my hand. I have not found a way out. Days pass, or maybe weeks. The sun rises and falls, but the clearing never changes. Food never runs out, though I don't remember eating. Sleep comes and goes, and always the lights remain. They are inside me now. When I close my eyes, I see the words, and my lips move, whispering phrases I don't understand. The sketchbook grows heavy with pages I don't recall writing. If anyone ever finds this, if these words somehow escape the circle, I beg you, do not seek this place. Do not answer the lights. Do not let them learn your name, because once they do, you belong to them. My name is Cora Bennett, and what I am about to recount is something I still struggle to frame in simple words. It happened during a camping trip meant to be ordinary, an early summer retreat, with friends to a stretch of wilderness, far from cities and cell towers. The plan was to spend a week together in a remote valley, tucked beside a river where the banks widened just enough to hold our cluster of tents. I had gone camping before, but this time was different. Not because of where we pitched camp, or the company I kept, but because of what the sky decided to become when it turned against us. A storm rose that seemed endless, and the thunder never stopped rolling. Between the cracks of sound, it began to change. It sounded like applause. Not distant, not accidental, but deliberate, as if the heavens themselves were an audience that had found us worth clapping for. There were 4 of us in total: myself, my brother Caleb, his girlfriend Dana, and our mutual friend Alex. Caleb had been the one to push for the trip, promising a week away from the distractions of everyday life. I had agreed, partly because I needed the break, and partly because I couldn't resist the idea of river water and quiet mornings. At the time, I told myself that any storm, any bad weather, would only make the trip more authentic. I even packed extra tarps, proud of my foresight. Looking back, that seems almost childish, as if I believed preparation could protect me from what was coming. We arrived under skies that were deceptively clear. The river gleamed with shifting light, and the tree line hummed with the slow music of wind brushing leaves. We spent the first night laughing, building a fire, cooking sausages on sticks. I can still hear Dana's laugh carrying across the water, echoing like bells that struck against one another. Nothing seemed out of place then, not even when the first low rumbles of thunder began in the distance. Thunder is common enough in the summer. It was easy to ignore, easy to fold into the backdrop of conversation. But when I crawled into my tent that night, I realized it hadn't stopped. It rolled and rolled, never breaking, as if some great stone were being dragged across the sky and never allowed to rest. By morning, the storm was full upon us. It came sudden and heavy, sheets of rain hammering the tents until they sagged under the weight of water. Lightning split the clouds in jagged bursts, but it was the thunder that unsettled me most. It was not sharp or explosive. It was rolling, constant, never fading before the next wave arrived. Each time there was a break, a thinner seam of silence. I thought it was finished, only for another clap to surge in. Then, slowly, I began to hear something else threaded between it. The breaks themselves weren't empty. They were filled with a strange rhythm, soft but unmistakable, like hands clapping in a cavern. At first, I thought it was my imagination, the brain's attempt to force pattern onto sound. But the more I listened, the more certain I became. Someone, or something, was clapping in the silence between thunder. We stayed pinned inside the tents through the morning, trying to outwait the storm. Caleb tried to make jokes, telling us that storms out here could sometimes go on for days, and we should treat it like an enforced vacation. But he wasn't smiling when he said it. Dana was quiet, hugging her knees to her chest. And Alex kept tugging at the zipper of the tent flap, as if checking the storm outside might change it. I tried to distract myself by reading a paperback I had brought, but the sound was too consuming. You can't read when the sky sounds like it's mocking you. You can't focus when applause rises between the cracks of thunder. Applause that grows in number, as though more hands were joining in. By afternoon, the storm hadn't broken. The ground was soggy, the river swollen. We had to leave the safety of the tents to dig small trenches to redirect the water, or else risk our sleeping bags floating by nightfall. I remember kneeling in mud, my hands numb and filthy, and thinking that the air felt wrong. The rain had weight, yes, but there was something else to it. A texture almost. Each drop that struck me seemed to land too heavy, like small pebbles. I tried to laugh at myself for imagining such a thing, but Dana whispered that she felt it too. She said the rain didn't feel like rain anymore. When she said it, Alex threw down the stick he had been using and went back into his tent, refusing to speak. The clapping grew louder as daylight dimmed. I don't know how else to describe it. At first it had been faint, like distant echo, but now it was distinct. The rhythm shifted, slowed, then sped again, as though whoever was performing was waiting for us to listen. Once, I thought I heard my name in it. Not a voice, not words, but the way the beat of the claps seemed to shape into syllables. So, ra. 2 beats, a pause. Fo, ra. I bit my lip hard enough to draw blood, just to feel something that belonged to me and not the storm. When night fell, the river was no longer calm. It raged against the banks, black water slamming in waves that almost reached our fire pit. We couldn't risk cooking, not with the rain hissing at every spark. Instead, we sat in the main tent, the 4 of us crammed together, listening to the thunder and the applause. The tent walls trembled with each crash. At some point, Dana began to cry. She tried to smother the sound, pressing her hand against her mouth, but I could hear her sobs against the fabric. Caleb wrapped his arms around her, murmuring things I couldn't make out. Alex kept staring at the ceiling, as if he could see through it, as if he could count the number of hands waiting just above us. Sleep was impossible. Every time I drifted close, a louder clap would drag me back. The air inside the tent was damp, suffocating. My clothes clung cold against my skin, and in the deepest hours of night, I swear I heard something shift outside. Not just wind or water. Footsteps. The storm should have masked everything, but these were clear, deliberate, slapping down in rhythm with the applause. I wanted to wake the others, but fear locked me. My body refused to move. I lay rigid, eyes wide in the dark, listening to the sound circle the tent. Step. Step. Clap. A performance meant only for us. When dawn came, the storm had not passed. If anything, it was stronger. Our campsite was an island, the river having spread to claim nearly all the clearing. The trees looked warped in the gray light, branches twisted like arms reaching. We had no choice but to stay. We couldn't wade across. Not with the current so vicious. Caleb tried to sound confident when he said it would let up soon, but I caught the way his hands shook as he tightened the guy lines on the tent. His knuckles were pale, his jaw locked. He had heard it too. He had heard the applause and the steps. We all had. But none of us were willing to admit it aloud. That second day felt longer than any day I have lived. The storm seemed to be feeding itself, growing stronger as we weakened. Food tasted of mildew, sleep was a stranger, and every hour the applause pressed closer. Sometimes it was 100 hands. Sometimes only 1. Sometimes the rhythm was joyous, like ovation at a grand stage. Other times it was slow, solitary, sarcastic, and always it was directed at us. Not the valley, not the world, but us. By the second night, my nerves were fraying. I could no longer tell where thunder ended and clapping began. Lightning flashed in jagged arcs, illuminating the tent walls, and in those moments I swore I saw shapes beyond them. Shadows too tall, too bent, moving in sync with the storm. I stopped trying to convince myself they were tricks of the light. The storm wasn't weather anymore. It was a presence, a thing alive and aware, and it had trapped us for reasons I didn't want to name. The second night was the first time I realized we might not leave that place alive. I had known storms before, but storms pass. They crash, they rage, then they fall away into silence. This one only grew, like a lung inhaling deeper each hour, pulling itself wider and fuller, until it became the only thing that existed. The river was no longer just swollen. It was violent, chewing at its banks, frothing, like an animal trying to break through its cage. The trees whipped back and forth, their roots clutching the earth with visible strain. But still, it was the sound that cut deeper than any sight. The applause had become so pronounced that it felt staged. One moment it was scattered, playful even. The next it was unified. Hundreds of hands clapping in perfect time, echoing inside the thunder like a practiced chorus. It wasn't just a storm. It was an audience that had grown bored of watching quietly. Inside the tent, we barely spoke. Caleb sat near the door flap, his back straight like a soldier on night watch. Dana clung to him, her face pressed into his shoulder, eyes wide and sleepless. Alex was the worst off. He had curled into himself, mumbling things under his breath that none of us could decipher. His lips moved constantly, like he was rehearsing lines for a role he hadn't wanted to take. I wanted to reach out, to ask what he was saying, but fear made my throat close. It felt dangerous to acknowledge the clapping aloud, as if naming it would make it stronger. At some point past midnight, the rhythm changed again. The claps fell into a slower pattern, deliberate, each one spaced by heartbeats. Thunder followed them like a drum roll, but I could hear the hands clearly. 1 pause. 2 pause. 3. It felt like counting. It felt like being measured. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me, though the air was so humid I could hardly breathe. Sweat dripped down my neck and into my shirt, but the cold in my chest kept spreading. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine I was anywhere else, but the storm had claimed imagination too. Every thought circled back to the sound, to the idea that whoever was clapping was standing just outside, drenched and grinning, applauding us for being trapped. I don't know when sleep finally took me, but when I woke, it was still dark. My first thought was that the thunder had stopped, but that was wrong. It hadn't. It was simply masked by another sound. Voices. Not clapping anymore, not exactly. Voices speaking, hundreds of them, layered so thickly they became indistinct. They weren't words I understood. They overlapped, whispered, shouted, laughed. It was chaos. I sat up too quickly, my head pounding, and nearly cried out when I saw the silhouette at the tent door. Caleb was still sitting upright, unmoving, his head tilted back like he was listening to something too distant for us. I whispered his name, but he didn't answer. He only raised one hand slowly, palm outward, as though signaling for silence. Then came the applause again, loud enough to shake the ground beneath us, and Caleb's hand fell limp to his side. When morning bled gray through the sky, the rain eased just enough for us to venture outside. It wasn't relief. The silence of the storm's lull was worse. The applause didn't vanish. It carried from the trees now, softer, almost hidden, but unmistakable, like a crowd holding back their enthusiasm, waiting for the right cue to erupt again. The forest looked broken. Limbs snapped. Mudslides carved trenches where our paths had been. The river had taken the last of the fire pit and was chewing at the roots of the nearest tree. I could see where water had crept dangerously close to my tent. Another night like that, and the river would claim us whole. Caleb insisted we had to leave, storm or not. He said the weather was unnatural, and the only chance we had was to find higher ground. Maybe a ridgeline where the water couldn't follow. Dana tried to argue that the river crossing was impossible, that the current would pull us under in seconds, but he shut her down quickly. His voice cracked when he shouted at her, and I realized he was hanging on by threads. Alex didn't say a word. He only stared at the tree line, his lips still moving with that silent mantra. His hands shook as he packed his gear, though I don't know why he bothered. Everything we owned was soaked through. We set out anyway. The mud swallowed our boots, sucking at us with every step, slowing us until progress was almost impossible. The rain returned in sudden bursts, blinding and cold, and each time it did, the applause surged again. I could feel it wrapping around us, bouncing off the trees, coming from every direction at once. It didn't sound like encouragement. It sounded mocking, like we were a play being performed badly, and the audience knew it. The worse the terrain became, the louder the clapping grew. Branches snapped above us, though no one touched them. Shadows flickered at the edge of vision, darting between trees in time with the applause. Once, I turned too quickly and caught a glimpse of something pale. An arm, I think, before it vanished behind a trunk. I didn't look again. I couldn't. After hours that felt like days, we collapsed under a cluster of leaning pines. Caleb checked the compass, though it spun without reason, twitching back and forth as if drawn in circles. He cursed under his breath and slammed it into the mud. Dana tried to calm him, but her voice was lost beneath another thunderclap that rolled too long, too deep, until it didn't sound like thunder anymore. It sounded like an ovation, thousands of hands striking together, echoing in my bones. My ears rang from it, my vision blurring. Alex dropped to his knees and began clapping back, weak and unsteady, tears streaming down his face. "They want us to join," he whispered hoarsely. "That's all they want." I pulled at him, begged him to stop, but his hands kept smacking together until they were red and raw. The rest of the day dissolved into a blur of water and fear. We found no ridgeline, no path out. Every time we thought we were climbing higher, the forest shifted beneath us. Trails bent into themselves. Fallen logs blocked the way. The river reappeared ahead of us when we were sure we had walked away from it. The storm had no end, and the forest had no direction. By dusk, we were back where we started, our tents half collapsed, the ground around them sinking under pools of black water. Caleb swore it wasn't possible, that we hadn't turned around. But there we were, our footprints leading us back like obedient dogs. Dana began to scream then, high and sharp, until her voice broke. She fell into the mud, rocking back and forth, her sobs merging with the storm's rhythm until I couldn't tell which belonged to her and which to it. That night, the storm decided to change again. The applause grew softer, replaced by something worse humming. At first it was low, indistinct, but it swelled quickly, dozens of tones weaving together, until the entire valley vibrated with it. It wasn't a melody. It was a drone. Monotonous and endless, pressing into our skulls. Lying in the tent, I felt it in my teeth, in the marrow of my bones. Caleb stuffed his ears with damp cloth, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't outside anymore. It was in us. When lightning flashed, I saw Dana's face lit white, her mouth wide open though she made no sound. Her eyes stared at nothing. And Alex was still clapping. Slow now, deliberate, keeping time with the storm as though he were leading it forward. I don't remember sleeping, only slipping in and out of consciousness. Images swam behind my eyes, a crowd standing waist, deep in water, faces tilted to the sky, their hands never pausing. shadows bending into shapes that weren't human but still upright, their limbs moving in patterns too practiced to be random. And above them, something enormous, unseen, its laughter shaking the heavens. Every time I woke, the storm was still there, patient, waiting, applauding. When dawn came again, it brought no sun, just a lighter shade of gray. A promise that we were still alive, but not released. Caleb stood outside the tent, shoulders squared, staring at the sky as if daring it to break. His lips were moving too now. Not like Alex's muttering, but repeating a single phrase over and over. I couldn't hear it, drowned as it was by thunder and rain. I didn't want to. My brother had stopped being my brother. The storm had claimed him as part of its cast. By the third day, I no longer trusted my own senses. The storm had eroded them piece by piece, stripping away what I thought I knew about rain, about thunder, about how sound should behave in the open air. My body was exhausted beyond recognition. My thoughts slowed, my skin felt waterlogged, and even my voice, when I tried to speak, sounded unfamiliar to me. Thinner, strained, like it belonged to someone else. I wasn't the only one unraveling. Caleb, Dana, and Alex looked like different people. Their faces had the waxy pallor of drowned bodies. Lips cracked, eyes rimmed with bruised shadows. We had eaten nothing substantial since the first night. The storm drowned out hunger and thirst. All we felt was the weight of the sound pressing down on us, clapping, rolling, humming, never ending. That morning, we made another attempt to leave. The river had torn itself wider, carrying logs and debris that slammed into each other with terrible force. But Caleb insisted we had no choice. His voice was hoarse, his words clipped. Dana begged him not to try, her hands clutching his arm. But he shook her off with a roughness that startled me. He wasn't my brother anymore. His eyes were glassy, reflecting lightning flashes, even when none filled the sky. He told us the storm wasn't random, that it was calling us somewhere. If we followed the rhythm, he said, it would lead us out. Alex nodded vigorously at that, still clapping softly, his palms raw and bleeding. Yes, he whispered. We have to follow the performance. The words chilled me. Performance, audience, rhythm. They had all begun to speak as if the storm were not weather at all, but theater. And we were the cast. We packed again, though there was little left dry to carry. My bag sagged with soaked clothes, useless weight that dragged at me. The forest was worse now, trunks uprooted, trails erased. Mud came to our knees in some places, sucking and pulling so hard that each step felt like a decision between moving forward or staying buried. The applause followed us no matter where we turned. Sometimes it came from far ahead, urging us to hurry. Other times it flared behind us, as though mocking us for our slowness. At one point I swore I felt a hand strike against my back in time with the clapping, though when I spun, no one was there. Dana clung to me, her teeth chattering though the air was warm. She whispered that the storm knew her name now too, that it had begun chanting it inside the thunder. I told her not to listen, but how could we not? The storm filled everything. By midday, we stumbled into a clearing none of us recognized. It wasn't part of any map, nor did it feel like it belonged to the forest we had entered days before. The ground was bare, stripped of grass, churned into black mud. In the center stood a single tree, massive and dead, its branches skeletal against the gray sky. The applause was deafening here, reverberating from every direction, as though the tree were the stage we had been herded toward. Caleb dropped to his knees in front of it, his arms outstretched. Alex joined him instantly, clapping harder now, his skin splitting, blood mixing with rain. Dana and I stood frozen, unable to move. Lightning forked overhead, striking so close the air itself burned. For a moment, in that blaze of light, I saw them. Figures all around the clearing, their hands raised, clapping. Not flesh, not human, but shadows shaped into audience. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them, their applause vibrating the world itself. Caleb began to speak then, his voice carrying above the thunder. He shouted words I didn't recognize, a language that scraped against my ears like broken glass. Alex echoed him, their voices weaving together with the storm's drone. The tree's branches trembled, as though the dead wood itself were listening. I grabbed Dana's arm, tried to pull her back toward the tree line, but she wouldn't move. Her eyes were wide, locked on Caleb, her lips moving as if she were trying to follow along. I shook her harder, begged her, screamed her name, but she only whispered, "They're almost finished. Don't ruin it." The storm's clapping surged then, louder than anything before, until I thought my skull would split from the pressure. Lightning struck the tree dead center, blinding white exploding across the clearing. For an instant, I saw Caleb and Alex silhouetted in the light, their arms raised, their mouths wide. Then the thunder crashed, not rolling, not distant, but direct, a single blast like the sky itself breaking open. I fell to the ground, my ears ringing, mud swallowing my hands. When I looked up, the tree was burning, black flames crawling its bark, though rain still fell in sheets around it. Caleb and Alex were gone. Only the clapping remained, echoing so loud it felt inside my chest, shaking my heart. Dana finally screamed. She tore free of me and ran toward the burning tree, calling Caleb's name. I scrambled after her, slipping in mud, but she was too fast. She reached the flames, her body lit by their strange glow. And then she was simply gone. No scream, no collapse. Just gone, as though the storm had pulled her into itself. The applause rose into a frenzy, waves of sound crashing together, celebratory, ecstatic. They had their finale. They had their end. I don't remember running, but I must have. One moment I was in that clearing, and the next I was in the trees, stumbling, half-blind, choking on rain. The storm chased me, applause pounding from every side. Laughter braided into the thunder. I tripped over roots, slid down mud-choked slopes, scraped my skin raw on branches. But I kept moving, because the only other choice was to stop. And I knew what happened to those who stopped. At some point, exhaustion claimed me. I collapsed under a cluster of rocks, curling into myself, waiting for the storm to tear me apart. But the applause began to fade. The thunder weakened. When I opened my eyes, light was breaking through the clouds, weak and pale, but real. The storm was gone. The forest around me was quiet. Birds even sang, hesitant at first, then stronger. It was over, or so I wanted to believe. It took me 2 days to find my way out of those woods. By then, the sun was steady, the river had shrunk back to its bed, and the world looked normal again. No one believed my story. They called it shock trauma, survivor's guilt. Search teams found no trace of Caleb, Dana, or Alex. The campsite was washed away, the clearing with the dead tree missing entirely. I stopped trying to explain. Every word I said only pushed people further from me, so I let them think what they wanted. But I know what I heard, what I saw. Even now, months later, I hear it sometimes. In the distance, when storms build, when thunder rolls too long across the horizon. A faint sound, hidden in the silence between. Not rain, not echo, but hands clapping, applauding, waiting for me to return to the stage. And I know one day, I will. My name is Mateo Singh. I am 28 years old, an outdoor enthusiast by passion, and a freelance cartographer by profession. I make maps for a living, often filling in the blank spaces where trails fade, where topographic records are decades out of date, or where hikers have spoken of routes that do not quite exist on official registries. I am not a thrill seeker in the reckless sense, but I carry with me the patience of someone who has stared at contour lines long enough to wonder what lives between them. That curiosity has been the quiet force behind much of my life, and it was that same impulse that led me into the stretch of wilderness where I found the spirals of cairns. The trip was meant to be a brief solo excursion into the upper ridges of the northern range, a place less traveled than the main loop of the park. I had traced an unmarked valley on a faded forestry survey, noticing faint ridgelines that had no connecting paths. A place like that pulls me like gravity. I packed for 3 nights: tent, stove, freeze, dried meals, compass, GPS, and notebooks where I sketched the terrain as I walked. My backpack had the familiar weight, a comfort that reminded me of past trips. I had told myself this was routine, simply another survey, another walk into silence. Yet I also knew I wanted to see what others had left behind. The whispers of routes not on any map. On the first evening, as shadows stretched long between the pines, I came across the cairns. They stood knee-high, neat stacks of stones balanced with deliberate care. At first, I thought they marked a trail left by conscientious hikers. But the arrangement was peculiar. They were not lined in the usual manner, not guiding forward. Instead, they coiled, one after another, forming broad spirals that curved into the trees, like a slow whirlpool of stone. My professional instinct told me they were landmarks of some kind, perhaps an old ranger's system, or even a forgotten cultural marker. I had seen cairns on alpine routes before, but these had no logic I could map. Still, I followed. Curiosity overrides suspicion when you spend your life studying trails. You trust that patterns, even odd ones, will resolve into meaning. The spiral tightened as I continued. My boots pressed into damp earth, and each step felt like I was walking deeper into something curated rather than natural. The air grew still, and the usual forest sounds dimmed until even the wind through needles seemed cautious. I noted their positions in my journal, sketched the loops with lines that crossed back over one another. It was already late, and though I told myself I would camp before dark, I let the cairns lead me. When you find a system that makes no sense, part of you wants to see its end. There was no end. The spirals broke apart and re-formed overlapping circles that led me across a shallow ridge and into a small clearing. By then, the last blush of dusk had drained from the sky, leaving only the cold shine of a rising moon. I decided I would stop there, in that clearing, rather than stumble blind through a forest of stone markers. I set my tent, cooked a small meal, and tried to ignore the unease tugging at me. It was not fear exactly, more like being watched by a puzzle that had yet to reveal itself. The night deepened. I drifted in and out of sleep, the distant rustle of branches sometimes jerking me awake. When the breeze shifted, I thought I heard the sound of pebbles tumbling, faint, as though someone were rearranging stones in the dark. Each time I sat up, silence returned, thick and whole. Eventually, exhaustion pinned me down, and I slept. At dawn, when I crawled out of the tent, I froze. The cairns were no longer spiraled through the forest. They were circled tightly around my camp, their stacks forming a rough ring, no more than 20 feet from where I stood. Each one was perfectly upright, carefully balanced, stones of various sizes smoothed and set in symmetrical towers. My first reaction was rational. Animals could not have done this, and no natural event could have arranged them with such intention. Someone had been here during the night. The thought should have sparked panic, but instead it produced a strange blankness, as though my mind refused to accept the intrusion fully. I walked to the nearest cairn, crouched, and touched its stones. Cold, damp with morning dew. No sign of disturbance. No footprints in the soil that I could see. I told myself it was a prank. Perhaps hikers who had seen my tent and decided to unsettle me. But who hikes in silence, in the dead of night, carrying enough stones to encircle a camp, without waking the sleeper inside? That absence of sound was what gnawed at me most. I remembered the faint clink of tumbling rock, the noise I had dismissed as branches shifting. Maybe it had been real, echoing from just beyond the fabric of my tent. Breakfast was mechanical. I forced oatmeal down, checked my map, and considered packing early to hike back. Yet the part of me that maps the world felt tethered. This was not just an anomaly. It was a message of some kind, a system. And systems could be documented. So I noted it all. The diameter of the ring, the number of cairns, the distance between them. My notes looked clinical, but my hands trembled as I wrote. I tried to push the unease into data because data's safe. Patterns are safe. By mid-morning, I shouldered my pack and chose to follow the opening in the circle where the stones left a narrow gap. It felt almost like permission to leave. The path beyond showed another sequence of cairns, spiraling again, tighter this time, drawing me in like a drain. I told myself I would follow only for a short while, just to see where they led. The rationalization rang hollow, but still, I walked. The spiral constricted quickly, so that I was forced to step carefully between cairns, placed only a yard apart. Each stack rose higher than before, some waist level, some nearly to my chest. Their shapes grew stranger, less symmetrical, with slanted stones wedged at precarious angles, as though gravity itself bent to keep them balanced. My compass needle spun briefly, then steadied, but the sight was enough to make me pocket it uneasily. The GPS flickered, its screen dimming in odd pulses before stabilizing again. Technology faltered where stone was certain. I walked for what felt like an hour, though the sun still sat low. My sense of direction unraveled. The spiral doubled back, twisting until I was certain I was crossing ground I had already walked. My own footprints in damp soil confirmed it. Yet the cairns had changed places, stacks arranged in new positions that made each loop distinct. I sketched again, but the drawings contradicted one another. What I had mapped 20 minutes prior no longer existed. Eventually, I forced myself to stop. I could not keep walking into loops. I returned the way I thought I had come, passing through cairns that shifted behind me, their alignment subtly different each time I glanced back. When I finally broke free into another clearing, I almost dropped to my knees in relief. The spiral had spat me out, or released me. But as I turned, I realized the cairns had not vanished. They formed another ring, larger than the last, and again my tent stood inside it. The realization landed heavy. I had walked for hours, yet I was still trapped in the circle. I sat for a long time, trying to reason it out. Maybe I had become disoriented, looping in my own confusion until I returned to camp by mistake. Yet my gut rejected the explanation. Too many details resisted logic. The rearrangement of stones without sound, the spirals that tightened and released, the shifting maps in my journal. These were not accidents of navigation. Something was shaping the space around me. Something patient, deliberate, and unseen. That night, I did not sleep easily. Each time I closed my eyes, I imagined the sound of stone sliding against stone. The patient construction of patterns I could not understand. When I lit my headlamp and looked out, the ring remained still, mute, yet the certainty lingered that its configuration was not final, that it was waiting for me to close my eyes again. The second night passed in fragments of half-sleep, each hour punctuated by waking to the subtle certainty that something had shifted. I would open my eyes to the dim glow of the tent walls, listen to the stillness, and then drift again into shallow dreams, where cairns leaned closer with every breath. By dawn, when I finally unzipped the tent, my fear proved itself. The circle had tightened. The cairns now stood scarcely 10 feet from my shelter, their stones stacked higher, some nearly level with my chest. The opening had walked through yesterday was gone. I stood inside a ring with no exit. The rational part of me fought for control. I forced myself to breathe, to steady my thoughts, to remind myself that I was a mapmaker, that I dealt with the terrain as it was, not as imagination colored it. Yet even in that discipline, dread swelled. Stones had moved. They did not topple, did not scatter. They rearranged themselves with intention. My notes, which I had made carefully the day before, no longer matched what surrounded me. Every tower was taller, sharper, their silhouettes against the rising sun jagged as broken teeth. I packed quickly, stuffing my sleeping bag and stove with trembling hands. My instinct was to move, to do anything but remain penned in. But there was nowhere to go. The cairns enclosed me like a wall. I tried stepping between them, pushing carefully to slip through a gap. The moment my boot crossed the invisible threshold, a noise rose from the stones. A low grinding like the inside of a quarry, as if unseen hands had shifted their weight in warning. My heart lurched. I stumbled back inside the circle, the sound ceasing as instantly as it began. That was the first time I admitted it fully. To myself, the cairns were alive in some sense. Not alive in the way trees grow or rivers carve valleys, but alive in their arrangement, their silent awareness. They knew when I crossed their boundary. They had set the rules. I tried to distract myself with routine. I boiled water for coffee, ate a protein bar, forced myself to sketch again. If I could map it, I could make sense of it. The drawing showed a perfect circle. 36 cairns, each separated by nearly the same distance. I labeled them clockwise, numbers 1 to 36. It looked clean on paper, as if order existed. But when I glanced up from the notebook, I swore the numbers no longer matched. The spacing between towers felt uneven. Some clustered closer, some leaning inward as if conferring in silence. By midday, I grew restless. I paced the small ground inside my prison, maybe 20 feet across at its widest. Every step seemed to shrink the space. I checked my compass again, and the needle spun lazily before freezing north. The GPS flickered, screen lines blurring into static, until only a dim green glow remained. The technology could not read where I was. The map was gone. In the long hours of the afternoon, I tried calling out. My voice cracked against the trees, echoing faintly, but no answer returned. I shouted until my throat ached. The forest listened with indifference. At one point, a crow landed atop the tallest cairn, its black eyes reflecting the light. It cocked its head, let out a harsh cry, and then flew off, leaving a single feather lodged between stones. I watched it until the wind took it away. The sun dipped lower, dragging shadows across the ground. I realized with fresh terror that the cairns themselves cast no shadow longer than their own stones. The trees stretched dark lines. My tent spilled its shadow long across the earth, but the cairn's darkness clung tight, never stretching, as if the light refused to pass through them. I tested it with my headlamp, waving the beam across their surfaces. The stones glowed pale under the light, but behind them, the shadows swallowed the beam like water-absorbing ink. That night, I dared not sleep. I sat outside the tent, clutching my camp knife, though I knew it was meaningless against stone. Hours bled together in silence. But sometime past midnight, I heard it, the sound of movement. Not footsteps, not animals. The scrape of rock on rock, steady and patient. My lamp beam caught nothing but stillness, yet the sound circled me, first to the left, then the right, like the tightening of gears in some great unseen machine. When the noise finally ceased, I realized I had been holding my breath so long my chest burned. Morning revealed the result. The circle had shrunk again. The cairns now pressed barely 6 feet from the tent walls, enclosing me like ribs around a heart. Their height had grown as well. Many stacks rose taller than me, their upper stones balanced with impossible precision. The ring felt less like a boundary and more like a cage. Panic set in fully then. I threw myself against one of the cairns, shoulder first, sending the upper stones tumbling. For a moment, I felt a surge of victory. But as the rocks clattered to the ground, a vibration rippled beneath my feet, deep as thunder, though the sky was clear. The other cairns seemed to hum faintly, a chorus of stone grinding in their throats. When I staggered back, the collapsed tower rebuilt itself before my eyes. Pebbles shifted, stacking again with a patience that mocked me. In less than a minute, the cairn stood whole, taller than before. My knife clattered from my hand, useless. I screamed then, an animal sound, raw and hopeless. No one answered. Only the trees beyond, unreachable, swayed faintly as if stirred by a breeze I could not feel. I retreated to the tent, shaking. The circle was not just shrinking. It was correcting me, teaching me. Every attempt to break free resulted in the same conclusion. I was inside a system I could not alter. The cairns allowed no rebellion. My role was simply to watch as the walls closed. The day dragged on in suffocating repetition. I drank from my water supply sparingly, chewed dried fruit without appetite. The sun passed overhead, and the circle cast its strange non-shadows, the ground inside steadily robbed of warmth. By late afternoon, the air felt colder than it should have been, as though the cairns trapped not just space, but heat itself. My breath smoked in front of me, though the season was not yet winter. I wrote in my notebook compulsively. If nothing else, I wanted a record. My handwriting grew jagged as my fear bled through. Second day, I scrawled, circle now 6 feet. Stones hum at night. Shadows wrong. Space feels thinner. I underlined thinner twice. That word came to me unbidden, but it felt right. The air itself seemed stretched, brittle, like glass ready to crack. That evening, as twilight bled into blue, I noticed something worse. The gap between cairns had narrowed so much that when I looked outward, the forest beyond blurred. The trunks of pines seemed to smear, their forms uncertain, as if the world outside the circle were a painting left in the rain. Only the space inside remained clear. The outside was dissolving. Or maybe the cairns were remaking it into something else. The fear that came then was different. Not the sharp stab of panic, but the cold certainty of erasure. If the circle closed fully, there might be no outside left. Only stone. I stayed awake again through the night. The sound of grinding returned, louder this time, closer, as though the cairns whispered against one another. I pressed my palms to my ears, but the vibration seeped into my bones. I could feel it in my teeth, in the rhythm of my heartbeat, until I could not tell if my pulse belonged to me or the stones. My vision swam with spots. When silence fell again, the relief was worse than the sound. It left a void in expectation. At first light, the circle was smaller still. Only 3 feet of space remained between my tent and the walls of stone. The cairns leaned inward now, their upper stones jutting like heads craning to look down on me. My water supply was half gone. I had no path, no hope of flight. Even the sky above seemed narrowed, framed by the leaning silhouettes. The circle had become a mouth, and I was inside it. I remember thinking then of my maps, of all the trails I had traced, the landscapes I had tamed into lines and elevations. I had believed the world could be captured, held in paper, organized into knowledge. But the cairns were a map too, one I could not read. One drawn in 3 dimensions that shifted as I blinked. And I was not the cartographer of this map. I was its subject, its point of reference. The cairns marked me. I tried one last time to break them. I hurled my pack at a tower, stones crashing outward. The vibration that answered nearly split me in half. My ears rang, my teeth ached, and when the stones rebuilt themselves, they did so with a new detail. Runes carved faintly into their surfaces, grooves and spirals that pulsed with a light, too dim to be reflected sun. I stumbled back, choking on fear, and for the first time I begged aloud. "Please," I whispered to nothing. "Please, let me go." The cairns stood silent, listening. The silence stretched so long I thought they might answer. When the silence lingered after my plea, it carried a weight heavier than sound itself. I stood trembling, my breath loud in the narrow space left to me. The cairns loomed, their stones etched now with faint spiral grooves that seemed to turn of their own accord, when I was not looking directly at them. The light caught those grooves and glimmered in tiny pulses, as if the stones breathed with me or against me. The circle was no longer only a prison. It had become aware, watching, waiting for something I did not yet understand. I retreated into my tent, though the thin nylon offered no protection. I sat clutching my journal like a talisman, scribbling with frantic strokes. My handwriting broke into slants, sentences trailing into jagged scratches. "The stones have faces," I wrote. "Not eyes, not mouths, but they see, they hear, they know I ask." The pen carved grooves into the page, my own spirals that mirrored theirs. I stopped only when my hand cramped, fingers stiff as though they too were made of rock. Night fell faster than it should have, as though the cairns swallowed the sun itself. Darkness pooled thick, leaving only the faint shimmer of those carved spirals. I dared not light my lantern. The thought of fire seemed sacrilegious here, something that would break whatever fragile balance held me inside. So I sat in darkness, listening. The grinding sound began again, deeper than before, no longer just stone against stone. It had tone now, almost like voices, overlapping murmurs that rose and fell in steady cadence. They did not form words I could recognize, yet something in my bones seemed to grasp their rhythm, a chant older than language. My body shook, but a part of my mind strained to follow, terrified and compelled at once. I do not know when I fell into sleep, but I woke to find the circle transformed. The cairns had drawn closer still, barely 2 feet from my tent. Their leaning stones now arched inward so far that they nearly touched above me, leaving a jagged ring of sky no wider than a manhole. The carvings glowed faintly, spirals spinning with slow, hypnotic light. I realized then the cairns were not merely closing the space. They were building something, constructing a dome, or a cocoon, sealing me into a new shape of the world. And I was inside their architecture, the core of their design. Desperation drove me beyond reason. I ripped open the tent and crawled into a narrow space between nylon and stone, pressing myself against the cold cairn walls. The spirals pulsed stronger at my touch, the grooves vibrating as though blood ran through them instead of dust. I tried to squeeze between 2 towers, my shoulders scraping, backpack tearing. For a moment I thought I might fit, might push through into the blurred forest beyond. But when my hand crossed the line, the space collapsed. The stones shifted imperceptibly, closing around me, pressing like jaws. I recoiled, skin scraped raw, heart hammering. They had allowed me only the illusion of escape, just enough to remind me that freedom was gone. I crawled back to the center, sobbing with rage. My knife lay on the ground, glinting uselessly. I picked it up anyway, carving furiously into the soil, into my journal, into anything that would hold a mark. I etched my name over and over. Medio CNGH, Meteo CNGH, Medio CNH, as though the act of writing could anchor me, keep me from being erased. My voice cracked as I said it aloud, whispering my name to the stones, daring them to take it from me. But the cairns only hummed, their spirals glowing brighter, as if they absorbed the syllables like offerings. The hours stretched beyond measure. Hunger gnawed, thirst burned. I rationed water until the last sip was gone, watching the plastic bottle crumple in my hands. Outside the ring, the forest dissolved further. Trees melted into indistinct smears, the sky a washed-out haze. Even the air beyond the cairns looked different, wavering like heat ripples on asphalt. I realized with a sick twist that the world was no longer stable out there. The cairns were not just trapping me. They were remaking everything else. My prison was also the last clear fragment of the world I knew. At twilight, something shifted again. The chanting returned, louder, unmistakably voices now. My name threaded through it, broken, stretched. Meteo drawn out into syllables that wove with the stone. I clutched my ears, but the sound blossomed inside my skull, resonant and absolute. The cairns spoke not in language, but in identity, pulling me toward their rhythm. Each time they whispered my name, my sense of self wavered, like they were peeling me away layer by layer, a cartographer redrawn on a different map. I do not remember collapsing, but I woke lying flat on the cold ground, my journal open beside me. Pages I had not written were filled with spirals, endless spirals that deepened into tunnels. My pen lay dry, yet the ink was fresh, black lines etched with a precision I could never manage. My name appeared between the spirals, smaller each time, shrinking into the center. The cairns no longer needed me to write. They had taken my hand, my mind, and written through me. That night I understood what they wanted. They were not walls, not guides, not even guardians. They were builders. Patient architects who shaped space, around a subject until nothing else remained. They marked me the moment I stepped into their first spiral. I had followed willingly, tracing their pattern, like a moth to flame. Now I was the axis of their design, the center they closed around. They did not hunger for me in body. They wanted my presence, my outline, my place in the geometry of their stone. The circle shrank until I could no longer stand upright. I crouched, knees pressed to chest, the cairns leaning overhead like a vaulted ceiling. The spirals glowed bright enough to illuminate my shaking hands. The chant filled me entirely, drowning my thoughts. And yet, there was no pain, no crushing weight. Only the inexorable pressure of being rewritten, remapped. My name slipped from my lips softer each time, until even I could not hear it. In those final moments of clarity, I tried to remember the forest. The smell of pine sap, the chatter of streams, the feel of soil beneath my boots. But memory frayed like worn rope, dissolving under the hum of stone. All that remained was the spiral, round and round, shrinking smaller, drawing me inward. The cairns leaned close, their spirals blazing, and I realized they were not closing to destroy me. They were closing to keep me. To hold me in a pattern that would endure longer than rivers, longer than mountains. I was becoming part of their map, my existence reduced to a point at the center of their circle. When the cairns finally touched, sealing the last gap of sky above me, I did not scream. There was no air left for it. Only the silence of stone pressing in, spirals turning slow, infinite. And the faint echo of my name fading into their chant, until I could no longer tell the difference. And then, nothing. My name is Eliza Kerr. I am 29 years old, and I have always carried with me the strange, to escape to quiet places, when the noise of ordinary life grows unbearable. I was raised in a small town in northern Vermont, surrounded by rivers and pine woods that shaped my childhood as much as my parents ever did. When I became old enough to move away, I chose a city, believing that a larger life awaited me there. Yet despite the neon lights and steady thrum of traffic, I never felt quite right among the buildings. It was the rivers I missed, the way they curved like veins across the earth, the way they whispered at night, if you slept close enough to their banks. The last trip I took, before the things I tell you happened, began as nothing more than a weekend of solitude. I drove north with my tent, stove, and journal, looking for a place where I could be entirely alone. I settled on a riverbank deep in the Green Mountains, where the trail maps promised remoteness, and where cell service cut off within the first mile. I parked at a small gravel turnout, signed the log at the trailhead, and carried my pack into the trees, listening to the quiet close in around me. The hike itself was ordinary, though I kept hearing the river long. Before it reached it, a low murmur, as though it were speaking behind the curtain of leaves. When at last I found the clearing by the water, I knew immediately that I had chosen the right place. The river was narrow but deep, its surface smooth and reflective, winding like a black ribbon through the stones. I pitched my tent a few yards from the edge, careful to select a spot on higher ground. I laid out my gear in the way that always soothed me. Bag against the back wall, stove in the vestibule, journal beside my pillow. The river's presence was strong, almost companionable, as though it had been waiting for me. That first evening was still and beautiful. I built a small fire and ate from a pouch of dehydrated stew, watching the light fall over the water. Every now and then, a ripple disturbed the surface, though I saw no fish and heard no splash. At dusk, I sat with my journal and wrote about the silence, how different it was from the endless mechanical hum of the city. I wrote that I could almost hear words in the water if I listened hard enough, though I told myself this was only my imagination and the fatigue of the hike. When darkness finally settled, I doused the fire and crawled into my tent, unzipping the window flap so the sound of the river could carry me to sleep. The whisper came near midnight. I woke to it not as a sound but as a presence, a breath moving through fabric. At first I thought it was wind threading through the branches, but the trees stood still in the dark. The murmur grew clearer, shaping itself into syllables. It was my name, Eliza, spoken low and wet, repeated as though the water itself had found a mouth. I froze where I lay, every muscle locked. The sound came again, closer this time, a liquid hush curling just beyond the thin nylon wall. I told myself it was only the current playing tricks, a mind hearing patterns where none existed. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited for sleep to return. Eventually, I must have drifted off, though the whisper lingered in my dreams. By morning, the clearing was unchanged. Birds called from the trees, and the river slid by in its steady course. I tried to laugh off what I had heard, telling myself it had only been the half, conscious weaving of dream into waking. To prove it to myself, I walked along the bank, crouching low to listen to the water directly. The river gave back only its natural rush, indifferent to my scrutiny. Still, something in me felt watched, as though the current carried awareness beneath its smooth surface. That day passed without incident. I read, hiked a few miles upstream, and returned before dusk. But as the second night settled in, I found myself dreading the hours to come. I built my fire larger than before, and sat beside it long into the evening, unwilling to crawl into the tent. When I finally did, the warmth of the flames still clinging to my clothes, I left the lantern burning low beside my pillow. The whisper returned. This time it did not hover outside, but seemed to move within the fabric itself, as though the river had found a way through the seams. I heard my name drawn long and slow, Eliza. My skin prickled. I unzipped the tent halfway, expecting to see some trick of wind across the water, but the air was still. My lantern flickered against the nylon walls, and then I realized the floor of the tent was damp beneath my sleeping bag. At first I thought the ground sheet had failed, that rain had seeped in unnoticed. But when I touched the fabric, my fingers came away dripping. The water was rising inside the tent itself, not from below but from nowhere at all. I pulled back the bag and watched as clear ripples spread outward across the floor. The smell of river stone filled the air, sharp and metallic. I scrambled for the zipper, but the teeth jammed halfway. Panic seized me as the water climbed to my shins, though the outside of the tent remained dry. I pressed against the wall and felt nothing but taut nylon, as if the river existed only within this thin chamber. The whisper swelled into a chorus, my name repeated in layers, overlapping in tones that belonged to no single mouth. Desperation gave me strength. I yanked until the zipper split, tearing the seam. I spilled out into the night air, soaked and gasping. The ground around me was dry as bone. The river still 10 feet away where it had been all along. I turned back to see the tent sagging inward, its floor glistening as though filled with a basin of water. In another blink, the moisture was gone, leaving only damp patches darkening the fabric. I did not sleep the rest of that night. I sat by the fire with my soak bag steaming beside me, staring at the river until the dawn light stretched across the clearing. The water looked ordinary again, calm and shallow, but I could not shake the memory of its voice. The thought of leaving crossed my mind as soon as the sun rose. Yet something compelled me to stay, a strange pull as though I owed the river a witness. I told myself I would remain only one more night, that I would confront whatever it was and prove my sanity or madness once and for all. All through that day, I walked the trails, trying to lose the sound of my name in the ordinary noises of the forest. But when I returned in the evening, the river seemed to gleam brighter in the fading light, as though it anticipated my choice. I gathered wood, built another fire, and tried to still my nerves. As darkness fell, the air grew heavy, and I understood with dreadful certainty that the river would not let me leave untouched. The third night at the river began with a silence too complete to be natural. Usually, the forest carried a rhythm. The faint scratching of insects, the restless call of owls, the shifting of branches as small animals moved unseen. But that evening, as I sat by the fire, even the sparks seemed reluctant to pop. It was as if every living thing had pressed pause, waiting for the river to speak first. I wrapped my damp sleeping bag tighter around my shoulders, staring at the black water. My journal lay open across my knees, though I had written nothing in it since the night before. Every time I tried to set words on the page, I felt the river leaning closer, as though it were watching what I wrote. I had always come to places like this to feel peace, but now the solitude pressed in like a weight. When the whisper started again, it was not a surprise. It rose steadily, curling from the water like mist, pulling my name into long strands of sound. This time I did not flinch. I forced myself to listen, though each repetition hollowed something inside me. My name was no longer the only word the river spoke. Beneath it came phrases I could almost make out, syllables stretched and reshaped until they skirted the edge of comprehension. It felt less like hearing than like remembering a voice I should already know. I told myself to stay calm. I told myself to treat it like any other sound in nature, like thunder, like a bird call. But when I blinked, the river's surface shone with pale reflections that did not belong to the moon. Faces rippled across the current, blurred and incomplete, their mouths shaping the syllables of my name. Some were sharp-boned, others soft, but all shared a sick familiarity, as though they were sketches of people I had seen only in dreams. The fire cracked loudly, breaking my stare. I realized then that my feet were wet. Looking down, I saw the ground beneath my chair gleaming, the water inching outward in a thin sheet. It did not pour from the river, but spread as if the soil itself had turned liquid. My boots sank half an inch into the mud that wasn't there before. I stumbled back toward the tent, but the sheet of water followed me, spreading fast. Panic rose sharp in my chest. I ran to higher ground at the edge of the clearing, but no matter where I stood, the wetness found me. My breath came in quick bursts. When I looked back at the fire, the flames hissed and bent sideways as though dragged toward the river. Then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The ground was dry. The river slid by calmly, moonlight draped across its surface. The fire resumed its ordinary crackle. My boots were caked in damp soil, but nothing else betrayed what had just happened. I did not sleep at all that night. I stayed awake, clutching the lantern until my hand cramped, watching the water for any shift. Once or twice, I thought I saw the current swell upward, a bulge that rose without breaking, like a chest inhaling. But by morning, the river was still again. Leaving became more than an option. It became a necessity. I stuffed my damp bag, folded the tent half, wet, and packed everything into my rucksack with trembling hands. The trailhead was less than 4 miles away. I told myself I could make it by midday if I started soon enough. Yet as I laced my boots, I hesitated. A strange reluctance tugged at me, like invisible fingers curled around my ribs. It felt almost insulting to leave without acknowledging the thing that had called me here, as though I had broken some pact I had not known I agreed to. I forced myself to walk. The first mile passed uneventfully. The trail climbed through birch and pine, away from the sound of the river. My lungs eased with the distance. But as I turned a bend, I heard it again. My name carried on no air at all. I froze, every muscle locked. There was no water nearby. The map in my pack told me that the river bent far away in the valley, yet the whisper coiled directly in my ear. When I turned, I saw the path behind me glistening darkly, as though wet stones stretched where only dry soil should have been. The pull grew stronger. My chest tightened with something that was not fear, but not wholly mine either. My legs turned without my command, carrying me back down the trail. Each step closer to the river felt both wrong and inevitable, like walking into a memory that insisted on being replayed. By the time I returned to the clearing, the sun had already dropped toward the trees. My camp was half disassembled, gear spilling from the rucksack where I had abandoned it. The river looked unchanged, steady and black, yet its presence pressed against me like a hand against the back of my neck. I dropped to my knees at the bank, staring at the surface. My reflection stared back, drawn, pale, unfamiliar. Its mouth moved though mine stayed still. I heard my name whispered again, but this time it did not come from outside. The sound bloomed directly inside my skull, echoing from bone to bone. The reflection smiled faintly, and though I did not, my lips tingled as though they wanted to. I stumbled back, breaking the surface with my hands. The reflection shattered, ripples racing outward. But within those ripples, other faces flickered. Hundreds, thousands layered upon one another. Their mouths moved in unison, shaping words that pressed against my mind. I did not understand the language, yet meaning sank into me like stone into water. The message was simple: stay. I fled. I cannot say how long I ran or in which direction. Branches lashed at my arms, roots caught my boots, but still I forced myself forward, away from the sound. When at last I stopped, gasping, I found myself not on the trail, but at another bend of the same river. It curved calmly past, waiting, as though it had always known I would arrive here. The truth settled heavy in my chest. The river was not something I could walk away from. It was not bound to a single place. Wherever I fled, it would find me. Its voice had already rooted inside me, and no map could guide me out of its reach. That night, I did not bother with a tent. I sat on a rock near the bank, staring at the current. My body ached with exhaustion, but sleep refused me. The whisper began again, softer now, coaxing rather than demanding. It promised warmth, release, a dissolving of all fear, if I would only step closer. I gripped the rock beneath me until my knuckles burned. I told myself over and over that I was a loser, that my life belonged to me alone. But each time I said it, the river repeated my name back, gentler, sweeter, as though mocking the claim. When dawn came, my eyes felt raw, my throat dry. The river glistened under the morning light, looking almost ordinary again. Yet deep down, I knew something irreversible had begun. The morning light should have brought clarity, but instead it revealed how far the river's hold had sunk into me. My limbs trembled as though I had run a marathon in my sleep. The edges of my thoughts blurred with half-dreams, each carrying the sound of rushing water. When I pressed my palms against my ears, the whisper still threaded through, soft and persistent, reminding me that it no longer needed the air to reach me. I forced myself to walk. North, south, it no longer mattered. Any direction would do as long as it was away. The trees crowded thick, their roots rising like obstacles, and more than once I stumbled hard enough to scrape my knees. I told myself I would find the trailhead again, that the car still waited where I had left it. But every bend, I turned led to another stretch of river, weaving like a snake around me, hemming me in no matter how I veered. By midday, I was dizzy with thirst. My water bottle had run dry the night before, but I refused to refill it from the river. The thought of lifting that liquid to my lips made my stomach churn. Still, my throat burned with each swallow, and when I knelt at the bank to splash my face, the coolness against my skin felt dangerously sweet. Droplets slid down to my mouth, and before I could stop myself, I tasted one. It was not like water at all. It was like memory in liquid form. Sharp metallic, carrying images not my own. A farmhouse porch beneath storm clouds. A girl laughing by a stone bridge. A hand clutching a rope as dark water closed overhead. The visions flooded me in a single pulse, and I staggered back, choking. My heart slammed against my ribs. The river had shown me fragments of lives, as though they had dissolved into it and lingered there forever. I tried not to think about the faces I had seen reflected on the surface the night before. I tried not to imagine them as the owners of these memories. Yet the thought gnawed at me. If they had entered the water, if they had given themselves to it, was that what the river wanted of me too? By dusk, my body could carry me no farther. I found a narrow spit of land where the river forked around a cluster of rocks and collapsed there, too weak even to pitch the tent. My pack lay half open beside me, spilling gear across the ground. The river bent close on both sides, hemming me in like an embrace. When the whisper returned, I no longer had the strength to resist. My name flowed gently now, almost tender, as though the water were soothing me instead of demanding. The current rose and fell like a voice breathing. Between repetitions of Eliza, I began to hear new words, fragments of sentences, promises of rest, invitations to sink. I shut my eyes tight, but the voices only grew clearer inside my skull. My body felt heavy, as though gravity itself had doubled. The ground beneath me softened, dampened, until I realized the soil around my shoulders was glistening again. The water was seeping up to meet me. Desperation clawed at me. I lurched upright, but my legs buckled. The whisper rose louder, dozens of voices at once. The surface of the river rippled with faces again, clearer than before, their eyes wide and unblinking. Each mouth shaped the same word, stay. I stumbled into the water without meaning to, my boots sinking ankle deep. The cold jolted me awake, yet it also carried a strange warmth, like arms tightening around me. The faces on the surface leaned closer, their mouths opening wider, as though they meant to swallow my reflection whole. No, I gasped, though the words sounded feeble even to me. I'm not yours. The river did not answer in sound but in force. The current pulled hard at my legs, stronger than its depth should have allowed. My balance slipped, and icy water surged up to my knees. I fought against it, scrambling for the bank, but the soil gave way beneath my grip, crumbling like wet paper. The whisper roared now, no longer gentle but furious, layered with 1,000 tones. I kicked free with the last of my strength, dragging myself onto the rocks. My chest heaved, water spilling from my mouth, though I had not swallowed any. My reflection stared back from the black surface, smiling, lips still moving though mine were still. I realized with sick certainty that even if I escaped the river's pull, something of it had already seeped into me. The night that followed was endless. I dared not sleep, yet my body betrayed me. Each time my eyes drooped shut, I dreamed of drowning. Not with panic but with relief, as though sinking were the only natural thing to do. The voices promised release, freedom from fear, from pain, from loneliness. The temptation carved into me deeper with every hour. At first light, I gathered my scattered gear with trembling hands and forced myself to climb away from the bank. Every step uphill felt like wading through invisible current, but I kept going. Branches tore at my arms, rocks bruised my knees. Yet I did not stop until the sound of the river thinned to a distant thread. When I reached the trailhead, my car was still there, dusted with pine needles. My hands shook as I unlocked it, half expecting to find water sloshing inside. But it was dry, ordinary, just as I had left it. I climbed in, turned the key, and drove without looking back, though the whisper still threaded faintly through the engine's hum. Days have passed since then, yet I cannot escape it. At night, when the city outside my window hums with traffic, I hear the current sliding beneath the noise, shaping my name. When I pour a glass of tap water, I see ripples that do not belong. Even in the shower, droplets strike the tile in rhythms too precise, too deliberate. I know now that leaving the riverbank did not free me. It only carried the river inside me, as though I had become another vessel for its voice. I write these words not as warning but as confession. If you ever walk the trails of Vermont, if you camp by a river that whispers in the night, do not listen when it speaks your name. And if you do, if you hear the voice and feel the pull, understand this: once the river finds you, it does not let go. My name is Jonas Pike. I have always tried to think of myself as a man of reason, someone who believes in what he can see, hear, and touch. I work in data analysis, spend too many hours in front of screens, and I take comfort in the logic of numbers and charts. But I also grew up in a family that placed great value on the outdoors. My father was a hunter, my mother an avid hiker, and even though I strayed into a career far removed from their rugged pursuits, I never lost the desire to return to the woods when life grew too heavy. That is why, when my closest friend suggested a short camping trip as summer gave way to autumn, I agreed without hesitation. His name was Darren, a man I had known since childhood, someone I could trust without question. He had always been the more adventurous of the two of us. I was cautious, measured, and prone to over-planning, while he thrived on risk and improvisation. The balance worked. He had pulled me out of my shell countless times, and I had kept him from walking headlong into disaster on more than one occasion. We had camped together before, years earlier in college, but life had grown busier since then. Jobs, bills, routines. When he called one afternoon and told me he had found a trail leading to a secluded clearing beside a lake, I knew it was the kind of reset we both needed. We set out on a Friday afternoon, driving north through narrowing highways until the pavement gave way to gravel, and the gravel became dirt. The forest seemed endless, trees packed tightly together as though shielding their secrets. There was a sense of stepping backward in time, each mile carrying us further from cell service and city noise, closer to something untamed. The air grew sharper, cleaner, and by the time we parked the car near the trailhead, both of us were smiling in a way we hadn't in months. The hike itself was not difficult, but it carried the feeling of remoteness. The trail was narrow, winding between towering firs and pines. Shafts of sunlight broke through the canopy, scattering gold across mossy ground. Darren led the way with his usual confidence, moving quickly, his pack swaying with each step. I followed slower, but savoring the quiet. There is a kind of silence in the woods that feels alive, a breathing thing that watches from every branch and hollow. It is not emptiness, but presence. By late afternoon, we reached the clearing. The lake stretched out before us like a sheet of glass, reflecting the sky's fading light. The shoreline curved gently, giving us a perfect space for a fire in our tent. Darren set down his pack with a triumphant grin. "See, worth the walk," he said. I nodded, because it was. The place felt untouched, unspoiled by tourists or casual hikers. It was the sort of place you could believe no one had stepped in years. We set about our tasks in practiced rhythm. Darren gathered firewood while I cleared the ground for our tent. By the time the sun dipped below the trees, the flames were already crackling, smoke twisting upward into the deepening dusk. We ate simply, just packets of dehydrated food reconstituted with boiling water. But out there it tasted better than any restaurant meal. We talked about nothing and everything. The frustration of work, old memories, ridiculous plans for the future. Laughter carried across the water, startling a few ducks into flight. When the fire burned down to glowing embers, we finally crawled into the tent, exhausted but content. The night was colder than I expected. I lay inside my sleeping bag, listening to Darren's steady breathing beside me. Outside, the forest creaked and whispered. Branches shifted in the wind. An owl called, its voice echoing against unseen hills. I drifted in and out of uneasy dreams, never fully letting go of wakefulness. Something about the lake unsettled me, though I could not say why. It must have been around 2 a.m. when I stirred again. My eyes blinked open to near total darkness, the faintest glow of moonlight seeping through the nylon walls. At first, I thought it was the cold that had woken me, but then I heard it, the sound of the zipper. A soft rasp, slow but deliberate, pulling teeth apart one after another. My groggy mind assumed Darren was getting up to relieve himself. I turned slightly, ready to mutter some half-asleep remark. That was when I froze. Darren was still there, a solid presence in his sleeping bag, his mouth slack, his breathing deep with sleep. But the sound continued. The zipper slid down the tent flap with steady pressure, not stopping at the ground but dragging lower, scraping fabric against dirt. My breath caught in my throat. Confusion warred with fear. The zipper did not stop where it should have. It kept going. I pushed myself up on one elbow, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. The sound was unmistakable, a steady descent, as if the tent itself were being unfastened into the soil. I wanted to speak, to shake Darren awake, but my voice lodged behind my teeth. Instead, I stared at the dark outline of the tent door as it sagged. The air inside changed. Colder, heavier. I thought I smelled damp earth, the scent of soil freshly turned by a shovel. My rational mind screamed that it was impossible, that zippers were fixed. That canvas could not simply undo itself into the ground. Yet the sound persisted, each metallic rasp sinking deeper. Darren stirred faintly beside me, but did not wake. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms, and forced myself to act. "Who's there?" My voice was hoarse, cracking with fear. The zipper stopped. Silence pressed in, thicker than before. The forest outside seemed to hold its breath. I listened for footsteps, for the crunch of leaves, for any sign that another person was crouched just beyond the flap. Nothing. Just my own racing pulse. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling in the dark, and when my fingers finally closed around it, I switched it on with trembling hands. The beam cut through the tent, spilling pale light across nylon walls. Darren blinked and groaned, shielding his eyes. "What the hell, man?" he muttered. I didn't answer. I crawled toward the door, pulling the flashlight beam downward. The zipper was open all the way to the ground, and then beyond. The flap gaped downward into the soil, the teeth parting into loose dirt, as though the earth itself had accepted the mechanism. A shallow line extended outward, a trail of open zipper teeth vanishing into the dark ground. My stomach turned to ice. I shone the light closer, half expecting it to be some trick of exhaustion or shadow. But it was real. The zipper had continued through soil, roots, and stones, slicing a path like a wound in the world. Darren sat up fully now, rubbing his face. "Jonas, what's wrong?" I gestured silently, unable to form words. When his eyes followed the beam of light, his expression shifted from irritation to disbelief. "What the?" He crawled closer, reaching out as though to touch the opening. "Don't," I whispered sharply. My hand shot out, gripping his wrist. Something about the dark line in the earth radiated wrongness. It wasn't just unnatural. It felt hungry. For a long moment, we both stared. The flashlight beam wavered in my trembling hand, shadows jumping across the tent walls. The soil looked loose, shifting slightly, though no breeze stirred it. Then, just faintly, I heard something from within. Not footsteps, not movement. A whisper. It sounded like fabric brushing against fabric, like a dozen zippers sliding at once somewhere far below. I snapped the light off, plunging us into darkness. Darren cursed under his breath. "What are you doing?" "They'll see us," I hissed before I could stop myself. I didn't even know who or what I meant, only that the thought pressed into my skull with certainty. We sat there in suffocating black, listening to the earth breathe. The darkness inside the tent felt heavier after I killed the flashlight, as if it had weight pressing down on our chests. Darren shifted beside me, his breathing quickening. I could feel his confusion turning to anger, the way he always reacted when something didn't make sense. He whispered, "Jonas, what the hell is going on?" I didn't answer right away. My ears strained toward the ground, where the zipper path had sunk into the soil. At first, there was only silence. Then the faintest sound, like fingers tracing metal teeth, rose again, slow and steady. Not from the tent wall now, but from beneath us. The earth was unzipping. I gripped Darren's arm tightly. "Don't move," I whispered. My voice was a trembling threat. "Just listen." He obeyed, though I could feel his body tense, coiled like a spring. The sound spread in both directions, a slow rasp traveling out beneath the tent floor. In my mind's eye, I pictured the zipper line, splitting the dirt beneath us, circling around, cutting deeper. The air grew colder, pulling heat out of my lungs. A smell seeped upward, stronger now. Wet soil, rotting roots, and something metallic. I swallowed hard. It reminded me of an old basement, the kind of dampness that hides mold and rust. Finally, Darren muttered, "Too loud for my liking. We need to get out of here." I wanted to agree, to grab my pack and bolt into the forest. But something inside me rebelled. If the zipper had opened into the earth itself, what waited on the other side of that line? If we ran blindly, would we only stumble into another seam? The idea made my skin crawl. I steadied my breath and forced my voice low. Not yet. If we go out now, we don't know what we're walking into. Darren cursed under his breath. He didn't like waiting, but he trusted me enough not to argue. Minutes stretched on, though they felt like hours. The sounds beneath us eventually stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Every nerve in my body buzzed with expectation, waiting for something to reach up through the soil. When it came, it was not claws or hands, but a vibration. The ground beneath us trembled faintly, just enough that I felt my sleeping bag quiver. Darren felt it too. I heard his sharp inhale. The vibration grew into a pulsing rhythm, almost like a heartbeat in the dirt. Steady, deliberate. Too slow to belong to anything human. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight again and flicked it on, sweeping the beam toward the tent floor. What I saw made my stomach twist. The seams of the fabric had split, where the zipper's path had traced beneath us. Dirt had pushed up through the gap, not spilling inward like loose soil should, but rising in clumps, shaped almost like teeth. Tiny stones embedded in them gleamed under the light, making them look like enamel. They lined the edge of the opening as if the ground itself had grown a mouth. "Out," I hissed. "Now." Darren didn't need telling twice. He unzipped the opposite side of the tent in one quick motion, fumbling against the flap. The noise felt deafening in the silence. We crawled out onto the cold ground, scrambling to our feet. The night outside was moonless, the forest looming in black silhouettes. Our fire had burned to ash, no glow remaining to guide us. Darren's face was pale in the beam of my flashlight, eyes wide. He glanced back at the tent, and I followed his gaze. The flap we had escaped through now sagged downward, drooping into the same impossible seam that ran beneath the earth. The zipper teeth along that side glinted faintly, continuing down into the dirt as though the ground had become fabric waiting to be undone. "Pack," Darren said hoarsely. "Grab the packs." I shook my head. "Leave them. We just need to get away." He hesitated, then nodded. Without another word, we plunged into the trees, my flashlight beam, cutting a narrow tunnel of sight through the dark. Branches snagged at our clothes. The ground was uneven, roots catching at our boots. We didn't care. We just needed distance. For a while, the only sounds were our panting breaths and the crash of our movements. But then, faintly, I heard it again. The rasp of a zipper. I spun, aiming the light behind us. The forest floor was black and empty, but I swore I saw a line etching itself through the dirt, weaving between trees, glinting silver before vanishing. My chest clenched. "It's following," I gasped. Darren didn't look back. He just ran harder. We pushed deeper into the woods, hoping to find the trail we had hiked earlier. But the forest seemed unfamiliar now, each tree identical, each slope repeating itself. My sense of direction frayed with panic. The flashlight beam shook wildly in my trembling hands, illuminating fragments of moss, bark, and nothing more. At one point, Darren stumbled, crashing hard to his knees. I grabbed his arm and yanked him up, adrenaline making me stronger than I thought possible. He grimaced but kept moving. Eventually we burst into a small clearing, gasping for breath. I killed the flashlight, and we both crouched low, listening. Silence. Only the rasp of leaves shifting overhead, the distant croak of a frog by the lake. No zippers. No vibrations. Darren wiped sweat from his brow, his chest heaving. What the hell was that? I shook my head, my throat too dry for words. He leaned forward, voice low but urgent. "Jonas, I'm not imagining this, right? You saw it too." I nodded slowly. "It wasn't in your head. I saw the ground open." He pressed his palms to his knees, swearing softly. "This isn't right. We need to get back to the car. Now. Even if it takes all night." I wanted to agree, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest itself had shifted, that whatever had unzipped our tent was rearranging the land. The trail might not even exist as we remembered it. Still, staying in one place felt worse. I lifted the flashlight again, ready to move. That was when I noticed it. At the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the dim starlight, a shape stood. At first I thought it was a tree stump, hunched and crooked. But then it shifted, just slightly, and I realized it was taller, narrow, with something hanging from its sides. Arms. Darren followed my gaze. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. I raised the flashlight, my hand trembling. The beam caught the figure full on. It was the outline of a man, but its skin, or what should have been skin, was patterned like tent fabric, stitched and puckered. Its face was blank, smooth nylon stretched tight, except for a zipper running where a mouth should be. The zipper dangled open, teeth glinting, but nothing inside was visible, just blackness. The thing tilted its head, as if curious. Then it raised one hand and slowly, deliberately, pulled at the zipper. The sound carried across the clearing, unmistakable. The teeth parted downward, the opening running into its chest, down its torso, lower and lower until the creature split itself nearly in two. But instead of collapsing, it kept standing. Behind the unzipped seam was not flesh but earth, wet, clumped soil, crawling with tiny roots that writhed like worms. Darren made a strangled sound and staggered back. The figure stepped forward. That was enough. We turned and bolted, crashing into the trees with no plan, no direction, only fear. My flashlight beam swung wildly, carving glimpses of the path ahead. Behind us, the zipper sound grew louder, not just from one place but many. It echoed on all sides, overlapping rasps as though dozens of unseen hands were unfastening the very ground. We didn't stop running until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. When we finally collapsed against a fallen log, gasping, I dared to look back. The forest was empty, silent again. Darren clutched my shoulder, his eyes wild. "We're not going to make it out, are we?" I wanted to reassure him, to remind him of every time we had faced danger and survived. But the words stuck, because deep down, I wasn't sure either. The only sound was the faint rasp of another zipper, closer now, rising from beneath the log where we sat. The rasp beneath the log was so faint at first, I thought it might be my imagination, the echo of panic still ringing in my head. But Darren heard it too. I felt him jolt beside me, his hand tightening around my sleeve. The sound grew sharper, insistent. Zipper teeth splitting soil apart inch by inch. We scrambled off the log, stumbling backward. My flashlight shook in my grip, the beam cutting jagged lines across the undergrowth. The bark of the logs split with a wet, tearing sound, as if seams had always been running through its core, hidden until now. The wood peeled back like fabric, exposing a hollow interior filled with black dirt and writhing roots. Darren swore violently, dragging me further into the trees. "It's everywhere," he gasped. "The whole damn forest." I didn't argue. Every tree around us seemed to twitch. In the beam of my light, bark puckering like stitched fabric waiting to be undone. I killed the flashlight again, plunging us into blackness. Darren hissed in protest, but I clamped a hand over his mouth and whispered. For a long moment we both held still, breathless. The forest was alive with faint zippers, dozens. No, hundreds, sliding open and closed. Some were far away, but others came from the soil beneath our boots, from branches overhead, from rocks that should have been solid. The world was unseeming itself. Darren pulled away from me, his voice ragged. "We can't stay in here. We have to move. I don't care where." He started forward blindly. I followed because the alternative, staying in that living, unraveling forest, was unthinkable. We ran, branches whipping at our faces, our breaths fogging the air. After what felt like hours, we stumbled onto something that made us both pause. It was a trail, faint but real, cutting through the trees. I recognized it by the way the undergrowth bent, by the impressions of old boot, prints pressed into mud now hardened by cold. Relief surged in my chest. "The trailhead," I said breathlessly. "If we follow this, we can get back to the car." Darren gave me a shaky nod, too tired for words. We set off at a half-run, half-shuffle, driven by desperation. The forest still whispered around us, but the sounds seemed to fall behind as we moved faster. For the first time in hours, hope flared. Then my flashlight beam caught something ahead. The trail was blocked by a figure. It stood motionless, facing us, just like the one in the clearing. Its body was stitched from tent fabric, its face smooth, except for a single zipper mouth yawning open. Its arms hung limply at its sides, but its presence alone froze me in my tracks. Darren grabbed my sleeve, yanking me off the trail. We plunged into the brush, trying to skirt wide around it. For a moment, I thought we'd succeeded. But then another stood waiting between the trees, and another, and another. Figures ringed us in a widening circle, each one silent, each one unzipping their bodies from chest to stomach. The sound of teeth separating filled the night, a chorus of metallic rasps that clawed at my sanity. "Back!" Darren shouted, and we staggered backward until our shoulders pressed together. The figures advanced in slow, deliberate steps, their open seams gaping wider. Behind the zippers was not flesh but void, pure blackness that swallowed my flashlight beam without reflection. I swung the light wildly, searching for a gap, a weakness. My pulse thundered in my ears. Then, to my horror, I noticed something that nearly buckled my knees. The figures weren't random. Their seams, their unzipped openings, they lined up with the path carved into the soil back at our tent. They were extensions of it, walking embodiments of the unfastened ground. And they were closing in. Darren snapped, with a wild cry. He lunged at the nearest figure, swinging a branch he'd snatched from the ground. The blow landed with a dull thud, the figure staggering but not falling. Its zipper mouth gaped wider, and a rush of soil spilled out, clumps of earth crawling with pale roots. I seized Darren's arm. "Don't fight them." We tore through the thinnest gap in the circle, shoving past one of the figures. My flashlight beam jerked wildly, blinding me more than it helped. but somehow we broke free. The forest swallowed us again. I don't remember how long we ran. Time stretched into a blur of darkness, rasping sounds, and the taste of blood in my throat. At last, just as dawn hinted gray in the east, we burst into another clearing. This one was smaller, surrounded by low pines, and in the center sat our tent. It stood upright, perfectly intact, as if we had never fled it. The flap was zipped neatly shut. Darren doubled over, panting. No, 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 no. He shook his head violently. We didn't run in a circle. We couldn't have. But there it was, our gear piled neatly beside it. Our footprints leading right back to where we started. The zipper on the flap began to move. Slowly, smoothly, without a hand touching it. The teeth parted downward. The flap sagged, drooping into the dirt. The line extended outward across the clearing, splitting the soil in two, crawling toward our boots. Darren screamed an animal sound and bolted toward the tree line. I followed, but my body was sluggish, every muscle refusing to obey. The line in the soil caught my gaze, holding me with sick fascination. Because in the gap between the parted earth, I saw something. Faces. Dozens of them. Pressed into the soil as though the dirt were transparent glass. Their features warped, twisted, but unmistakably human. Their mouths moved silently, lips forming shapes I could not hear. Some looked like they were screaming. Others looked like they were mouthing words of warning. One of them was mine. I froze, staring at my own reflection embedded in the earth. Its eyes wide and bloodshot, its lips moving in sync with my breath. My knees gave out, and I dropped to the dirt, shaking violently. Darren's voice echoed distantly, calling my name, but I couldn't answer. My double in the soil opened its zipper mouth. A line parting down its face, blackness spilling out like smoke. The ground beneath me heaved. Hands erupted from the soil. Hands of fabric and root, clutching my arms, my legs, my chest. I screamed, thrashing, but the grip was relentless. They pulled, dragging me toward the seam. Darren appeared, grabbing at my shoulders, shouting. But his words blurred into meaningless noise. I felt myself sliding, inch by inch, into the unzipped earth. The last thing I saw before darkness consumed me was the tent collapsing, its seams parting until it melted into the ground like liquid fabric. The zipper line swallowed me whole. And then, silence. I woke to damp air pressing against my face. I was lying on something soft, though not comfortable. Soil, packed and cold. Around me stretched endless corridors, their walls stitched like tent fabric, their seams running into blackness. Figures shuffled past, their bodies unzipped wide, spilling soil as they moved. They did not look at me. They did not need to, because I was one of them now. When I looked down, I saw the zipper in my own chest. And somewhere above, in the waking world, a new tent flap shivers in the night. Its zipper begins to move. My name is Daniel Cross, and I was 32 years old when I made the decision that still haunts me to this day. I had spent most of my adult life working as a paramedic in Philadelphia. The kind of job that demanded every shred of focus and energy I had to offer, but never seemed to give me a chance to breathe. After years of back-to-back hour shifts and the constant ringing of dispatch radios, I thought I had earned a quiet reprieve. I wanted nothing more than the kind of silence you can only find beneath a canopy of trees, with a tent for shelter and a sky full of stars overhead. My wife, Claire, and I agreed that a long weekend spent hiking and camping would be exactly what we needed to reset our lives. We could have chosen anywhere closer to home, but I had grown obsessed with stories of the so-called Missing Person National Park. That was not its official name, of course, but rather the nickname whispered across forums and late-night radio shows, a reputation that had grown like moss across its history. Hikers vanished there. Hunters left their cabins and were never seen again. Campers abandoned their tents without explanation. Official reports explained them away as accidents, falls, hypothermia, animal attacks. But anyone who dug deeper knew the statistics were strange, and the disappearances followed patterns no one could quite put into words. I told myself I didn't believe in any of that. I told Claire we would be fine. I told myself it was just wilderness and chance. We left early on a Friday morning in late September, our car heavy with gear. Claire teased me for overpacking, but I had the strange instinct to bring more than we needed. Extra lantern batteries, 2 water filters instead of 1, a hatchet polished sharp. When she laughed at me for bringing a flare gun, I laughed with her. But the truth was I had felt uneasy ever since I printed the park map. The trail system, twisted like veins through mountains and hollows, looping and crossing itself until the page looked like a web. Certain trails ended abruptly in places where old fire roads were overgrown, while others branched into segments with faded notations in the margins. Still, Claire trusted me, and I trusted that I could keep her safe. That trust would prove terribly misplaced. The entrance to the park looked ordinary enough, a gravel parking lot. A faded wooden sign with the name of the carved in neat letters, and a ranger station with peeling paint. A ranger sat behind the desk, an older man with eyes that seemed too tired to truly see us. He asked where we planned to camp, and when I pointed at a section of the map near Miller's Hollow, his expression stiffened. He told us the fire tower there had been decommissioned, and that storms often made the trails impassable. I noticed he didn't tell us not to go, only that it wasn't recommended. Claire smiled politely and assured him we were experienced campers. He gave us our permit, but as he slid the paper across the counter, he added something that stayed with me for the rest of the trip. Stay on the trail, don't follow voices, and don't stay after dark if you lose your way. His words had been spoken casually, like an afterthought, but his eyes locked to mine in a way that made me shiver. The first few hours of hiking were uneventful, just the usual strain of packs on shoulders and the crunch of boots against soil. The forest was dense, more than I expected, with oak and hemlock packed so tightly that sunlight broke through in broken shards. The deeper we went, the quieter it became. Even birdsong grew scarce. Claire noticed it too. She kept pausing to tilt her head, as though expecting a call from the treetops that never came. After a while, the only sounds were our footsteps and the occasional drip of water from leaves. It was not silence, but something heavier, something intentional. By late afternoon, we reached Miller's Hollow, where the remains of the fire tower leaned against the sky. It was not entirely collapsed, but the upper platform had caved in, leaving only a skeletal frame. Claire thought it was beautiful, a relic, and snapped photographs, as though to prove to herself we had found it. I tried not to stare at the blackened marks along its beams, like fire scars that had never healed. We pitched camp near a stream not far from the tower, a flat patch of ground cushioned by pine needles. Dinner was uneventful. Boiled rice with jerky, eaten while the sun melted behind the ridge. By nightfall, The air turned colder than I expected, and the darkness fell quickly, swallowing the hollow. We lit a lantern and sat beside it, talking quietly. Claire told me about her students, about how one of her sixth graders had written her a thank you note, and for a while I forgot my unease. But then, just as the lantern flickered, I heard something else. A single laugh. It was faint, high, pitched, and carried on the breeze like a thread of glass. I looked at Claire to see if she had noticed, but she was still talking, her voice overlapping the sound. I convinced myself it was a bird, some night creature with a strange call. But the sound came again, louder this time, and unmistakably human. A child's laugh. Claire stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening. She had heard it too. We sat in silence, listening. The laugh did not return, but something in the woods shifted, a pressure that made the air feel close. I told Claire it was probably campers nearby, though I knew we had seen no one on the trail all day. We retreated to the tent, zipped the flap, and lay in our sleeping bags, pretending sleep would come. It didn't. At some point in the night, I awoke to the sound of footsteps circling our tent. They were light, almost playful, and always just outside the thin nylon walls. I held my breath and listened as they moved clockwise, pausing every few steps. Claire was awake too. I could feel the tension in her body as she squeezed my hand. Neither of us dared speak. The footsteps continued for what felt like hours, until finally they stopped. I waited, heart pounding, until exhaustion eventually dragged me into sleep. In the morning, we unzipped the tent cautiously, expecting to find animal tracks. What we found instead froze me to the core. Around the tent, etched perfectly in the soil, were small barefoot prints. They were too small for an adult, but too large for a toddler, the size of a child perhaps 8 or 9 years old. And they circled us in a perfect ring. Claire wanted to leave immediately, but I convinced her that maybe someone had been out here with their kid, a family we hadn't seen, perhaps camping deeper in the woods. The explanation felt thin even as I said it, but I clung to it because the alternative was unbearable. She reluctantly agreed, and we decided to hike further along the loop trail to put distance between us and the hollow. As we walked, the forest seemed to grow stranger. Paths that should have been clear appeared half, vanished, covered in moss as though unused for decades. Trail markers were missing, or worse, painted over with symbols I didn't recognize. Circles with lines through them. Crude stick figures drawn with what looked like charcoal. Claire grew more uneasy with each step. At one point, she insisted we were walking in circles, though my compass pointed north the entire time. I wanted to reassure her, but I couldn't deny the unease gnawing at me. By late afternoon, we reached a ridge with a view of the valley. What I saw made my blood run cold. There was smoke rising from the trees below, as though from a campfire. But it wasn't the smoke that frightened me. It was the fact that there were 3 separate columns, evenly spaced, and when I pulled the map from my pack, they lined up exactly with 3 disappearances I had read about before our trip. Each was a spot where someone had vanished. Claire saw my expression and demanded to know what I was hiding. I told her the truth, about the articles in the forums, about the people who had never returned. She stared at me, her face pale with betrayal, and asked why I had brought her here. I had no answer, only a sick feeling that we had walked into something much larger than us. The sun dipped low, and we knew we couldn't reach the parking lot before dark. Reluctantly, we set camp again, this time on the ridge where at least we could see the horizon. Dinner passed in silence. Claire refused to meet my eyes. When night fell, we sat in the tent, lantern glowing softly, waiting. For a while, it seemed the world might leave us alone. But then came the voices. They rose from the valley below, faint at first, then stronger, carrying through the trees. Dozens of voices overlapping, some laughing, some crying, some whispering words I couldn't make out. Claire pressed her hands to her ears, tears streaking her cheeks. I held her, my own fear boiling. Then, through the din, one voice rose clearer than the rest. It was my own voice, calling my name. I froze, listening as the voice repeated, "Daniel." Again, climbing the ridge toward us. Claire shook her head violently, mouthing that we had to run. But the ranger's words echoed in my mind. Don't follow voices. Don't stay after dark if you lose your way. And yet, the voice was mine. How do you run from yourself? The moment I heard my own voice calling from below the ridge, I felt my body betray me. My legs twitched with the urge to stand, to lean over the edge and shout back, as though the sound of myself had become a tether. Claire gripped my wrist so tightly her nails bit into my skin, pulling me back before I could move. Her eyes, wide and furious, told me everything. If I followed that voice, I might not return. We sat in the glow of the lantern, frozen between fight and flight, while the chorus of voices swelled below us. They wove together in a strange, disharmonic cadence. Children's laughter, old men's coughing, women humming lullabies. It was a crowd we could not see, and yet I swore they were gathering closer. Then, as suddenly as they began, the voices stopped. The silence that followed was worse, a suffocating void that made me realize just how loud they had been. Claire whispered, "We'll have to go." Her tone was not a suggestion but a command. I nodded, though the thought of descending the ridge at night filled me with dread. I checked my watch. It was 2017 a.m. The idea of waiting until dawn seemed impossible, not with the silence pressing in. Not with the faint echo of my own voice, still ringing in my head. We packed the tent in frantic motions, shoving gear into packs without care. Every branch snap and rustle of fabric seemed magnified, as if the forest itself was listening. With our lantern dimmed to its lowest setting, we began down the trail. The beam of light cut a narrow tunnel through the dark, illuminating only what lay directly ahead. Trees crowded the path, their trunks warped into strange shapes in the lantern glow, some resembling twisted faces, others bent like grasping arms. Claire clutched the map, though I doubted it would help. Trails here seemed to rearrange themselves when no one was looking. After an hour of careful descent, the air grew colder. My breath fogged before me, and a smell drifted in, a sour stench like wet earth mixed with something rotten. Claire noticed it too. She pulled her scarf over her nose, whispering, "What is that?" Before I could answer, the laughter returned. This time it was close, directly off the trail, the unmistakable giggle of a child. We froze, staring into the dark between the trees. The lantern beam trembled in my hand. Two small eyes reflected back at us, low to the ground, unblinking. For a moment I thought it was an animal, perhaps a raccoon, but then it rose higher, as though the creature had stood upright. The giggle broke into a shrill, piercing laugh that seemed to split the night apart. Claire screamed, yanking me forward, and we ran. Branches clawed at our faces. Roots snagged our boots, but we didn't dare stop. Behind us, the laugh followed, echoing from tree to tree, never closer yet never fading. It was as though the forest itself carried it, feeding it into our ears no matter where we turned. At last we stumbled into a clearing. My chest burned, and Claire collapsed against me, gasping. In the center of the clearing stood another campsite, or what had once been one. A tent lay shredded to ribbons, its poles snapped. A sleeping bag was dragged halfway into the trees, stained with something dark. The fire pit was filled not with ash, but with wet soil, packed tight as though someone had buried something there. My stomach turned. Claire whispered, "This is wrong. We need to get out now." But as we turned to leave, the air shifted again. The voices returned, not from below this time, but all around. They whispered in overlapping tones, some pleading, some mocking, and one voice. Again, my own, called from the trees, "Daniel, this way." I gripped Claire's hand and pulled her toward the faint outline of another trail. The forest closed in tighter, the path narrowing until we were forced to walk single file. The whispers grew fainter, but never disappeared. They trailed us like shadows, never quite near, never far enough to dismiss. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see figures stepping onto the path, but there was nothing. Only the sway of branches in the dim lantern light. Hours blurred together. We must have covered miles, though the compass needle spun without sense, jerking from north to east to south, as though the metal had lost its will. Claire grew slower, her shoulders sagging beneath her pack. She asked more than once if we were going in circles. I denied it, though I had begun to suspect the same. The trees looked familiar. Too familiar. Just before dawn, exhaustion forced us to stop. We collapsed against a fallen log, not daring to pitch the tent again. I watched the horizon lighten slowly, the forest shifting from shadow to dull gray. Relief spread through me at the sight of daylight, thin as it was. For a moment, I believed that whatever haunted these woods would retreat with the night. But I was wrong. As the first rays of sun touched the clearing, we heard footsteps. Not the playful, circling ones from before, but heavy, deliberate strides. We rose to our feet, clutching each other. From between the trees emerged a man. His clothes were tattered, stained with mud, and his face was gaunt, eyes sunken deep into his skull. At first I thought he was injured, lost like us. But when he smiled, my blood turned cold. His teeth were cracked, blackened, and his lips stretched far too wide. He raised a finger to his mouth, hissing a shushing sound. Claire whispered, "Sir, are you all right?" The man's head jerked toward her, movements twitching like a marionette. He took a step forward, then another. I reached for the hatchet on my pack, my hand trembling, but before I could draw it, the man turned sharply and vanished into the trees with inhuman speed. No crunch of leaves, no breaking branches. He simply slipped in the forest as though it had swallowed him whole. We didn't wait. We ran again, our legs numb with fatigue, but adrenaline carried us further. By midday, the sun climbed high enough to pierce the canopy. For the first time, we could see clearly where we were headed, another ridge, this one topped by what looked like an old cabin. Relief surged through me. Shelter, a landmark, maybe even a ranger outpost. As we drew closer, however, I realized the cabin was long abandoned. Its roof sagged, and windows gaped hollow. Still, it was 4 walls and a door, and that was enough. We pushed inside, coughing at the stench of mildew. The air was stale, filled with dust motes drifting in shafts of light. Furniture lay broken. and the hearth was filled with the charred remains of logs long burned. But on the far wall, carved deep into the wood, were words that made my stomach twist. Diona Sidario RCLF. The letters were jagged, desperate, cut again and again as though whoever carved them wanted to make sure the warning lasted. Beneath the message, scratched smaller, almost frantic, was another line. They sound just like you. Claire covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. We didn't speak, because what could we possibly say? Whoever had been here before had known the same voices, the same mimicry. And if they hadn't made it out, what chance did we have? We decided to rest inside the cabin until nightfall. The plan was to gather strength, wait for the cooler hours, and make a straight push back toward the parking, using whatever bearings we could manage. But resting was nearly impossible. Every creak of the cabin felt deliberate, as though something paced outside, leaning against the walls, listening. At one point, the doorknob rattled, and Claire nearly screamed. I held her tight, whispering that it was just the wind, though I knew it wasn't. When night fell, we lit no lantern. We sat in the dark, clutching each other, waiting. The forest outside grew alive again, whispers threading through the gaps in the walls. Then, from the doorway, came a knock. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. We froze. After a pause, my own voice called softly through the door. Daniel, it's safe. Open up. Claire shook her head violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. The knocks came again, louder this time, shaking the rotten wood. My voice outside pleaded, begging now. Please, you have to let me in. It's me. Every part of me wanted to answer. The voice was perfect. My tone, my inflections, even the way I begged when desperate. But Claire's grip on me was iron, her eyes demanding that I resist. We stayed silent, unmoving, as the knocks grew more violent. Then, just as suddenly, they stopped. The silence that followed was deeper than before, suffocating. Minutes passed. Hours. We did not dare move. And then, from the corner of the cabin, a new sound rose. A child's giggle, high and sharp, coming not from outside but from within the room. The giggle came from the far corner of the cabin, where shadows pooled deepest. Claire and I whipped our heads toward it, hearts hammering, but the darkness revealed nothing. I fumbled for the lantern, hesitating, torn between wanting to see and fearing what light might reveal. Before I could decide, the giggle repeated, closer. This time, as if the thing had crossed the room without moving through space at all. Claire gripped my arm so hard her nails cut into flesh. Don't, she whispered, barely audible. We sat in pitch black, straining our ears. The giggle warped into words, distorted and sing-song. You heard me. You heard me. The voice bounced around the walls, never settling in one place. I clamped my hand over my mouth to keep from answering, because every instinct screamed that was the trap. Then something brushed past my leg. Not solid, not air either. Something colder than ice, leaving pins of numbness up my calf. Claire stifled a sob. I could feel her shaking violently beside me. The cabin's boards groaned as if weightless feet skipped across them, circling us in the dark. The memory of the ranger's warning roared back into my mind. Stay on the trail. Don't follow voices. Don't stay after dark. We couldn't endure it. I snapped the lantern on. The weak flame illuminated the room in a trembling halo. For a breathless second, nothing was there. The corner yawned empty, only peeling wood and spiderwebs. But then, against the far wall, I saw the impressions of small, bare feet pressed deep into the dust. fresh, as if made that very instant. Claire broke. She bolted for the door, pulling me with her. I didn't resist. We crashed through the threshold into the cold night air, running down the slope with no sense of direction. Branches whipped against our faces. Roots threatened to trip us, but adrenaline made us blind to pain. The whispers followed instantly, filling the forest in 100 voices. Some of them ours, some of them children, all of them layered, so thickly the night felt alive with mouths. We didn't stop until we stumbled into a ravine. The ground dropped unexpectedly, and I slid, scraping my arms and chest on rocks before landing hard in mud. Claire tumbled beside me. Pain flared through my ribs, but I forced myself up. The ravine was narrow, with walls of stone and root tangling overhead. It felt like a trap, but at least the whispers dulled, muffled by earth. We crawled deeper, hoping it might lead to water, a landmark, anything. The ravine twisted and narrowed, until we reached a place where water trickled along the stone, a shallow stream that glowed faintly under the moonlight. Relief surged through me. Water meant orientation, and orientation meant hope. But as I bent to drink, I froze. My reflection stared back from the rippling surface, only it didn't move with me. When I tilted my head, it stayed straight. When I blinked, its eyes remained open. Slowly, it smiled, teeth gleaming sharp where mine were flat. I staggered back, slamming into the stone wall. Claire saw it too. She grabbed my arm, whispering frantic prayers under her breath. The reflection leaned closer to the surface, as though pressing against glass, lips moving silently. I dragged Claire away, forcing us back up the ravine slope. The forest above seemed safer than what lived in the water. We clawed our way up, dirt filling our nails, until we broke onto another trail. If it was even a trail at all. By then the sky had begun to pale, the first color of dawn bleeding into the horizon. For the first time in hours, I dared to hope. Maybe daylight truly would weaken whatever haunted this park. We followed the path, stumbling with exhaustion, when we spotted something ahead, a signpost. Relief nearly crushed me. Signs meant people, order, escape. But when we reached it, my heart stopped. The wooden board was blank, stripped of words. Instead, carved into its surface with deep, ragged lines, was a single phrase. W-E-W-O-L-K-O-U-O-M-E. The letters oozed sap like blood. Beneath it, small handprints smeared across the wood, dozens of them, pressed in dirt and ash. Claire gagged, stepping back. I could barely breathe. The forest around us stood utterly still, as though waiting for us to decide. We chose to keep moving. What else could we do? My compass spun uselessly, but the trail dipped downhill, and I prayed it would lead us toward the lot. Hours dragged by. Hunger gnawed our stomachs. Every rustle in the undergrowth sent jolts of terror through us. But at last, just as the sun climbed high, we saw it, the edge of the forest opening onto gravel. The parking lot. Our car still waiting, a lone sentinel in the empty expanse. Claire sobbed with relief, sprinting the last stretch. We collapsed against the vehicle, trembling too hard to unlock it at first. When at last we got inside, I turned the engine, desperate to hear the roar that meant safety. The car coughed, sputtered, then died. I tried again. Nothing. My hands shook so violently I dropped the keys. Claire screamed in frustration, pounding the dashboard. Then we noticed the ranger station. It sat silent, door shut, curtains drawn. I ran to it, banging on the wood. No answer. When I peered through the glass, the chair behind the desk was empty. But something lay on the counter, our permit. And across the paper, in heavy, smeared pencil. Someone had written DAD, Mech 2. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. Claire ran to see, her face crumpling as she read the words. "We're still here," she whispered desperately. "We're still here." But the paper suggested otherwise. Before we could argue, laughter erupted across the lot. High, childlike, echoing from every direction. From the tree line, figures stepped out. Not children, not adults either. Thin shapes, impossibly tall or crouched. Faces blurred like smudged photographs. Their feet were bare, leaving no prints on the gravel. They circled slowly, giggling, whispering, repeating our names in sing-song tones. I fired the flare gun into the sky, the red burst screaming overhead. For a moment, the figures recoiled, hissing. The light painted their faces in grotesque detail, half-formed features, mouths too wide, eyes like blank marbles. But when the flare faded, they crept closer again. Claire and I dove back into the car, locking doors out of instinct, though the glass felt like paper against them. Shapes pressed their faces to the windows, smiling, mouthing our names. The air grew heavy with their whispers. I screamed at Claire to cover her ears, to ignore them, but I wasn't sure if my voice was my own anymore. Then headlights cut through the lot. A truck pulled in, engine growling. A ranger stepped out, young, uniform, crisp, face startled at the sight of us. He shouted, asking if we were all right. Relief so intense it hurt my chest flooded me. We flung the doors open, running to him. The figures scattered into the tree line at the first sound of his voice. For the first time in 2 days, the forest seemed to retreat. The ranger helped us into his truck, asking questions we couldn't answer coherently. As he drove us out, gravel crunching under wheels, I dared to look back. At the edge of the trees, dozens of figures stood watching. They didn't follow. They just waved, small and mocking, like children bidding farewell. We never returned to the park. Claire refuses to speak of it at all. I tried, once, to report what we saw, but the words died in my throat. Who would believe me? Missing Person National Park remains what it always was. A place of whispers and vanishings, written off as accidents. But I know the truth. Something waits there, something that wears your voice, your face, and plays with you until you forget which side of the line you stand on. I still dream of that final message on our permit. Some nights, I wake convinced it was right. That maybe we didn't make it out. That maybe we never left those woods. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and Claire is asleep, beside me, I hear it again, my own voice, whispering my name from the corner of the room. My name is Ranger Daniel Mercer, and I have been employed with the National Park Service for just over 13 years. I was born in a quiet town in western Pennsylvania, but my career and restless curiosity drew me farther west, deep into the ranges of the Rockies where the land is wide, the forest's old, and the air carries a silence heavier than most people can endure. I am 37 years of age, unmarried, and dedicated almost exclusively to the life of a ranger. To some, that sounds noble. To others, perhaps a lonely fate. For me, it has been both. Though I must confess that the solitude of this career comes with experiences not easily shared over casual conversation. What I am about to tell you falls squarely in that category. I was stationed at a park known less for its name and more for its reputation. Missing Person National Park, they called it unofficially. Never on the brochures or the welcome signs, of course, but whispered in towns along the border and echoed in online forums where amateur sleuths traded tales of disappearances that stretched back decades. The official name of the park is different, a tribute to an early American explorer, but I will refrain from saying it here. I am not interested in inviting tourism or the kind of thrill seekers who imagine danger as a backdrop for selfies. What I want to recount is the truth of what rangers like me have seen when the trails are empty, when the campfires have burned out, and when the night closes in. My first real encounter came in the autumn of my 4th year. By then I had memorized most of the trails, the backcountry routes, and the landmarks scattered across the millions of acres under our protection. My shifts often rotated between visitor assistance at the ranger station and patrol duties deep in the wilderness. I enjoyed the latter far more. There was something grounding about walking beneath pines that rose higher than buildings, their needles whispering like voices that never stopped. At night, the stars appeared in numbers impossible to see near cities, so many that the sky seemed alive with them. But beauty in this park has always come with unease. Missing person earned its grim moniker for good reason. Families would report loved ones vanishing on simple day hikes. Groups of campers would wake to discover a friend never returned from a short trip to fetch water. Hunters familiar with the terrain would vanish as though swallowed whole. Search parties, dogs, helicopters. None of it ever guaranteed answers. The reports stacked up in the archives, each case with its map coordinates, its weather details, and its final lines marked with unresolved. The incident that marked me happened in late October. A college student named Joshua Kane had gone missing along one of the less traveled ridges known as Pine Hollow. His friends claimed he had separated from them for no more than 20 minutes, stepping off the trail to relieve himself before he failed to return. By the time they called for help, dusk was already falling. I was dispatched with 2 other rangers, both younger than me, to begin a preliminary sweep while the official search teams mobilized. We set off from the trailhead just as the light drained from the sky. I remember the air that night vividly. It was cold, sharp with the bite of frost, and the forest felt strangely muted. Even the usual calls of owls and the distant yips of coyotes seemed absent. We moved in a triangle formation, headlamps slicing through the undergrowth, our radios crackling faintly whenever we checked in. The ground crunched under boots, leaves brittle from the season. An hour into the sweep, I noticed something odd. A single footprint pressed into the soft loam by a creek bed. It was fresh, the tread pattern crisp, and matched the description of the boots Joshua had been wearing. But the direction was wrong. Instead of leading back toward the trail, the print faced deeper into the dense, pathless woods. I called the others over, and we followed the trail. At first, it was straightforward. One footprint after another, sometimes faint, sometimes sharp, leading us uphill. But after several minutes, I realized the spacing was irregular. The strides seemed to lengthen unnaturally, as though whoever made them had begun running or leaping. Then, just as suddenly, the footprints ended. Not faded, not obscured, simply gone. The last print sat at the base of a large pine tree, and beyond it was nothing but untouched forest floor. A carpet of pine needles unbroken in any direction. We spread out, sweeping our lights in wide arcs, scanning for bent twigs, disturbed moss. Anything. There was nothing. I remember the expression on one of the younger rangers, faces pale, lips pressed tight, as though he wanted to speak but couldn't. I radioed back the coordinates, reporting the prints, but I left out how they ended. I could not bring myself to say it aloud. We pressed on, circling wider, until we reached a small clearing. The moonlight had broken through the canopy, illuminating the space with a cold glow. In the center of the clearing stood something I wish I could dismiss as imagination. A cairn of stones had been stacked into a rough spiral, rising almost 4 feet high, its edges marked with fresh moss torn from the forest floor. And balanced at the top of this spiral was a boot. It was mud, caked, scuffed, and unmistakably the same style Joshua's friends had described. My heart hammered as I approached. The boot was upright, as though placed with deliberate care. Inside, stuffed deep within, was a folded scrap of paper. I pulled it free with gloved hands and felt the chill of dampness clinging to it. When I opened it under my headlamp, the handwriting was jagged, frantic but readable. "Don't follow me. It doesn't want you to." The note ended with a streak, as though the pen had been yanked mid-stroke. I remember standing there, surrounded by silence, so heavy it seemed to press against my eardrums, the breath of my fellow rangers fogging in the cold. None of us spoke. The air smelled faintly metallic, like blood, though we found no sign of injury. I radioed the discovery back to command, but again I hesitated to relay the words exactly as written. I said only that we had found a personal belonging with unclear markings. We bagged the note and boot, then set markers around the cairn for the incoming search teams. Protocol dictated we withdraw to avoid contaminating the area further. But as we turned back toward the trail, I felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Not the casual awareness of an animal hidden in brush, but something fixed, intelligent, and patient. My light swept the tree line again and again. Nothing moved, yet the pressure never eased until we were nearly a mile from the clearing. The search continued for 9 days. Teams combed every ridge, every hollow. Dogs barked and bayed until their voices went hoarse. Helicopters traced paths above the canopy. Joshua Kane was never found. His boot and the note remain the only pieces of evidence recovered. Officially, his case, like so many others, remains unresolved. For me, though, the incident carved itself into memory deeper than any scar. That cairn, that note, and the way the footprints simply ended. They became the first of many moments when the rules of the natural world seemed to bend. Over the years that followed, I would encounter more shapes, glimpsed between trees that seemed too tall, voices carried on the wind that knew my name, campsites left in perfect order, except for their missing occupants. Each time, I filed my reports with careful neutrality, omitting the details that would sound insane. But in the quiet of my cabin, I wrote everything down, convinced that one day I would need to leave behind a record for whoever took my place. What unsettles me most is not just the disappearances themselves, but the pattern. They cluster in strange ways. Groups of years heavy with cases, followed by lulls where the forest seems almost forgiving. And then, just when memory begins to dull, another case will erupt, and the cycle resumes. I cannot prove it, but I feel in my bones that there is intent behind it. The park swallows who it chooses when it chooses. The locals who live near the borders whisper about the silent ones. Old legends passed through generations. Stories of watchers in the woods who despise intruders. I dismissed them at first as folklore, the kind of tales that sprout wherever wilderness and tragedy intersect. But over time, Those whispers began to feel less like superstition and more like survival warnings disguised as myth. By my 8th year, I had grown used to the rhythm of the park. I knew which trails made me uneasy, which valleys seemed unnaturally quiet, which ridges echoed footsteps in ways that didn't belong. I kept these details to myself, unspoken markers that helped me navigate a landscape most believed was just forest and stone. Then, in the winter of that 8th year, something happened that tore away the last shreds of doubt I held. It began with another missing hiker. It was late January when the call came in. A solo backpacker, a man in his 40s named David Holloway, had been reported overdue. According to the visitor log, he had intended to hike a 5-mile loop trail that was well marked and considered relatively safe, even in winter. He signed in at the trailhead on a Saturday morning. By Sunday night, his vehicle was still parked in the lot, rimmed with frost, its windshield etched with thin spider web cracks of ice. Winter searches are unforgiving. Snow preserves tracks better than mud, but it also swallows them quickly under fresh layers. The cold bites at lungs, slows the fingers, and makes the hours stretch with brutal weight. I was one of 4 rangers assigned to the initial sweep, each of us equipped with snowshoes, radios, and emergency gear. The forecast warned of a storm moving in, giving us a narrow window to locate any trace of him before conditions worsened. We started along the marked trail, our breath clouding in the frigid air, the sound of our snowshoes crunching rhythmic and steady. At first, everything looked normal. The trail wound through groves of aspen and pine, sunlight thin through the overcast sky. But a mile in, we saw them. Footprints leading away from the marked path. The tracks were clear, heavy with the imprint of modern hiking boots. They led downhill into a thicket of young pines where no trail existed. I crouched beside them, noting their depth. He had been moving fast, pressing deep into the snow. At the edges of each print were drag marks, as if he had been leaning or stumbling. We followed, each step sinking into cold silence. After perhaps half a mile, the tracks grew erratic. They zigzagged, circled, then doubled back in confusing loops. Several times they crossed themselves, making it impossible to tell direction. What struck me most was the sheer number of them. Far more than one man could have made in the time since his departure. The snow was scrawled with footprints, as though a crowd had danced across it, though every print matched the same boot tree. Maybe he got turned around, one of the younger rangers said, but his voice lacked conviction. We pressed on until the tracks led us into a small ravine. The air grew still, the kind of stillness where even your own breath feels intrusive. At the base of the ravine was an opening in the earth. A cave, narrow and black-mouthed, its edges rimmed with icicles. The prints led straight inside. Protocol dictated we halt and radio in. Caves are dangerous, especially in winter when ice can shift. But standing there, staring into that darkness, every instinct in me screamed that no protocol could prepare us for what lay beyond. The air leaking from the cave was warmer than the surrounding cold, carrying with it an odor that made my stomach tighten. Metallic, damp, and faintly sweet, like meat left too long outside. 2 rangers stayed back to mark the entrance and relay coordinates. I volunteered to go in with another, a man named Phillips who had been on the job nearly as long as I had. We strapped on headlamps, drew out our flashlights, and ducked inside. The cave narrowed quickly, forcing us to crouch. The floor was uneven, slick with meltwater. Our lights bounced against rock walls glittering with mineral deposits, throwing fractured reflections. After 30 yards, the passage widened into a small chamber. That was where we found his pack. It leaned against the wall, unzipped, contents spilling out. A sleeping bag, cooking gear, a half-full water bottle, and a map. The map was the strangest of all. The printed lines were clear. The standard loop trail he should have followed. But over it, drawn in thick pencil, was a spiral. It began at the trailhead and curled inward again, and again, tighter and tighter, until it formed a dense knot at the center of the page. There was no text, no markings, only the spiral. "Dan," Phillips said quietly, shining his light on the opposite wall. There were marks gouged into the stone. Deep scratches, uneven but deliberate, raking down in parallel lines. Between them, faint smears of something darker, frozen now to the rock. My mouth went dry. We called out his name. The echoes bounced unnaturally, not following the rhythm of our voices. They returned staggered, overlapping, some too slow, some too fast. One of them sounded as though it had come from behind us, though the tunnel behind was empty. A soft clatter broke the silence. From the far corner of the chamber, a stone had shifted, rolling into the water. Our lights darted there instantly. Nothing, just shadow. But the feeling of being watched closed in again, heavy as the air before a storm. "Let's move back," I said. Phillips didn't argue. We backed toward the tunnel, lights never leaving that corner. Just as we ducked into the passage, I heard it a whisper. Not words I could understand, but a sound shaped like speech, too thin and too close. My radio hissed with static at the same moment. The kind of interference that fuzzes into your teeth. Phillips stiffened beside me, and we didn't speak until daylight hit our faces again at the cave mouth. When the full search team arrived, they combed the cave thoroughly. Nothing else was recovered. Not David. Not tracks beyond the chamber. The spiral map, an abandoned pack, became evidence bagged and logged. As the storm rolled in that night, any footprints outside were buried under fresh snow. His case, too, fell into the stack of unresolved. For weeks after, I couldn't stop thinking about that map. The spiral felt connected to the cairn I had seen years before, to the patterns that seemed to recur in ways no one else wanted to acknowledge. The older rangers sometimes exchanged looks when cases came in, glances heavy with unspoken recognition, but we rarely talked openly. The job attracts pragmatic people, men and women who believe in procedure and logic. To admit the patterns is to admit that logic fails here. Spring came, thawing the snow, filling the creeks with meltwater. With it came campers and tourists, unaware of the winter's loss. My days filled with answering routine questions. How far to the lake? Where to pitch a tent? Whether bears were active. The surface of life resumed its ordinary rhythm. But beneath it, I felt the strain of waiting. The certainty that the park would not stay quiet for long. I was right. In early June, a family camping near one of the larger lakes reported strange noises at night. Laughter, they said, thin and childlike, drifting across the water long after midnight. At first, they assumed it was other campers. But when they checked, the neighboring sites were empty. They left in the morning, shaken but unharmed. A week later, a group of fishermen at the same lake vanished overnight. Their gear was found on the shore, rods propped neatly, tackle boxes open, a cooler still half full of beer. No sign of struggle, no tracks leading away. Just absence. I was among the first responders. The lake was glassy under the morning sun. the air carrying the scent of wet pine. I remember kneeling at the water's edge, staring at the faint ripples, as if the surface itself had answers. That was when I saw it, in the shallow mud, just beneath the waterline. A series of prints. Bare feet. Dozens of them, small like a child's, pressed deep as though someone had stood there a long time. The water lapped over them, softening their edges, until they melted back into formlessness. I said nothing to the others. What could I say? That the lake itself seemed complicit. That children who weren't there left their mark. Instead, I helped catalog the fishermen's belongings and walked the shoreline, the same sick weight coiled in my chest. That night, back at my cabin, I pulled out my private journal. I wrote everything down, every detail I had withheld from official reports, the spirals, the cairns, the whispers, the barefoot tracks. My handwriting shook, the ink blotting in places. It was no longer just about preserving memory. It felt like leaving behind a warning, the kind I wished someone had given me before I set foot in this park. Still, I returned to duty each day. What choice did I have? This park was my responsibility. The missing were my responsibility. Even if all I could offer was the truth no one wanted to print. I told myself that maybe, just maybe, if I gathered enough pieces, a pattern would emerge clear enough to follow. I didn't realize then that the pattern wasn't mine to uncover. It was theirs to reveal. And one night in late July, they did. It began with a radio call just after midnight. A fellow ranger, a woman named Torres, reported seeing movement near the southern ridge. She had been patrolling alone when her light caught figures in the trees. Multiple figures. She described them as walking wrong. Her voice on the radio was taut, clipped with fear she was trying to suppress. Then her transmission cut out mid-sentence. I was closest to her sector, so I responded. The night was humid, thick with the scent of rain not yet fallen. My flashlight beam cut through underbrush as I moved fast along the trail. At first, all I could hear was my own breathing. Then, faintly, I caught the sound of footsteps ahead. Not Torres. Too many. They moved in uneven rhythm. Some fast, some dragging, all overlapping into a discordant shuffle. When I reached the clearing, I froze. Torres's radio lay on the ground, its light blinking. Beside it, her hat crushed into the dirt. Of her there was no sign. But beyond the clearing, just at the edge where the trees thickened, stood shapes. Tall, too tall. Their outlines bent against the darkness like branches that had learned to walk. And though they did not move closer, I swear every one of them was facing me. The night air pressed in, heavy as stone. I could not move. The figures held me there, as surely as if chains had wrapped around my body. My light shook in my hand, the beam sliding over tree trunks, over branches, never landing cleanly on them. It was as if the darkness itself bent to protect their faces. The forest was utterly still, not even a breeze to stir the needles overhead. I forced my breath slow, told myself I was still a ranger. That training mattered. That fear could not dictate my choices. My other hand reached for the radio clipped to my vest. Static hissed loud in the clearing, so loud it seemed to come from the trees themselves. I called Torres's name again and again. No answer. Only that static swelling, building, until it sounded almost like whispering voices layered over one another. Then the shapes moved. Not toward me, not away, but shifting in place. Swaying with a rhythm that had no human origin. Their limbs seemed too long, bending at points where no joint should be. A dry crackling accompanied their motion. like bark splitting in winter cold. The beam of my flashlight jittered as my grip trembled, and for the briefest second I caught a glimpse of one hand. A pale shape, fingers too many, pressed flat against the trunk of a pine as though anchoring itself. I backed away, step by step, never turning my back. My boots crunched leaves and twigs that sounded like breaking bones in the silence. I kept the beam aimed low, afraid of what I might see if I tried to shine it on their faces. My chest screamed for me to run, but some old survival instinct said movement would only draw them. So I retreated the length of the clearing until the trail curved, and then I turned and fled. The forest closed around me, black walls, suffocating. My radio screamed static until it cut out entirely, leaving me alone with the pounding of my own heart. When I finally burst back onto the service road, I nearly collapsed. My vehicle was parked half a mile away. I don't remember the run. I only remember fumbling keys into the ignition, headlights stabbing the dark, and not daring to look into the rearview mirror. At dawn, I filed my report. I said Torres was missing, last known position marked. I left out the figures, the whispers, the way the forest itself had seemed to lean in. Another search was mounted. They scarred that ridge for days. Combed every gully, swept the canopy with helicopters. Nothing, not Torres, not tracks. Not any sign she had been there, beyond her dropped radio and hat. Her disappearance hit harder than the hikers and campers before. She was one of us. We wore the same uniform, followed the same oath. Losing her meant none of us were safe. Not even the ones meant to guard the park. After Torres, something inside me shifted. I kept doing my job, but every patrol felt heavier. Every radio call made me tense, waiting for the static to start again. I wrote more in my journal, whole pages at a time. The ink pressed deep from the force of my hand. I stopped trying to reason it away. This park is not just wilderness. It is something else. Something that notices when we notice it. The rest of the summer passed in uneasy quiet. Visitors came and went, the usual injuries and lost hikers, but no vanishings on record. It almost lulled me into believing perhaps the cycle had ended, that Torres was the last. But deep down I knew better. September arrived, crisp mornings, leaves tipping with gold. That was when the final event occurred. The one that drove me to leave this account as a testimony rather than a report. I was assigned to a long patrol in the northern sector, an area dense with old, growth forest where cell reception was non-existent. The trail there wound through miles of pine, before opening into a valley seldom visited. I set camp one evening near the valley's edge. The sun dipped early behind the ridges, the air cooling fast. I built a small fire, brewed coffee, and listened to the slow crackle of flames. For the first time in months, I almost felt calm. Then the fire went out. Not gradually, not from lack of fuel. One moment flames licked the wood. The next they were gone, snuffed as if by a giant hand. Smoke coiled upward, bitter and acrid. The darkness surged closer. I scrambled to relight it, struck match after match, but each hissed out before touching the tinder. The air grew dense, pressing against my lungs. That was when I heard them. Footsteps, circling. Slow, deliberate, always just beyond the edge of the dark. I spun with my flashlight. Its beam catching glimpses, a shoulder brushing between trunks. A limb bending wrong, the gleam of eyes that reflected no light. The sound grew, more feet, more motion, till it felt like a crowd surrounded me. I shouted. My own voice came back late, warped, older, as though spoken by someone else. My light sputtered, dimmed, then died. In the pitch black, I felt it, the press of breath near my ear, the faint graze of fingers across my sleeve. The ground trembled faintly, or maybe it was just my knees giving way. I don't know how long I endured that circle. Minutes, hours, it blurred. I remember clutching my journal against my chest, as if that alone anchored me. Then, as sudden as it began, silence fell. The weight lifted. When I dared to open my eyes, dawn's first light was filtering through the trees. The camp was untouched. My pack where I left it, my tent standing. Only the fire pit told the truth, its wood still whole, unburned, as if the flames had never existed at all. I left that valley before the sun fully rose. I didn't look back. Back at headquarters, I filed no report. I couldn't. There was nothing tangible to record. Only absence, only silence. Instead, I wrote everything in my journal, every detail, every sound, every glimpse. That notebook now contains 13 years of observations, from the cairns to the spirals to the whispers that call our names. It sits hidden where others may one day find it. Perhaps that is the only way to pass on what this place is. I still wear the uniform, though not for much longer. The park is patient, and I have begun to feel its gaze linger on me more often. When I walk the trails alone, the silence falls too quickly. When I sleep, my dreams echo with footsteps that do not belong to me. I have seen enough to know my time here is near its end, whether by resignation or by the same fate that took Torres, Kane, Holloway, and the countless before them. People ask why the disappearances are never solved, why the numbers remain steady despite technology, dogs, helicopters, satellites. I know the answer now, because it is not a matter of being lost. It is a matter of being chosen. Missing Person National Park, as they call it, is not misnamed. The name is truer than anyone wants to believe. The land itself keeps what it takes, and it takes without reason we can measure. If these words survive me, then know this. When you walk beneath those pines, when you hear silence fall heavier than it should, when you see a spiral scratched into bark or stone, leave. Do not linger. Do not follow footprints that end where they should not. Do not listen when the forest whispers your name, because it will. It always does. And when it does, you will know the truth as I have, that some places are not meant to be mapped, nor guarded, nor tamed. They are meant to be fed. My name is Daniel Mercer, and I serve as a park ranger in one of the most remote and unforgiving regions of the country. I have held this position for more than 12 years. Long enough to know the terrain like the back of my hand, and to recognize every twisting trail, hidden hollow, and weather-worn landmark within my district. My duty is to preserve the land, protect the wildlife, and ensure the safety of the countless visitors who pass through each season. Yet behind the official badge and uniform, there are stories I do not often share. Stories about the people who never return from their trips, and about the strange things I have witnessed while searching for them. I record these words not to frighten unnecessarily, but because silence weighs heavier with each year, and perhaps there is value in honesty. What follows is one such account. Tied forever to the deep forests and ridges of Missing Person National Park. It was the beginning of October when the call reached my station. A family had reported their son missing. 24 years old, avid hiker. Last known location near the north boundary of the park. His name was Michael Alden, and he had left alone for a weekend trek, planning to cross the lesser-known segments of the ridge and loop back by Monday. he did not return. When his parents contacted us, I was assigned as lead on the search due to my familiarity with that side of the park. The north boundary is not forgiving terrain. The trails are faint and often unmarked. Weather turns without warning, and the forests press in with a weight that unnerves even seasoned rangers. Still, I have never hesitated when a life might depend on action. I gathered my gear, checked my maps, and set out before first light with 2 other rangers, though I carried the heavier responsibility of guiding them. We began at the trailhead where Michael's car had been found, a dusty hatchback parked crookedly beside the wooden sign. A note tucked beneath the windshield wiper caught my attention. It was nothing official, just a scrap of lined paper with scribbles on it, almost like a shopping list. I read it quickly: rope, flare, compass, notebook. Each word was written with heavy pressure, almost gouging the page. There was no signature. I placed it carefully in my jacket pocket, intending to show it later, though at that moment I could not explain why it unsettled me. We followed the path northward, passing through tall pines that rose in thick ranks, their needles muffling our steps. The air was colder than expected, the kind of chill that clings to your bones even under layers. As we hiked, I thought about how many times I had traveled these same ridges. The forest changes subtly with each season, but the bones of the land remain. Yet there are places where the usual rules of nature seem less reliable. Hollows where sound dies strangely, or where one feels watched though alone. We rangers know these spots, though we rarely write them on official maps. Missing Person National Park has earned its name through decades of vanishings. Most cases are explained by cliffs, rivers, exposure, or poor judgment, but not all. Some vanishings resist every logical explanation, leaving behind only confusion, fear, and stories told in hushed voices at ranger stations. By midday, we found the first trace of Michael. A set of footprints veered off the main trail toward a section of dense undergrowth. The prints were fresh enough, the soil still moist around the edges, yet something about them looked uneven, as though the hiker had stumbled or paused repeatedly. We followed, pushing through brambles and brush until we reached a small clearing dominated by a boulder split clean down the middle. On the surface of the stone, someone had scratched markings, lines arranged into shapes that might have been arrows or runes. They were not recent, weather having softened the edges, but their presence troubled me. I had never seen them during past patrols. My colleagues whispered possibilities. Maybe vandals, maybe old survey signs, but their voices carried unease. We pressed forward. The forest grew darker as clouds gathered overhead. The light filtered in green and gray, and each gust of wind sounded like words caught in the branches. I have learned not to imagine language in natural sounds, but that day it was difficult. As we descended a slope, I caught sight of fabric tangled on a low branch. It was a torn strip of red, matching the jacket Michael's parents said he wore. Nearby lay a small notebook half buried under leaves. I knelt, brushing it clean. The cover was plain black, damp from weather. When I opened it, I expected trail notes or sketches. Instead, I found page after page of erratic writing, sentences beginning clear but dissolving into frantic scrawls. The first legible entry read, "The trail is not the same as the map. It bends where it should not. Something is wrong with the forest." Later pages became less coherent. Shadows stretched too far. Voices when I sleep. Don't follow the stones. My partners looked over my shoulder, uneasy silence stretching between us. I closed the notebook and stored it in my pack, a growing weight heavier than its pages. Night approached quickly, and protocol demanded we establish camp rather than stumble blindly in failing light. We set our tents in a sheltered hollow beside a creek. As I prepared the fire, I could not shake the feeling that we were being observed. Every ranger knows the sensation of wildlife nearby. Deer, bear, owls. But this was different. This felt intentional, directed, as though the forest itself held attention on us. We ate in near silence, the crackle of flames our only companion. My colleagues retired early, exhausted from the day's march. I remained awake longer, notebook in hand, documenting the trail and clues for the official record. It was then I heard movement beyond the fire's edge. Slow, deliberate, circling. I shone my flashlight outward, but saw only trees and drifting mist. The sound ceased instantly, leaving silence thick enough to press against my eardrums. I did not mention it in my written report that night, but I remember every second with clarity. Sleep came reluctantly, shallow and broken. At some point in the dark, I dreamed of standing at the split boulder again. Only this time the carved markings glowed faintly, casting light across the clearing. A voice whispered from the cracks, urging me to step closer. When I refused, the boulder split wider, a shadow stretching from its core like an open doorway. I woke with a start, breath ragged, certain that I had heard something moving just outside my tent. The fabric trembled lightly, though no wind stirred. I gripped my knife, listening. The sound moved along the side of the tent, then halted near the entrance. For long minutes, nothing followed, and eventually exhaustion dragged me back into uneasy rest. We rose with dawn, pale light filtering through heavy fog. The creek beside camp flowed sluggishly, its usual chatter muted. We broke camp and pressed further north, following the faint traces of Michael's trail. The fog thickened as we climbed a ridge, until visibility narrowed to only a few yards. Shapes shifted in the mist, making trees appear as towering figures and stones as crouched forms. My partners murmured to each other, voices tight. Then we found another sign, a rope tied between two trunks, frayed as though violently pulled. Beneath it lay a flare, half spent, its casing scorched. I imagined Michael standing there, desperate enough to use it, yet no one had seen light in the valley that weekend. Why had no signal reached us? The notebook's warning returned to mind. Don't follow the stones. I glanced around. At our feet, small rocks were arranged in a rough circle, too deliberate to be chance. My pulse quickened. We left the site quickly, continuing uphill. By afternoon, the fog lifted partially, revealing a valley stretching wide below us. Across the expanse, I glimpsed movement. A figure, small with distance, clad in red. I signaled my partners, and all three of us strained to see. The figure stood still for several seconds, then turned and walked into the trees. Relief surged, mixed with urgency. We descended quickly, calling Michael's name, though our voices echoed strangely, overlapping as if delayed. When we reached the spot, no one waited. Instead, we found only another strip of fabric and more scattered stones. My partners exchanged uneasy looks, but I forced focus. We were close, I told them. We must be close. That night, we camped again, though rest was nearly impossible. I heard my partners whispering inside their tents, trading fears they would not voice openly. As I lay awake, I heard footsteps circling again, slow and deliberate. This time, there was no pretense of distance. The steps came close enough to brush against twigs near the fire pit. Close enough that I held my breath to listen. When I gathered courage to unzip the tent slightly, the clearing appeared empty. But the fire flickered strangely, as though someone's shadow had just moved across it. I did not sleep after that. I waited for dawn with knife in hand, ears ringing with silence. When morning finally arrived, I stepped outside to find something carved into the soil between our tents. A single word, etched with deliberate strokes, was T.I. Neither of my partners admitted to making it. We erased the letters quickly, each of us shaken. My mind returned to Michael's notebook again. His words had shifted from rational notes into warnings, into the very same shapes we were now finding on the ground. I could not help but wonder if we were tracing the same path he had walked. Not just through the forest, but through fear itself, as though the park reshaped the world around us into patterns of confusion and entrapment. Still, duty demanded we continue. We packed our gear and pressed onward, hearts heavy, silence thick. The forest did not welcome us, yet we entered deeper all the same, compelled by the responsibility that came with our uniforms. Somewhere in these woods, a young man had disappeared. Somewhere ahead lay the truth of what had taken him. I did not yet realize how much the park intended to reveal before letting us leave. The fog thinned as the morning rose higher, though the air never warmed. It clung damp against my skin, coating every breath with the smell of soil and pine resin. We marched northward with strained silence, boots grinding against stones. Each of us carried the fatigue of broken sleep, but none spoke of it. I felt the weight of leadership pressing heavy, the unspoken expectation that I would make sense of the clues, that I would guide us out of whatever labyrinth the forest had drawn around us. Yet deep down I began to doubt whether maps and training were enough in a place that seemed to obey rules older than our charts. By mid-morning we reached a ravine where the ground dropped sharply into a narrow channel. A faint path wound along its edge, almost invisible beneath fallen needles. Here the forest seemed too quiet. No birds called, no insects hummed, not even the faint rustle of distant animals. It was as though the land itself had been muted. My colleague Nathan, usually quick to break silence with idle chatter, muttered only one remark: "Feels like we're being herded." I wanted to dismiss it, to attribute the sensation to nerves, but the thought struck too close to what I already suspected. We were being guided, if not by a person, then by something more elusive. At the base of a ravine, we discovered another sign of Michael's passage, his compass, lying cracked upon the ground. The glass was shattered, the needle bent entirely out of place. That in itself was not unusual. Equipment breaks. But the soil around the compass bore strange impressions, neither boot nor paw. They resembled elongated ovals, pressed deep as though by something heavy, yet without clear outline. The pattern circled the spot where the compass lay, looping around it in deliberate arcs. I felt my stomach knot as I crouched to examine them. My hand hovered over the impressions, but I did not touch. Some instinct warned me not to disturb them. We pressed on, unsettled. The trail became increasingly erratic, zigzagging through dense thickets, doubling back upon itself, as if Michael, or whatever guided him, had lost all sense of direction. The further we followed, the more I felt time slipping strangely. Hours passed, yet the sun seemed to move too slowly, shadows stretching in ways I could not measure. My watch ticked, steady, but my perception frayed. My partners noticed too. Nathan swore we had walked in a circle, though the ridge proved otherwise. Maria, our third ranger, said little, but her eyes darted off into the trees, scanning shadows with an unease that mirrored my own. By late afternoon, we reached an abandoned campsite. A circle of stones marked an old fire pit, long cold, yet recent enough that ash remained. Beside it lay scattered gear. A metal cup, a torn sleeping bag, wrappers not open. And near the edge of the site, half hidden beneath brush, stood a rope strung from tree to tree, a crude line with strips of fabric knotted along it. Red, blue, white, pieces torn from clothing. I recognized one strip as matching the jacket Michael had worn. My throat tightened. The rope stretched deep into the trees, vanishing into gloom. Something in me resisted the idea of following it, as though the line itself were bait. But duty forced my hand. We secured our packs and moved forward. The rope twisted erratically, pulling us deeper. Along its length, more fabric strips hung, each fluttering faintly in air that otherwise held no breeze. The forest darkened, though it was not yet dusk. My flashlight beam caught glints on the trunks. More carvings, shallow scratches that matched those on the split boulder. They grew more frequent as we walked, lining the path like markers. I began to sense a pattern, but could not decipher it. My skin prickled with each new set. Eventually, the rope ended abruptly at a clearing where no trail continued. At the center lay a circle of stones, larger this time, arranged too precisely to be chance. Within the circle rested a small pile of belongings. A boot, a torn backpack strap, a water bottle. All items matching Michael's description. Yet no body. No sign of a struggle. Only this deliberate display. We did not linger. Every instinct told me the clearing was wrong, that standing within those stones was a mistake. I ordered us back, retracing steps toward safer ground. But the forest resisted. Paths that should have led back to the ravine seemed to curve elsewhere. Trees stood in unfamiliar patterns. It was as though the land had shifted in our absence. Maria muttered a prayer under her breath. Nathan cursed softly. I forced calm, leading us by compass, but my chest hollowed with dread. The needle spun, jerking erratically despite clear skies. I closed the device, pocketed it, and chose direction by memory instead. Night arrived faster than expected, shadows closing like a tide. We set camp on higher ground, wary of valleys where fog might trap us again. None of us spoke as we ate rations. The silence between us was not mere fatigue but fear. I tried to write my report notes, but each time I pressed pen to page, distant sounds drew my attention. Laughter, faint, childlike, carried on the wind. Yet when I stood to listen, only silence remained. Nathan claimed he heard footsteps again, but in different directions at once. Maria whispered that she saw shapes at the edge of firelight, but when we turned, nothing waited there. The night stretched endless, fire burning low, each of us trapped in dread. At some point near midnight, I woke from a shallow doze to find my tent faintly lit. I thought perhaps the fire had flared, but when I unzipped the flap, I saw no flame. Instead, dozens of small lights floated among the trees. Pale, wavering, like lanterns carried by unseen hands. They moved slowly, circling the camp in silent procession. My breath caught, knife gripped in white knuckles. I considered waking my colleagues, but could not force sound past my throat. The lights drifted closer, revealing themselves not as flames, but as something stranger, luminous spheres hovering inches above the ground. Their glow revealed faint impressions in the soil beneath them. Footsteps, though no bodies cast them, One sphere paused near my tent, hovering long enough that I saw my own reflection within it, warped and pale. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the lights vanished, leaving only darkness and the faint crackle of embers. I lay awake until dawn, unable to close my eyes again. The next morning, Maria emerged shaken, claiming she had dreamed of Michael standing outside her tent, calling her name. Nathan confessed he had heard the same voice, though it spoke to him in tones of pleading, urging him to follow. Neither had left their shelters, restrained by fear. I admitted what I had seen, though words failed to capture the wrongness of those floating lights. We stood together in the weak dawn, silent agreement that the park was no longer simply wilderness. It was something older, predatory in its silence. Still, our duty demanded we continue. A missing person remained unaccounted for. We pressed deeper northward, terrain rising into jagged ridges. Here the trees thinned slightly, revealing stretches of stone slick with moss. The wind carried hollow notes, echoing strangely as though passing through unseen chambers. At one ridge top we paused, scanning the valley below. There, among shadows, movement caught my eye. A figure once again, clad in red, standing at the edge of trees. This time closer, clearly human. Relief surged, and we shouted Michael's name. The figure did not respond. It turned slowly, moving stiffly into the forest. We rushed down, driven by urgency. Yet when we reached the spot, nothing remained. Only another object lay waiting, Michael's notebook, pages fluttering in the wind. I retrieved it, flipping through. The entries had grown even more frantic. They circle me. They know my name. Do not trust the lights. The final page ended mid-sentence, pen stroke dragged off the edge. My pulse thundered as I tucked it away. The day dragged into evening. Hunger gnawed, but none of us had appetite. At times I thought I heard footsteps just behind us, only to turn and find emptiness. Once, Maria screamed softly, pointing at Nathan. For a moment, she swore his face had not been his own, but some stranger's. Nathan cursed, shaken, but I saw nothing out of place. Still, the tension between them grew sharp. The forest seemed intent on breaking us apart, sowing doubt. I carried the burden of command, but my mind frayed at its edges. I questioned my senses, my judgment, even my memory of paths. How long had we been searching? 2 days. 3. My watch said otherwise, but time itself felt unreliable. When darkness fell again, we refused to camp near clearings or carved stones. We sheltered against a rock face, fire burning low. The night passed thick with unseen motion, cracks of twigs, gusts of air like breath, whispers that slipped just beyond comprehension. Near dawn, exhaustion finally overtook me. I woke later than intended, light already seeping pale across the ridge. But something had changed. Maria was gone. Her tent stood open, gear abandoned, pack half zipped. Footprints led away into the trees, bare feet though she had gone to sleep wearing boots. Nathan swore he had heard nothing. Panic flared, but I forced discipline. We searched, calling her name, but only silence answered. Another ranger had vanished within the park, swallowed like so many before. We regrouped at the camp, shaken beyond words. Nathan trembled openly, fear breaking his composure. He said the forest wanted us next, that we should leave now, abandon the search. Part of me agreed. Yet duty anchored me. A family still waited for answers. Michael remained missing, and now Maria too. I could not bring myself to walk away, not yet. But in the pit of my stomach, I knew the park was closing around us, step by step, night by night. We had trespassed too far into something, that did not wish us returned. The sky above darkened with gathering clouds, though morning had barely begun. Rain threatened, wind picking up. As Nathan and I shouldered our packs, readying to move, I caught sight of something carved into the rock face near our fire. Fresh scratches, deep and deliberate. They formed words, etched with inhuman precision. Y-U-R-L-E-D-Y-N-C-D. The words carved into the rock. W-O-U-R-L-E-A-D-Y-N-C-D. Burned into my vision long after we left that place. Nathan and I moved quickly, fear pressing us onward, but the message gnawed at my thoughts. Inside what? A boundary, a trap, or something older? A presence that did not begin at the tree line, but instead existed everywhere. Invisible until acknowledged. My training told me to focus on concrete tasks, maintain bearings, track footprints, watch for hazards. Yet each time I tried to center myself, the phrase returned, echoing louder, as if the forest itself whispered it back with every gust of wind. The storm finally broke. Rain slicing through the canopy. It came hard, cold, relentless, plastering my uniform to my skin. We pressed forward, searching for higher ground, but the storm blurred trails and drowned the earth in mud. At one point, Nathan slipped down a slope, sliding several feet before catching himself against a fallen trunk. When I rushed to help him, I saw more footprints scattered around the trunk. Not his, not mine. Bare, long, pressed deep into the softened earth. They circled the log, vanishing into shadows. I hauled Nathan upright, but his face was pale, lips trembling. "We're being watched," he said, voice breaking. I did not answer because I knew he was right. By late afternoon, we stumbled into another clearing. At its center stood a structure, a crude shelter built of branches and bark, barely tall enough for a man to crouch inside. Smoke stains marked the top where a fire might have once burned. Around it lay more stones, arranged in spirals, each ring twisting inward toward the shelter. My pulse quickened as I stepped closer, against every instinct screaming to keep away. Inside the shelter, remnants of belongings lay scattered. Shredded fabric, empty water bottles, pages torn from the notebook I carried. But one item froze me. Michael's driver's license, propped carefully against the inner wall as though displayed. Nathan cursed softly, backing away, refusing to step closer. I forced myself to retrieve the license, hands shaking. The photo stared up at me, young and smiling, utterly unaware of what fate awaited in these woods. That night, the storm worsened. We found no safe ground, forced to huddle beneath a ledge as water poured around us. Sleep was impossible. Each crack of thunder seemed to carry voices, names spoken through the rolling sound. More than once I swore I heard my own name, elongated and warped. Nathan covered his ears, rocking back and forth, muttering prayers. At one point, he grabbed my arm, eyes wide, insisting he saw Maria standing in the rain, calling him. I looked where he pointed but saw only trees thrashing in wind. When I told him nothing was there, he turned on me with desperation bordering on rage. "You're blind? They're showing themselves. You're just not looking right." His voice cracked, and I feared the forest was breaking him faster than me. When dawn finally arrived, the storm ebbed into a heavy mist. We pressed on, wary, each step a battle against fatigue and dread. The landscape grew unfamiliar, despite my years of patrolling these ridges. Valleys opened where none should be, ridgelines bent at wrong angles. I knew we were lost, yet some force kept us moving forward rather than back. My compass spun uselessly, and even the sun seemed muted, directionless. At one point we heard music drifting faintly through the trees, notes like a lullaby carried on wind. Nathan swore it came from Maria, that she was guiding us. He ran ahead despite my calls, vanishing into the mist. By the time I caught up, he was gone. No footprints, no sound, nothing. Just the forest, silent once more. I stood alone, heart hammering, staring into the endless mist. 2 rangers lost, 1 hiker still missing. And I remained the last thread of duty tethered to this search. I wanted to believe Nathan had simply outrun me, that I would find him ahead, exhausted but alive. But in my core, I knew the truth. The park had claimed him too. My hands trembled as I checked my pack, gripping the notebook and Michael's license as if they anchored me to purpose. Alone or not, I had to continue. I could not return empty, not with so many unanswered questions. Perhaps some fragment of Michael still waited ahead. Perhaps the forest had not yet closed its jaws entirely. As the day waned, the mist thinned enough to reveal a rise ahead. I climbed, legs heavy, lungs burning. At the summit, I froze. Before me stretched a valley I had never seen marked on any map. At its center rose a massive stone formation, jagged pillars thrusting skyward like broken teeth. Around its base flickered lights, the same pale orbs I had witnessed circling our camp. They drifted in patterns, weaving between the stones. And in their glow I saw figures, dozens of them, standing motionless. Some wore modern clothing, others older styles, jackets, boots, even tattered uniforms long outdated. Their faces were pale, indistinct, as though blurred by fog. Yet among them I recognized 2 Maria and Nathan. They stood side by side, eyes vacant, skin washed gray. My chest constricted. I wanted to call out, to rush forward, but my body refused. Every instinct screamed that to enter that valley was to vanish like them. Then I saw him, Michael. His red jacket unmistakable, though torn and stained. He stood nearer than the others, head bowed, hands trembling at his sides. Unlike the rest, he seemed aware, shifting slightly as if resisting some invisible force. Our eyes met across the valley, and for one brief moment, I swear recognition passed between us. His mouth opened, but no sound carried. Instead, one of the pale lights drifted near him, brushing against his chest. He recoiled violently, face twisted in terror, then stilled, eyes glazing like the others. My knees buckled as realization struck. The lights were not guiding. They were consuming, hollowing, claiming. I staggered back, desperate to flee, but the forest had closed in behind me. The path I had climbed was gone, replaced by dense thickets. A sound rose in the valley, low and resonant, vibrating through to stone and bone alike. The figures turned in unison, all facing me. Even from distance I felt their gaze like weight. My breath hitched, heart pounding so violently, I thought it would burst. I turned and ran blindly, branches clawing at my face, roots threatening to trip me. I did not stop, not even when my lungs burned raw. Only when the light faded behind me did I collapse against a tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and dread. Night swallowed the forest again. I had no fire, no strength. Only the notebook and license clutched like talismans. Sounds circled me, steps, whispers, faint laughter, but I did not move. I whispered promises to myself, survive until dawn, find a way out. Yet part of me feared dawn would never come, that I had already stepped into a place where time did not obey. At some point, I drifted into shallow sleep, haunted by visions of hollow faces and circling lights. When I woke, pale morning bled through the trees. To my shock, I recognized the terrain. Somehow, impossibly, I was near the original trailhead where Michael's car had been found. The forest had released me, or perhaps it had simply grown tired of me. My limbs shook as I stumbled the final distance, collapsing beside the dusty hatchback. Relief should have come, but none did. The emptiness beside me, no Maria, no Nathan, no Michael, pressed heavier than any victory. I radioed for extraction, voice breaking as I reported partial findings. Personal items recovered. Signs of distress, but no bodies located. I did not mention the lights, the figures, or the valley. Some truths are not meant for official reports. In the weeks that followed, investigations continued. Search teams combed the north boundary, but found nothing beyond what I had already gathered. Maria and Nathan were listed as lost in the line of duty, presumed victims of accident or exposure. Michael's case remained unresolved. His family left with grief sharpened by uncertainty. I attended the memorials, stood in uniform, offered words that felt hollow even as I spoke them. At night, when alone, I reread Michael's notebook. Its final pages haunt me still. They circle me. They know my name. Do not trust the lights. His warnings proved true, but too late. Now, months later, I write these words not for my superiors or the public, but for myself, and for anyone who may wander into that park. Missing Person National Park wears its name honestly, though the maps do not acknowledge why. It is not just cliffs, rivers, or wildlife that claim lives there. Something older lingers within its ridges, patient and hungry. It waits not at the edge but everywhere inside, bending trails, twisting time, luring with lights that promise safety and deliver only silence. I survived, though I do not know why. Perhaps I was spared to carry witness, to tell the truth others will not believe. Perhaps the park simply let me go, knowing I could never truly leave what I saw behind. Even now, when I patrol other sections, I sometimes glimpse pale lights between trees, gone when I blink. At night, I hear voices outside my cabin, soft and pleading, names spoken with familiar tones. I do not open the door. I do not answer. I know too well what waits if I step beyond the threshold. And I know with a certainty colder than any October wind that the message carved into stone was right. I am already inside. My name is Nathan Cole, and I served as a ranger in the Blue Ridge section of the Appalachian Mountains. The job had been my pride for nearly 8 years, a duty I held with the seriousness one gives to both land and life. I patrolled ridgelines, monitored trails, helped visitors in distress, and sometimes, when no one else would, I searched for those who had wandered too far and never returned. It was work that carried a quiet kind of reverence, a belief that the wilderness demanded respect. What I could not have imagined was that it would also leave me questioning the very boundary between the living and the dead. The case that changed me began late in the summer of 2019. The mountains still held the heavy warmth of August, but shadows stretched earlier each day, as though the forest itself knew autumn was preparing its descent. A hiker by the name of Daniel Price was reported missing by his wife. He had set out alone on a day hike along one of the lesser used trails near Flat Rock Gap and never came home. His car was found at the trailhead, keys and wallet still inside, as if he had planned only a short stroll. Search and rescue was mobilized quickly. I joined the team that morning, carrying my radio, pack, and the kind of optimism one needs before the mountains start to close in. We combed the woods for hours, calling his name, listening for any reply that might echo back. The forest had a way of swallowing sound, muffling even the shouts of men. As dusk neared, the air thickened with insects, and the hush of trees pressed in heavier. I will never forget the relief I felt when my radio crackled to life with a voice crying out, "Help me! I'm hurt!" It was a man's voice, weak but clear, cutting through the static. We triangulated the direction as best we could, pushing deeper into the underbrush, calling back into our radios for him to keep speaking. His replies came in broken bursts, pleading, gasping, but always just ahead of us, as if moving while we moved. By midnight, we found Daniel Price. His body was at the bottom of a rocky slope, neck broken, eyes glazed toward the canopy, judging by the state of rigor and lividity. He had been dead at least 12 hours before. His voice ever crackled through the radios. The coroner later confirmed the fall would have killed him almost instantly. I stood there in the beam of my flashlight, staring down at a man who could not have been calling us, while still clutching my radio that had echoed his pleas. The official report listed the death as accidental, a misstep, a tumble, the end of an unlucky hiker. But those of us on the search team knew what we had heard. Every ranger, every volunteer that night, had caught pieces of his voice. I remember standing in the command tent afterward, sipping bitter coffee that tasted like metal, while another ranger whispered, "We all heard him. Don't let anyone tell you we didn't." I nodded, though my stomach knotted tighter with each passing hour. A week passed. I tried to push the incident aside, reasoning that stress, exhaustion, and faulty equipment could explain what had happened. Radios are fickle things in the mountains. Frequencies bounce off ridges, snag on valleys, twist into echoes. Maybe some fragment of his last words had hung in the air, replaying itself like a ghost of sound. That was the explanation I told myself, anyway. Then, on my night patrol shift, the voice came back. I was parked near an overlook, windows down, the crickets weaving their endless chorus around me, when my radio hissed. Through the static blood, that same broken plea, "Help me, I'm hurt." The words were identical, tone identical, as if lifted whole from that first search. I froze, staring at the radio as the hair on my arms bristled. My instinct said to answer, but my mind screamed otherwise. I didn't touch the mic. The voice repeated again, weaker, stretching with static. "Help me." Then silence. I barely slept that night. By morning, I convinced myself again it had been interference. Radios could pick up fragments from truckers, nearby ham operators, or even cross signals from emergency services. That had to be it. But deep down, I knew the cadence, the desperate edge. I knew it was him. 2 nights later, it wasn't just my radio. Dispatch called me after midnight, rattled. "Cole, are you hearing this?" the operator asked. In the background of the channel, the faint voice repeated, "Help me, I'm hurt." Over and over. The words filled every active frequency, like a loop. No matter the channel, no matter the ranger listening, there it was. Some rangers cursed, some sat in stunned silence. The voice would fade, then return, like a restless signal drifting in and out of range. The repetition lasted until dawn, and then it was gone, leaving us shaken and sleepless. I didn't tell anyone the truth, that I recognized the voice, that it was the exact same pattern as before. Saying it aloud would have made it too real, too damning. I already felt the weight of something unnatural pressing against my chest. I began keeping notes in a small field journal, recording dates, times, and the exact words I heard. Within a month, the voice had returned 4 separate times, always at night, always with the same plea. One evening, I made a mistake. I answered. The voice had broken through around 1 a.m., while I was stationed alone on a back road near Craggy Dome. I'd been awake too long, nerves frayed, and when it called out, I instinctively pressed the mic. "This is Ranger Cole. Where are you?" The silence that followed was crushing. No static, no reply, just silence. Then, like a whisper pressed against the back of my ear, the voice said, "Behind you." I spun so hard my flashlight slipped from my grip, tumbling into the gravel. Nothing but trees, branches, and the endless dark. My breath came in sharp gasps, the beam of my light cutting across trunks that looked too much like bodies. I slammed the radio off and sat rigid until the first hint of dawn touched the ridge. After that, I refused to answer again. But the voice didn't stop. It grew bolder. Sometimes it used my name. Sometimes it said other things, half phrases that made no sense, like "keep walking," or "don't leave me." And sometimes, worst of all, it laughed. The sound was faint, brittle, but unmistakably human. The Blue Ridge section has always carried its share of mystery. Hikers go missing every year. Trails twist into unfamiliar places, and weather changes without warning. But until Daniel Price, I had never questioned the line between the living and the dead. Now, every patrol was a waiting game, every night a contest of nerves against that disembodied voice. There is something in those mountains that doesn't let go. Something that clings to radios and frequencies, hitching itself on the airwaves like a parasite. And somehow it knows me. What unsettled me most wasn't just the sound itself. It was the thought that maybe, on the night of the search, Daniel had never been the one speaking at all. The days that followed blurred together, each one heavier than the last. I patrolled by daylight with a comm mask painted across my face, but when night came, every shadow stretched longer. Every whisper of wind carried weight. My fellow rangers spoke about the interference too, though most tried to laugh it off. Faulty radios, weather, solar activity. Explanations were thrown around with the kind of nervous certainty men use when they know the truth cuts deeper. I stayed silent, letting their words float above me like smoke, while inside, the unease grew roots. The second week of September, I was assigned to monitor a section of trail near Cold Mountain. It was an overnight shift, quiet, meant only to watch for campers ignoring fire bans. By dusk, fog poured low across the ridges, clinging to my boots as I walked. The world shrank into the glow of my flashlight, every branch painted in silver mist. For hours, nothing stirred except for the occasional whippoorwill. My radio remained silent until 2:17 a.m. The hiss came first, soft static like rain on glass. Then the voice. "Help me, I'm hurt." My chest tightened. I gripped the mic but didn't press it. The voice repeated again, weaker, like it was drifting farther away. My body trembled as sweat chilled my spine. Then it changed. "Cole," it whispered. My name, clear, drawn out like the voice was savoring it. I snapped the radio off and shoved it into my pack. The forest around me seemed to listen. Trees leaning closer, their limbs shifting with creaks that resembled words I couldn't quite catch. My breathing felt too loud, my footsteps too heavy. I kept walking the trail until the fog broke open to reveal a campsite. The site was abandoned. A ring of stones held the ashes of a fire long dead. Tents collapsed into damp fabric heaps. But what froze me was the sound. My radio was still off, yet the voice seeped into the clearing, not through static, but through air. "Help me. It came from one of the tents, thin canvas shivering with each syllable. I approached slowly, my flashlight beam shaking. The tent's zipper hung open. I crouched, pulled the flap back, and shined inside. Nothing, just mud, an old blanket, and claw-like scrapes dug deep into the fabric walls. The words stopped as soon as my light hit. Silence weighed the air. I backed away, keeping the tent in view until I could no longer bear it. When I reached my truck at dawn, the radio in my pack was turned on again. I hadn't touched it. Sleep became impossible. Even off duty, the voice found me. Sometimes it came from my personal radio at home, though I'd removed the batteries weeks earlier. Once, I heard it faintly through my car speakers with the engine off. It never screamed, never grew violent. It only pleaded, softly, endlessly, like water dripping in the dark. By October, I began to wonder if I was unraveling. Stress fractures in the mind, that's what I told myself. Rangers had quit before, citing nightmares, exhaustion, even hallucinations. The mountains could grind a man down if he let them. Maybe I was just another case. But then I spoke with Aaron. Aaron had been a ranger nearly 15 years, a man whose beard seemed carved from stone, who never spooked at bears or storms. One morning, he found me at the station with a cup of untouched coffee shaking in my hand. He sat across from me and said, "You've heard him, haven't you?" The words sank into me like ice. I nodded slowly. Aaron leaned closer. "Price isn't the first. He won't be the last. Voices don't belong to the dead out here. They belong to the ridge itself. It uses them. Always has." He spoke in a low tone, glancing at the other rangers as if sharing something forbidden. "When I was younger, I searched for a girl, 15. Wandered from her family's campsite. We found her body 2 days later in a ravine. But her voice called on the radios for months. Same words every time, Dad, wait." His eyes burned with a memory I couldn't challenge. "Whatever this place is, it feeds on grief. Don't answer again, Cole. Don't give it anything. Just listen and walk away." I wanted to argue, to demand reason, but Aaron stood and left before I could. His warning clung to me harder than the voice itself. That night, the signal returned. Only it wasn't Price. The voice was a woman's, higher, trembling. "Dad, wait?" The same words Aaron had said. The breath in my lungs turned to stone. I didn't touch the mic. I didn't dare. But I listened as the voice echoed until dawn, circling frequencies like a hawk. From then on, the voices multiplied. Sometimes Price, sometimes the girl, sometimes others. Strangers I didn't recognize. A chorus of lost pleas weaving through the static, tangled into one another like roots under soil. No reports of recent deaths matched them. No names were attached. Just cries, always begging, always in pain. I tried to escape. On my days off, I drove out of the mountains, down to Asheville, even as far as Raleigh once. But the further I went, the weaker I felt. Like my body was made of strings tied back to those ridges. At night, even in hotels, I still heard faint echoes. Behind the hum of the AC, in the hiss of showers. Always. Help me. The final break came in late October. I was stationed on the parkway. The night sky split by a waxing moon, when the radio erupted louder than it ever had. "Cole! Cole!" The voice shrieked. No longer calm or pleading, but frantic, desperate. Behind you, every muscle seized. I whipped around, flashlight beam slicing through the woods. For a heartbeat, I swore I saw someone standing between the trees. A pale figure, face twisted in shadow. Then it was gone, swallowed by the branches. My legs buckled beneath me, and I fell against the truck, radio slipping from my grip. Static drowned the frequency, but under it, layered faintly, was laughter. Dozens of voices, tangled together, each one bleeding through the other. Price, the girl, strangers, all laughing. I don't remember driving back. Only that I woke in my cabin at dawn, uniform still on, boots caked with mud. My radio sat neatly on the table, switched off. I reported nothing. To speak of it would have meant medical leave, psychiatric evaluation, maybe dismissal. But inside, I knew the Blue Ridge had claimed something from me, something I could never return. The voices are not lost hikers. They are not echoes. They are the mountain itself, wearing skins of the dead, learning words like a child trying on masks. And now it knows my name. I sometimes wonder if it waits for me to slip, to stumble on a slope like Price, so it can take more than just my voice. And when I lie awake in the black hours, before dawn, the radio silent on my desk, I swear I can hear faint breathing in the corners of the room. Not from outside, from within. The first frost came in early November, coating the ridges in pale silver. The forest felt sharper, stripped of its summer weight, each branch skeletal against the sky. The cold should have steadied me, grounding my body in something physical. Instead, it sharpened my dread. The voices did not weaken with the season. If anything, they grew bolder in the barren air, echoing longer, traveling farther. One night, I sat in my cabin, fire struggling low in the stove, when the radio clicked alive on its own. No static this time. Just silence, like someone holding their breath on the other end. Then, slowly, the faint rasp of words, "Let me in." The knock came almost immediately after. 3 sharp raps on the door. My heart lurched. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The knocking repeated, softer now, almost polite. "Let me in," the voice said again, but not from the radio. From the other side of the wood. I reached for my service pistol, hands trembling. The door creaked under pressure, as if something leaned against it from outside. Shadows slid across the window panes, though no light should have been out there. Then came the laughter. Thin, layered, fractured like glass breaking. The kind of sound that cuts deeper the longer you hear it. I stayed frozen until dawn's gray light seeped into the cabin and the presence withdrew. After that, I stopped going back to the cabin. I slept in the ranger station instead, surrounded by fluorescent hum and the thin comfort of other men nearby. But the voices followed. I heard them in the stairwells, in the echo of my boots on linoleum, sometimes even woven faintly into the dispatcher's chatter. The mountain had extended its reach. Aaron noticed. He cornered me one morning after shift, eyes sunken, beard unkempt. "It's too late for you," he muttered. "You let it know you." "You answered." His hand gripped my shoulder hard. "It won't stop now. Don't fight it. Just don't give it more than you already have." "What do you mean?" I asked, voice shaking. He let go, stepped back, and whispered, "That thing doesn't want rescue. It wants a mouth." Then he walked out, leaving me standing with my stomach twisted into knots. For days after, I couldn't shake those words. It wants a mouth. The idea festered in me, haunting every patrol. And then came the night that truth revealed itself. It was mid-November, sky black with new moon. My truck parked at an overlook above a valley drowned in fog. The radio crackled. At first, it was only Price again. "Help me. I'm hurt." I gritted my teeth, ignoring it. But then the voices multiplied. The girl. A man I didn't know. An old woman's rasp. a chorus rising in overlapping pleas. They all said the same thing: help me. Static flared so loud, I yanked the radio away from my ear. Out of the white noise crawled my own voice. Clear me down to the inflection. Nathan Cole, please, help me. I nearly dropped the mic. My chest burned with cold terror. The words repeated again, stronger, Nathan Cole. Please. I stumbled from the truck, flashlight beam shaking as I pointed it into the fog. Figures moved below, shapes pale and wrong, shifting like smoke but forming limbs, faces, mouths, dozens of them, each mouth opening wide, spilling sound that merged into a deafening cry, my name, over and over, fractured into harmony and chaos. My knees buckled. I wanted to run, but the fog thickened, circling me, pulling me toward the edge of the overlook. The ground crumbled beneath my boots, gravel sliding. I thought of Price, broken on the rocks below. I thought of the girl, calling for her father. I thought of Aaron's warning. The radio on the truck seat blared one final phrase, before the fog swallowed everything. Give us your voice. I don't remember falling. I don't remember climbing back. All I know is I woke on the overlook's pavement at dawn, frost biting my lips, throat raw as if I'd screamed for hours. The radio lay beside me dead, no signal, no static, nothing. Since that night, the voices have changed. They don't come from the radio anymore. They come from me. Sometimes I hear myself speaking when my mouth is closed, whispers spilling into the air, words I don't recognize. I'll catch my reflection in the mirror, lips moving a fraction too late, as though I'm only mimicking something else. When I try to sleep, I wake hoarse, throat aching, as if I've been shouting in dreams. Aaron won't look me in the eye anymore. Other rangers avoid me, whispering when I leave a room. One asked me yesterday if I'd been calling dispatch at night. I told him no. He swore he heard my voice over the channel at 3 a.m., saying his name. I didn't argue. The Blue Ridge has taken its due. It has learned me. My words are no longer mine, my voice no longer tethered only to me. I feel it moving inside, shaping syllables, practicing tones like a hand flexing new muscles. If I go missing, they'll find the uniform, maybe the truck, maybe my body. But they'll keep hearing me. My voice will wander ridges, begging, laughing, pleading, just as Price's did. And if you're out there, hiking the trails at night, and you hear someone on the radio whisper your name, don't answer. It isn't me anymore. My name is Elise Drummond, and I have always believed in approaching introductions with formality, not out of vanity, but out of the belief that clarity matters when one chooses to set down their memories in written form. I am 30, 2 years of age, a woman born and raised in Asheville, North Carolina, with a profession that keeps me largely tethered to an office desk. Yet, despite the spreadsheets and email chains that clutter my workdays, I have long found solace in the wilderness. Hiking, camping, and retreating to the high ridges of the Smoky Mountains have been the balance that kept me steady. I mention these details because they are not trivial. They will help you understand why I was on Kligman's Dome that night, and why the things I encountered still feel like they are etched into my bones. I want you to understand I was not careless, nor inexperienced. What happened to me was not the result of ignorance or lack of preparation. What happened to me felt deliberate, and though I hesitate to write the words, it felt personal. Kligman's Dome, as you may know, is the highest point in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. The observation tower, a spiraling concrete ramp that rises like a helix into the sky, is a magnet for visitors during the day. But at night, when the cars have left the lot and the tower stands empty against the stars, the place transforms. The silence grows thick, the air sharp, and the ridges around you feel like they are pressing closer. That evening, I had decided to camp, just off one of the nearby trails, about a mile down from the main dome. I had checked the weather, packed responsibly, and chosen a secluded but safe location for my tent. I was not new to solitude. I had camped alone many times before, even in areas more remote than this. That familiarity gave me confidence. But in hindsight, it may have been the very thing that blinded me to the subtle unease that lingered in the air when I pitched my tent. The day itself had been unremarkable, at least on the surface. I hiked along the Appalachian Trail section that winds through the dome, enjoying the cool bite of autumn air and the way the foliage burned gold and red against the ridgeline. By the time the sun began to sink, I had prepared my small camp. I ate a simple meal, read by headlamp for a short while, and then settled in for the night. I remember clearly the moment I zipped the tent closed. The little sense of ritual it always carried for me, like shutting out the world in favor of my own cocoon. My body relaxed as sleep slowly wrapped its arms around me. The Smokies are not a place where one expects terror. They are a place of black bears and barred owls, of misty valleys and winds that sound like voices, only if you let your imagination stray. I have always considered myself rational, even when alone in the dark. That night would test every boundary of that belief. At first, it was nothing more than a sound, a rhythm just subtle enough to stir me from the shallow edge of sleep. I lay still, listening, my eyes open in the darkness, ears straining against the quiet hum of insects. Then it became clear, footsteps. Slow, deliberate pacing outside my tent. Not the four-legged scuffle of a raccoon, not the uneven padding of a wandering bear. These were human steps, one after the other, crunching faintly against the leaf litter, circling, stopping, then starting again. My first thought was practical. Perhaps another camper had wandered near, though at that hour and in that location, it seemed unlikely. My second thought, which came with a chill that slid down my back, was that whoever it was, they were not making themselves known. I kept still, barely breathing. The steps drew closer, paused just outside the thin fabric wall of my tent, then retreated, only to resume pacing in a wide arc around me. It was impossible to tell how many times the figure circled. Time lost its shape. I remember clutching the handle of the small knife I always keep in my pack, my knuckles white, though I did not unzip the tent or call out. A part of me felt that if I stayed silent, if I remained hidden, then whatever walked outside would eventually leave. But the circling continued, long into the night, until exhaustion battled with dread, and my eyelids began to fall despite myself. When dawn finally bled pale light across the ridges, I was unsure if I had slept at all. My body ached from the tension of keeping still for so long, my ears still echoing with phantom steps. Slowly, cautiously, I unzipped the tent and stepped into the morning air. The forest was quiet, the mist curling low through the trees, carrying the scent of wet leaves. At first, everything seemed ordinary. Then I looked down. In the soft soil and damp leaves that surrounded my tent were footprints. Barefoot tracks. Dozens of them. They circled my camp in looping, overlapping patterns. Some pressed so close to my own boot prints that they almost obscured them. I followed them with my eyes, expecting to find where they began or ended, but there was nothing. No trail leading away, no entry point from the woods, no exit back to the trail. The prints only circled, around and around, trapping me in the middle like the lines of some crude ritual. My heart clenched, and for the first time in my years of camping, I felt utterly unmoored. I remember crouching down, staring at the tracks. They were human in shape, each toe pressed clearly into the earth, but there was something unnatural in their uniformity. The size never varied. The pressure was always the same, as if the feet that made them had no weight to shift, no imperfections of gait. It was as though they had been stamped, not walked. I touched one with my hand, expecting to feel nothing but cold mud, yet a strange warmth seemed to radiate faintly from the indentation. I snatched my hand back immediately, my skin prickling. Panic urged me to pack up and leave at once. Yet as I looked into the trees, the thought of stepping into the fog-laden woods felt more dangerous than staying put. I forced myself to move methodically, breaking down the camp as quickly as possible, while keeping my eyes on the forest edge. Every sound made me startle: the snap of a twig, the call of a bird, even the rustle of wind in the branches. I kept telling myself to stay calm. That fear was a contagion that would drive me into mistakes. But beneath that reasoning was the knowing truth. I was being watched. Even if I could not see anyone, I could feel their eyes. When my pack was finally secured, I began the hike back toward the dome in the parking lot. Each step felt heavier than the last. The forest, once a familiar sanctuary, had become hostile, the shadows too deep, the silence too sharp. I checked behind me constantly, certain I would see someone following, but the trail remained empty. Only the faint whisper of leaves accompanied me. Though at times I swore, I heard the cadence of footsteps echoing my own. By the time I reached the clearing near the observation tower, the world seemed unchanged. Tourists had already begun arriving, their laughter and conversation puncturing the silence that had haunted me all night. It felt surreal to watch them climb the ramp, oblivious to the weight pressing on my chest. I wanted to say something, to warn someone, but the words refused to form. Who would believe me if I told them barefoot? Tracks had appeared around my tent, without beginning or end. Who would believe me if I said I had listened all night to footsteps that never faded? I drove home that morning in silence, gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my hands ached. The rational part of me tried to categorize what I had experienced. Perhaps a prankster. Perhaps some strange trick of the soil and my imagination. Yet no matter how I tried to rationalize, the memory of those prints would not leave me. And even worse was the sensation, deep in my gut, that the thing which had walked around me that night had not been left behind in the mountains. That sensation followed me into my home, into my dreams, into the very act of writing these words. The first night after returning, I woke in the small hours, drenched in sweat, convinced I heard pacing outside my bedroom door. When I checked, nothing was there, but in the faint dust on the hardwood floor, I thought I saw the outline of a bare heel. I told myself it was a trick of the mind, but fear has a way of eroding certainty. The second night, I dreamed of circling paths, of footprints that tightened with each loop until there was no room left to stand. When I woke, my body ached again, as if I had lain too long without moving, bracing myself against the echo of unseen steps. I began writing all of this down, not as a form of therapy, nor as a way of scaring others, but because I feel that documenting the truth may be the only form of defense I have left. The story is not over. What I have told you so far is merely the beginning, the surface scratch of something that still lingers just beyond the light. I can only hope that in telling it, I may begin to unravel what it is that has taken notice of me. Because even now, as I sit here, pen scratching across the page, I swear I hear it. Slow, steady, pacing just outside my window. I wish I could tell you that the unease I carried home faded with time, that my rational mind eventually won out, and I laughed off those barefoot tracks as a strange but harmless anomaly. I wish I could say that pacing outside my tent had been no more than the wind tricking my ears, or the soil shifting beneath falling leaves. But the truth is far less forgiving. The truth is that the tracks were only the first sign of something that had taken interest in me, and its interest would not be sated by a single night in the mountains. It followed me home, threaded itself into my routines, and began to blur the lines between waking life and dream, until I could not tell the difference anymore. The first week back was the most disorienting. I told myself to stay occupied, to return to normality, to let the hum of the city wash away the memory of the woods. I went back to work, I answered emails, I paid bills, and I forced myself to walk the familiar streets of Asheville with a smile that felt painted on. Yet, no matter how tightly I tried to cling to normalcy, the quiet would creep in. At night, when the city's noise settled into a low murmur, I would hear it again, the steady rhythm of steps. Not outside my tent this time, but outside my bedroom, pacing the narrow hallway of my apartment. The first night I told myself it was a neighbor. The second night, I told myself it was the plumbing, the old building settling. By the third night, when I woke with the sheets tangled around me and sweat soaking my skin, I could no longer convince myself it was anything but deliberate. I began to check the floors each morning. At first, I saw nothing. But then, faint impressions began to appear in the thin layer of dust near the baseboards. Toes, arches, heels. Bare feet, smaller than mine, but adult in proportion. The prints were never smeared or partial, always crisp, as though pressed into sand. I cleaned them, scrubbed until my knees ached, only to find new ones the next day. They did not lead from door to door. They only circled. Around the living room, around my bed, around me. By the second week, the dreams became more vivid. I would find myself back at the dome, standing inside a ring of footprints that stretched wider and wider until the horizon was nothing but circling paths. No matter where I stepped, I could not break free. Something always paced, just beyond my vision, never close enough to see, but near enough that I felt its breath on my neck. When I woke, my body was sore, as though I had been tensed for hours, waiting. And sometimes, when I sat up, I swore I could still hear the fading rhythm of those steps. Sleep deprivation is cruel. It makes the simplest tasks unbearable. It gnaws at your confidence and frays your edges, until everything feels like it might splinter. I began to withdraw from friends, ignoring invitations and phone calls, not because I did not want their company, but because I did not want to bring whatever was circling me into their lives. I could not explain it to them without sounding unhinged, and yet my silence only deepened the loneliness. By the end of that second week, I was desperate enough to seek answers. I returned to the library, combing through books on folklore and local legends. The Smoky Mountains are thick with stories. Cherokee myths, ranger accounts, whispered tales of ghosts and cryptids. I read about Spearfinger the Stone, skinned witch who preyed on children, about the little people of the mountains, who led travelers astray, about the spirits of settlers who vanished in the mists. Yet none of the stories fit what I had seen. None spoke of barefoot tracks that appeared without beginning or end, or of pacing steps that followed home like an echo that refused to fade. If anything, the stories only deepened my dread, for they confirmed one thing I already knew in my bones. The Smokies are not empty. They have never been empty, and something from those ridges had chosen me. On the third week, I returned to Klingman's Dome. It was irrational, I know. Every instinct screamed at me to avoid the place, to distance myself from whatever had marked me. But desperation has a way of twisting logic. I convinced myself that if I went back, if I confronted it, I might find some way to end it. I packed again, though this time every step of the preparation felt heavier. My hands trembled as I folded the tent, as though I were sealing my own fate. The drive up the winding roads was suffocating in its familiarity. Every curve, every overlook, every shadow of the ridgeline pressed memories into me. When I reached the parking lot, the observation tower loomed like a sentinel, its ramp catching the last glimmers of daylight. Tourists lingered, snapping photos, their laughter slicing through the quiet. I envied them. They would leave. They would descend back into safety. I alone had chosen to remain. I hiked down the trail where I had camped before. Each step weighted with dread. By the time I reached the clearing, the air felt wrong, thicker, heavier, as though charged with something unseen. I set up camp quickly, my hands fumbling with stakes and ropes. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath. Not even the wind stirred. By the time darkness fell, my nerves were frayed raw. I did not sleep that night. I lay inside the tent, clutching the knife I had carried before, listening. At first, nothing, only silence. Then, sometime past midnight, it began again, slow, deliberate, pacing outside the tent. The rhythm was identical to before, steady and patient circling. I closed my eyes, fighting the urge to cry out. My breath came shallow, ragged, my pulse thundering in my ears. Then, something new happened. The steps stopped directly outside the tent door. The silence that followed was so absolute I could hear my own heartbeat. Then came the sound of fabric, the faintest brush, like fingertips dragging across the nylon wall of the tent. My body froze, every muscle screaming to move, but I stayed still, trapped between fear and disbelief. The brushing grew more insistent, circling the tent in slow arcs. It was not the clumsy press of an animal, nor the accidental bump of a passerby. It was deliberate, exploratory. I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek to keep from gasping. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. His silence returned, thicker than before. Hours passed, though perhaps only minutes, until dawn finally seeped through the fabric. When I stepped outside, my heart nearly failed me. The ground was covered in footprints, more than I had ever seen. Not just circling the tent, but layered upon one another, overlapping in dizzying spirals that radiated outward into the trees. Hundreds of them, all barefoot, all perfect. And like before, none led away. It was as if the earth itself had been imprinted by something that moved without traveling, that existed without leaving. I fell to my knees, dizzy with fear. The forest swayed around me, though the trees were still. I could not breathe. I forced myself to break camp, my hands numb, my body trembling. The moment my pack was secured, I bolted for the trail, half running, half stumbling, certain that at any second those steady steps would break into a run behind me. But they never did. The forest remained silent, almost mocking in its indifference. By the time I reached the parking lot, tourists were arriving again, their voices bright against the morning air. I drove home in silence, my mind unraveling. Whatever haunted me was not bound to Clingman's dome. I understood that now. The tracks had followed me once before. They would follow me again. There was no escaping them. Back at home, the pacing resumed that very night, louder now, bolder, as if returning to the source had only deepened its hold on me. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening as it circled my apartment with tireless patience. And when I finally dared to glance at the floor, I saw them, fresh prints pressed into the wood, toes pointed inward, circling my bed. I cannot tell you how long I lay awake, only that when sleep finally claimed me, I dreamed of something standing just outside my tent, faceless, barefoot, circling, always circling. And when I woke, I was certain I had brought a memory back with me. There comes a point when fear becomes less about survival and more about inevitability. In those first weeks after Clingman's dome, I tried to convince myself that what I was experiencing was external, something that could be escaped with distance or solved with reason. But the longer it persisted, the more I began to understand that whatever had fixed itself to me was not bound by place or circumstance. It was not the mountains, not the woods, not even the tent. It was me. And once that truth sank in, the weight of it nearly drove me to madness. The pacing grew bolder. It no longer confined itself to nights. During the day, I would hear the faint rhythm of steps behind me as I walked down hallways at work or across the grocery store parking lot. Always measured, always patient, never breaking into a run, but never falling away either. Coworkers asked if I was all right, noting the dark rings under my eyes, the way I startled at the smallest sound. I gave excuses: stress, lack of sleep, migraines. Lies that grew thinner each time I spoke them. The truth felt unspeakable. What words could I use? I am being circled. That was the only explanation, and it sounded insane even to me. I began marking the prints with chalk. Each morning, I would draw small circles around the footprints that appeared in my apartment, hoping to catch some change or shift that would make sense of them. But no matter how many I marked, fresh ones would appear outside the circles by the next morning, as though whatever left them refused to be contained. I stopped cleaning the floor altogether, and soon my apartment became a gallery of pale outlines, hundreds of circles spiraling across the wood. It was as though I lived inside a diagram drawn by an unseen hand, and I was the unwilling center of its geometry. The dreams worsened. I dreamed of spirals that tightened until they crushed the air from my lungs. I dreamed of faceless figures pacing the edges of endless rings, their bare feet stamping in rhythm until the ground itself shook. Sometimes I dreamed I had become the one pacing, my feet moving without will, my body circling endlessly around some unseen prey. When I woke, my legs ached as though I had walked miles in my sleep. Desperation pushed me back into research. I scoured archives, online forums, old newspapers. I searched for anything that resembled my experience: ghost stories, folklore, reports of hauntings. Most of what I found were vague whispers, fragmented accounts of people in the Smokies, hearing footsteps at night, or campers who woke to find strange prints around their tents. In nearly every account, The details matched. The prints were barefoot, the pacing endless, the exit non-existent. Some called it the walker. Others gave no name, only warnings: if it circles you, do not acknowledge it. Do not follow. None of the accounts ended with resolution. They simply stopped, as if the writer had vanished mid-sentence. That silence chilled me more than any detail could. It suggested an ending too final to record. One night, unable to bear it anymore, I broke the rule I had unknowingly followed until then. As the pacing moved around my bed, I whispered into the dark, "What do you want?" The steps stopped. The silence that followed was unbearable, stretching long enough that I began to think I had finally driven it away. Then, slowly, the steps resumed, but this time they were inside the room. I sat up in bed, heart hammering, staring at the floor. The prints appeared as I watched them, fresh indentations pressing into the dust, circling just a foot from where I sat. Nothing visible made them, but the floor dipped with each step, as though weighted by an invisible presence. My breath caught in my throat. I did not move until dawn, when the steps faded as they always did, leaving me shaken and hollow. From that night onward, the pacing was no longer confined to the perimeter of my rooms. It entered, closer each time, until I felt it brush against the air beside me. Once, as I stood washing dishes, I felt warmth at my back, a body standing just behind me, breath ghosting against my neck. I spun around, knife in hand, but nothing was there. Only new prints circling the kitchen floor. I began to avoid my apartment, spending long hours at cafes, libraries, anywhere with people. For a while I thought it helped. The noise and bustle seemed to keep the pacing at bay. But then, sitting at a cafe one evening, I felt a vibration under my feet, subtle at first, then steady. I glanced down at the tiled floor. There, faint but unmistakable, were prints forming in the dust of the grout lines, circling the legs of my chair. My coffee spilled as I lurched to my feet, drawing stares from strangers. I fled without explanation, humiliation and terror burning together in my chest. That was when I realized there was no sanctuary. The walker, or whatever it was, had no boundaries. It did not care for walls, or crowds, or daylight. It circled me because I was its center, and there was no escaping that geometry. My decline was swift. I stopped working, stopped answering messages, stopped pretending. Days and nights blurred together in a haze of footsteps and sleeplessness. I thought of leaving town, driving until the mountains were nothing but memory. But the thought of being alone on a highway, the sound of footsteps in the car with me, made the idea unbearable. I thought of confiding in someone, but what would I say? That an invisible presence was pacing my life away. That barefoot tracks appeared wherever I went. No one would believe me. Worse, what if speaking it aloud made it stronger, more real? The final breaking point came in a dream. I stood on the observation tower at Klingman's Dome, the horizon a sea of spiraling tracks that stretched into infinity. A figure stood at the edge of the ramp, tall, faceless, its body blurred like smoke, its feet bare against the concrete. It began to pace, each step echoing like thunder. And then I realized, with a dread that hollowed me out, that its movements matched mine. Step for step, we circled together. I was not being haunted by something separate. I was becoming it. I woke screaming, the sound tearing from my throat until it hurt. The floor of my bedroom was a maze of fresh prints, layered upon one another until they formed no circle, only chaos. And in the center, pressed deep into the wood, were two prints that were not like the others. They were mine. barefoot. Perfect. That was last night. I am writing this now in the dim light of early morning, my hands trembling, though I do not know if these words will matter to anyone. Perhaps they are only a record for myself, proof that I existed before the pacing consumed me. Already, I feel it pulling at me, the urge to rise, to walk, to circle. My feet itch with it, my muscles twitch. I have not stood since waking because I am afraid of what I might do if I let them touch the floor. But I know I cannot resist forever. Even now, I hear the steps, not outside, not beside me, but within. Each beat of my heart is a footfall, each breath a circle drawn tighter. I understand now what those other accounts meant when they fell silent. The walker does not follow. It replaces. It wears you down until you are nothing but the rhythm of its endless circuit. If you are reading this, know that I have tried to resist. Know that I fought to the very last word. But the pull is too strong. Soon I will stand. Soon I will pace. And when I do, I fear there will be no difference between me and it. Perhaps, someday, you will go camping near Klingman's dome. Perhaps you will wake to footsteps circling your tent. If you do, remember this: do not listen. Do not acknowledge. Do not ask it what it wants. For once you let it in, it will never leave. It will pace until you are hollow. It will circle until you are gone. And when it is finished, you too will walk barefoot through the dark, drawing rings around the living, waiting for the next to join. The steps are louder now. They are not outside. They are not inside. They are me. I am standing. I am pacing. And I cannot stop. My name is Walter Hayes, and for a significant portion of my life, I served as a fire lookout along the Smoky Mountains. The job was never glamorous, though I held it with a kind of quiet pride that people rarely understand until they have spent weeks in solitude with only trees, clouds, and the occasional bird for company. My station was a wooden tower, perched high above the canopy, where the forest stretched into endless ridges and folds of green during the day, and into shadowy depths at night. The official duty was simple: scan the horizon for signs of smoke or fire, record weather patterns, and keep detailed logs of everything unusual. The unofficial duty, one that no training manual ever prepared me for, was to endure the long nights, when the glass around the lookout reflected things that should not have been there. I accepted my first shift in the summer, when the Smokies are alive with the constant hum of cicadas, the sticky weight of humidity, and the faint smell of pine resin hanging in the air. I was younger then, in my late 20s, eager to prove myself capable of the long hours and the quiet isolation. The tower rose above everything, a small square cabin with wraparound windows on all four sides, accessible by a long staircase of creaking steps. At the top, the world opened like a vast, breathing ocean of trees. I kept a small cot in the corner, a stove for coffee, and a desk stacked with logbooks, maps, and a radio for reports. During daylight, the job was almost peaceful. I would stand with binoculars, sweeping across the valleys and ridges, noting the movement of smoke from distant cabins, sometimes spotting black bears lumbering through clearings or elk grazing near rivers. The air was alive with hawks and eagles riding thermals, and at sunset, the sky painted itself in layers of pink, orange, and purple that seemed infinite. The problem began only after the light drained away, leaving me surrounded by glass on all sides, my own reflection caught in every pane. The first time it happened, I thought my mind was simply playing tricks. The sun had gone down, The ridges had turned black against the last glow of sky, and I was writing in the logbook, noting wind speeds and temperatures. The lantern by my desk threw my reflection across the window. I lifted my head, and for an instant, I swore there was someone standing behind me in the glass. The shape was vague, darker than the shadows, like the outline of a person watching. I turned so quickly that my chair scraped across the floor, but of course the room was empty. Just my cot, my stove, my scattered maps. I laughed at myself then, though the sound rang hollow. I wrote it off to exhaustion, the mind playing tricks in the half-light. But over the next weeks, the reflections became harder to dismiss. Sometimes I would see a face, pale and blurred, where my reflection should have been. Other times, it was the shape of a figure, standing in the far corner of the room, still and silent, its presence captured only in the glass. When I turned to look directly, there was nothing. Only the stale air, the ticking of my watch, the distant rustle of wind through trees far below. There is something about glass at night that unsettles me even now. It does not just reflect what is inside, it seems to capture things that exist just beyond the line of vision, like a second world laid thinly over the first. In the lookout tower, I could not escape it. Every wall was a window. Every breath I took seemed to fog against the pane and reveal something watching from a place I could not reach. I never told the supervisors. If I had reported phantoms in the glass, they would have sent me down the mountain with a quiet note about my mental health. Instead, I kept my notes clinical, filling the logbooks with observations about weather and tree lines, while in the margins, in small handwriting, I sometimes scribbled words like face, behind me, or reflection wrong. I told myself it was important to keep track, that perhaps fatigue or isolation caused patterns of hallucination. Yet a deeper part of me, the part that stiffened my neck hairs each time I caught a glimpse, knew I was recording something real. One evening in late August, as thunder rolled miles away and lightning flickered across the horizon, I sat at the desk writing. Rain lashed against the windows, turning the glass into shifting mirrors of light and shadow. I raised my head, and in the pane directly ahead, I saw a crowd. Not one figure this time, but several. Their shapes were human, yet too still, too blurred, like silhouettes pressed against the other side of a veil. They stood behind me, shoulder to shoulder, faces indistinct. My breath caught. For a long moment, I could not move. The storm outside raged, and inside, I was frozen between the glass and my own pounding heart. When I finally turned, the tower was empty as ever. Only the lantern light flickered across bare walls. But in the reflection, the figures had not disappeared. They lingered, faint but undeniable, watching with a patience that seemed endless. I remember whispering aloud, though I do not know to whom, "What do you want?" My voice cracked in the small room. There was no answer, only the hiss of rain and the occasional groan of wind pressing against the tower. Sleep came rarely after that. I would lie on the cot, listening to the forest below, every creak of wood amplified, every whisper of air like a breath near my ear. Sometimes I would close my eyes and wake to the sensation that someone had been standing over me, their weight bending the space above the bed. Yet when I looked, the tower remained empty. It was only the glass that betrayed the truth, that I was not alone. The Smokies are full of legends, and during supply runs down the mountain I sometimes overheard old stories told in diners or ranger stations. Tales of lost settlers, spirits of the Cherokee, echoes of Civil War soldiers who had perished in the ridges. Most laughed them off, but a few lowered their voices and said the mountains never forget. That every tree, every hollow, every ridge carries memory, and sometimes those memories bleed through. I kept those stories tucked in the back of my mind. When I returned to the tower, they gave shape to what I could not explain. By autumn, the reflections had grown more defined. I began to recognize details. A man with a long coat, his collar turned high. A woman with her hair pinned back, her eyes wide and unblinking. A child standing too still, her head slightly tilted as though listening to some distant sound. They came and went, sometimes singly, sometimes together, always just behind me, always confined to the glass. When I turned around, the room remained empty, but their presence carried weight. The air grew colder. My breath fogged more quickly, and the silence pressed tighter around me, as though the tower itself strained under their company. One night, when the moon was high and silver, I saw something different. In the glass to my left, instead of my reflection or the blurred figures, there was the forest. Yet not the forest outside. It was the same view, but changed. The trees bent at wrong angles. The ridges folded in ways they should not. And in that forest stood people, countless people, all facing the tower. Their eyes caught the moonlight like glass beads. I stumbled back, knocking over my chair. The vision in the window held steady, impossible and terrifying, until I dared to blink. When my eyes opened again, the reflection had returned to normal. Just me staring at myself with pale, shaken features. I wanted to leave then, to abandon my post and descend the mountain. But the Smokies have a way of trapping you. The road down twisted for miles, and the thought of walking through the dark forest alone, hearing every twig snap behind me, seemed worse than staying. So I stayed, night after night, writing in the logs, drinking too much coffee, watching the glass until my eyes burned. The isolation carved into me slowly. Days blurred into nights, and nights stretched into endless vigils where every flicker of lantern light might reveal another shape. I began to dread my own reflection, the way my face looked back at me hollow, eyed and stretched thin, like something already becoming part of that other world. Still, I kept my duties. I scanned the ridges, reported the weather, and made careful notes of anything unusual. But the most unusual things never made it into the official reports. They stayed in the margins, in the cramped handwriting of a man who no longer trusted what he saw. I knew that if I told anyone, they would smile politely and send another lookout in my place. Perhaps that was what the figures wanted. Perhaps they needed someone to remain, to keep them company in the glass. By the time winter approached, I had come to accept one truth. I was never alone in that tower. The reflections proved it, night after night. The question that haunted me was not whether they existed, but what they were waiting for. And though I never spoke of it openly, in the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, I feared that one day I would stop appearing in the glass entirely, replaced instead by those who stood behind me. I returned to the tower after the new year with a sense of resignation rather than fear. The truth was that I had no other life waiting for me. The mountains had claimed me years before I realized it, and the quiet of the ridges had woven into my bones like a second skin. I told myself that the figures in the glass were only products of my imagination, a trick of light and isolation, though I knew better. Even as I ascended the wooden steps again, hearing each board creak under my boots. I felt the weight of invisible eyes following me upward. The winter air was sharp enough to sting my lungs. Snow draped the trees below in heavy silence, the ridges like pale waves frozen in place. I unlocked the hatch and stepped inside the lookout, setting down my pack and striking a match to light the lantern. As the flame caught, shadows leapt across the glass, and once again I was surrounded by myself and by the possibility of others. I paused with the match still burning in my fingers, scanning the reflections carefully. Nothing out of place, at least not yet. I let the match burn down to my knuckles before extinguishing it, as though prolonging that single, ordinary act could stave off the inevitable. The first week passed quietly, though sleep remained elusive. Every night I would wake from shallow dreams to the sensation of movement. Not sound exactly, but a stirring in the air, as if someone had crossed the room in silence. The reflections grew sharper with each passing night. I would catch sight of the man in the long coat, lingering near the stove, his collar turned up, his eyes hidden beneath the brim of some hat. I could never quite see clearly. The woman appeared often near my cot, her pale face pressed so close to the glass that it seemed she was trying to peer out at the world beyond. The child remained the most unsettling, for she did not stand still like the others. She moved. In the reflection, I would see her head tilt one way, and then another, her small hand lifting as if reaching for me. And yet, when I spun to face her, the cot remained empty, the air thick and still. I wrote about them more often in the margins, filling pages with sketches of what I saw. My hand shook sometimes as I drew, the pencil scraping uneven lines across the paper. I told myself it was important, that documentation mattered. But in truth, I think I needed proof for myself. Proof that I was not inventing these companions in the glass. Proof that there was consistency, that I was bearing witness to something that existed beyond imagination. One stormy night in February, the glass changed again. I had been sitting at the desk, my lantern low, writing down wind speeds when I caught movement in the far window. I looked up, and instead of my reflection or the familiar figures, I saw the door behind me opening slowly. The problem was, the real door remained shut and bolted. My heart stumbled in my chest as the reflection continued to show the impossible. The door in the glass opened wider, and from it stepped a procession of people I did not recognize. Their faces were pale, their eyes hollow, their clothing old-fashioned, as if they had walked out of a century long gone. They filed into the room in silence, filling the space behind me in the reflection. I spun in panic, chair toppling to the floor. But the tower remained empty. When I looked back, the reflection showed the crowd pressing closer. Their faces turned toward me with expressions I could not decipher. Some looked mournful, others expectant, and a few carried twisted smiles that sent a cold ripple through my spine. I stumbled to the lantern and blew it out. The room plunged into darkness, leaving only the faint glow of moonlight on the snow outside. The reflections vanished with the light, and I was alone again. My breath came ragged, the taste of smoke and fear sharp in my mouth. That was the first time I realized that the lantern's glow was not simply for comfort. It was a lure, a stage light cast against the glass that allowed the other world to bleed through. After that night, I kept the lantern dim, sometimes avoiding light altogether when the unease grew too strong. But the darkness had its own dangers. Without light, the tower became a box of shadows, every corner swelling with suggestion, every creak magnified. Worse still, I began to hear things. Not the ordinary groans of timber or the rattling the panes, but voices. Soft at first, whispers threading through the silence. Words too faint to understand. They rose from the floorboards, from the glass, from the very air, and though I strained to listen, they dissolved each time I tried to grasp them. It was as though the figures had grown impatient with their silent presence and sought to speak, though their language remained just beyond reach. By March, my nerves were frayed. I would descend to the ranger station for supplies, and the world below seemed unreal. The chatter of people, the bright fluorescent lights, the smell of coffee, it all felt distant, like a dream I was being allowed to glimpse briefly before returning to the true world above. Once, a fellow ranger clapped me on the shoulder and said I looked pale, worn thin by the solitude. I laughed it off, telling him the winter air had done its work, but in truth I felt myself drifting. The tower was consuming me, pulling me into its orbit the way the moon tugs the tides. One night, near the end of my winter shift, the reflection offered something new. I had been staring into the glass for too long, my eyes burning, when I realized I could no longer see myself. The lantern light flickered, and where my reflection should have been stood the man in the coat, his face finally visible. His eyes were sunken pits, dark and endless, his mouth a thin line that curved upward in the faintest smile. Behind him stretched the others, the woman, the child, the crowd, layered like shadows stacked one atop another. My stomach dropped as the realization settled over me. They were not reflections at all. They were replacements. The glass held them in my place, and for the first time I understood the true danger. If I continued staring long enough, if I allowed the pull of that world to overtake me, I would not see myself again. One day the glass would show only them, and I would have crossed over, leaving the tower empty for the next unlucky soul. I tore myself from the window, stumbling back until I hit the cot. My body trembled, sweat chilling my skin, even as frost pressed against the panes. I forced myself to sit with my back to the glass, refusing to look, refusing to acknowledge what I knew waited there. Hours passed in that position, my head in my hands, until dawn finally broke and light spilled across the mountains. Only then did I rise, daring to glance at the windows once more. The reflections had returned to normal, my hollow-eyed face looking back at me, pale and shaken, but undeniably my own. From that point forward, I changed my routine. I no longer lingered near the glass at night. I kept the lantern low, my focus on the logbooks, the maps, anything to anchor me to the ordinary world. I spoke aloud sometimes, reciting weather reports or reading passages from old books, as though the sound of my own voice could hold me tethered. And yet the figures never left. They hovered always at the edge of sight, waiting, patient as the stones of the mountains themselves. I do not know what they wanted from me, only that their persistence grew stronger with every passing season. Sometimes I wondered if they were remnants of those who had served before me, lookouts who had vanished into the glass and left only their shapes behind. Other times, darker thoughts crept in, that they were not people at all, but something older, something that wore human shapes, because that was the easiest way to be seen. Whatever the truth, I knew I was standing on a boundary, and the tower was its threshold. The Smokies are beautiful by day, but at night, the ridges cradle things the living were not meant to understand. I continued my shifts because leaving felt impossible. The mountains had their hold on me, and perhaps I had already crossed further than I realized. Still, I clung to the hope that as long as I wrote everything down, as long as I recorded each detail with precision, I might anchor myself enough to resist. What I did not know then, what I could not have prepared for, was that the reflections would not remain content with silent watching. They were learning, changing, and soon they would reach beyond the glass. The last spring I spent in the tower began with silence, the kind that feels like a held breath before something inevitable. The forest was waking after months of snow, yet up in the lookout. Life seemed muted, colors washed thin, as though the world itself were tired of waiting. I kept my routine as best I could, marking logs, reporting weather, sweeping the ridges for smoke. But my eyes betrayed me, sliding always toward the glass, drawn like iron to a magnet. I tried to resist. I failed more often than I admit. Each night I swore I would not look. Each night I looked anyway. The figures were there without fail. Some nights they appeared faint, hazy as if shrouded in mist. Other nights they burned sharp and undeniable, their faces inches from my own across the pane. They no longer flickered in and out. They stayed, watching, breathing against the invisible barrier that separated us. The child in particular unsettled me most. I would see her lips move, forming shapes I could not hear. Her eyes followed me when I crossed the room, her hand tapping gently against the glass in rhythm with my steps. It was no longer a matter of hallucination or doubt. I was living with them. One evening, as dusk settled over the ridges, I set a kettle on the stove for coffee. The hiss of water comforted me, a tether to ordinary life. When I glanced at the window above the stove, I froze. My reflection did not lift the kettle. It stood empty-handed, staring back with an expression I did not recognize. My blood went cold. I raised the kettle deliberately, a test, and in the glass, the man in the coat lifted his instead. The reflection had shifted, rearranged. Like parts of me had been traded for them without my consent. I dropped the kettle, scalding water hissing across the floorboards, and backed away until my shoulders struck the far wall. The figures did not vanish. They remained, smiling faintly, as though a bargain had been struck. I did not sleep that night. I sat with my back to the wall, lantern extinguished, the dark pressing in. My ears filled with whispers again, louder now, no longer dissolving before I could catch them. Words formed at the edge of hearing, phrases repeated in different voices, old and young, male and female, all threading together into one command. Join us. Over and over, soft as breath, relentless as tide. At dawn, my radio crackled with a routine check from the ranger station. I forced my voice steady, reported clear skies, calm winds, nothing unusual. My hand shook as I pressed the button, though I doubted anyone noticed. When the transmission ended, I sat in the heavy quiet, the radio silent, the figures crowding the glass like frost forming across every surface. I wanted to run. More than ever, I wanted to leave the tower and never return. But the idea of descending through those endless woods, with the whispers following me, was worse. Here at least I could see them, confined to the glass. Down there, who knew they might emerge? Days passed in a blur. I lost track of time, my log entries growing scattered. The handwriting jagged as though written by someone else. Meals became irregular. Sometimes I forgot to eat altogether, staring instead at the shifting faces in the reflection. They were becoming clearer, more alive. their features sharpening with each passing night. I felt myself dimming in turn, my own face pale and faded in comparison, like I was being drained into the glass. Then came the night when the barrier broke. The storm arrived sudden and violent, lightning splitting the sky. Thunder rolling so hard the tower swayed on its stilts. Rain hammered the glass until every pane blurred white with water. I lit the lantern against my better judgment, desperate for something solid. The moment the flame caught, the windows flared with figures. Dozens of them, hundreds. Faces pressed against every side, mouths open in silent howls, eyes burning with hunger. My heart seized in terror. I backed toward the center of the room, every direction filled with them, the glass bowing as though their weight might shatter it. And then the child moved. Not in the reflection, behind me. I heard the scrape of her small shoes on the wooden floor. The sound froze my blood more than any vision had. Slowly, against every instinct, I turned. There she was, standing between the cot and the stove, her pale dress clinging wet, as though she had walked out of rain that did not exist inside. Her hair hung in dark ropes, her head tilted just as I had seen in the reflection. And her eyes were not a child's. They were deep, endless, too old to belong in that small frame. I could not speak. My throat locked tight. She raised her hand, fingers outstretched, reaching toward me just as she had done 100 times in the glass. Only now, there was no barrier. She was here. I stumbled backward until my spine struck the desk. My hand landed on the logbook, pages smudged with my frantic notes. In a burst of desperate instinct, I grabbed the book and hurled it at her. The log struck her chest and fell through, passing as though she were made of smoke. She did not flinch. She only smiled, a small, broken thing, before whispering aloud the same words I had heard for weeks. "Join us." The storm outside grew louder, thunder shaking the tower. The glass rattled in its frames, and the faces pressed harder, eyes blazing. I felt the floor tilt, wood groaning under pressure. The child stepped closer, and with each movement the distance between us shrank, though she seemed barely to move at all. I pressed flat against the desk, my breath tearing out in shallow gasps. The lantern sputtered. For an instant, darkness consumed everything. When it flared back to life, the room was full. They were all there. The man, the woman, the crowd, surrounding me on every side. Their bodies wavered like smoke, yet their presence crushed the air from my lungs. I shouted then, a raw animal sound, and lunged for the door. My hands fumbled at the bolt, wood splintering as lightning flared outside. Somehow, I tore it open and stumbled onto the rain, slick steps. The storm hit me full, sheets of water blinding, wind threatening to hurl me from the staircase. I clung to the railing, heart pounding, forcing my legs to move. Every step down was a battle against the pull of the figures behind me. I felt them pressing close, their whispers curling into my ears, even over the roar of thunder. The stairs stretched longer than I remembered, each landing endless. But finally, impossibly, I reached the ground, boots sinking into mud, the forest swallowing me whole. I ran. Branches lashed my face, roots caught my ankles, the dark alive with shapes darting just beyond sight. I did not care. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs collapsed beneath me. When I finally dared to stop, the storm had passed, leaving only dripping leaves and the ragged sound of my breath. I turned back once. High above, the tower loomed, lantern light still flickering. Inside, though, I had left it burning low. In the glass, I saw myself, not as I was now, soaked and broken in the forest, but standing calmly at the desk, writing in the logbook. Around that other self, the figures lingered, their faces triumphant. I do not remember how I made it back to the station. My memory fractures there, shards of stumbling through dawn light, of voices calling, hands lifting me from the ground. I woke later in a ranger infirmary, blankets heavy on my chest, a doctor murmuring about exhaustion and exposure. They told me I had been found miles from the tower, half conscious, muttering nonsense about glass and reflections. I did not argue. How could I explain what I had seen? I never returned to the tower after that. Another ranger took the shift, and I heard later that he lasted only a week before resigning without explanation. They cycle through lookouts quickly now, each one gone before the season ends. No one talks about why. The logs remain in the tower, pages scattered with cramped handwriting from generations before me. I sometimes wonder if their margins match mine, filled with sketches of faces, notes about figures that should not exist. As for me, I carry the Smokies inside me still. Every mirror, every window at night holds danger. I avoid glass when I can, cover it with cloth, turn it to the wall. But even so, sometimes I catch them. A glimpse of the woman's pale eyes in the corner of a bathroom mirror. The child's hand, tapping faintly against a window as I walk past. They have not left me. They will never leave me. I know now what they wanted all along. The tower was only the threshold. The glass is everywhere. And one day, when my reflection no longer answers me, I will know I have finally joined them. My name is Callie Monroe. I am 31 years old, and for the past 7 years, I have volunteered with various search and rescue teams across Virginia, often alongside rangers and law enforcement in Shenandoah National Park. My background is not in law enforcement or medicine, though I have basic certifications in wilderness first aid and navigation. What I brought to the team was persistence, a willingness to walk long miles in difficult terrain, and a certain calmness in situations where panic would otherwise set in. These qualities, more than anything else, are what led me into the search I am about to recount, the one that began like many others, but never left me, and perhaps never will. It began with a missing boy, a call from dispatch in the early hours of the morning, and a mountain drenched in fog. The boy's name was Matthew Warren. He was 9 years old and had been camping with his father over the weekend. According to the official report we were briefed on, the father claimed he had last seen Matthew around dusk on Saturday, when the child had wandered away from their established site near Big Meadows to collect firewood. When he did not return after 30 minutes, the father called for him, searched for over an hour, and then drove to the ranger station to file the report. By the time our team assembled, Matthew had been missing for roughly 12 hours. The temperature had dropped into the 40s overnight, and the boy had only been wearing a sweatshirt and jeans. Missing children searches always pressed urgency into our steps, for hypothermia could creep silently through the night air, robbing strength from small bodies with little warning. I joined a group of 7 volunteers and 2 rangers. The sun had barely broken through the morning haze, and mist clung to the trees, soaking our jackets as we pushed forward. I carried a pack with extra food, water, a medical kit, and bright orange markers to flag areas already searched. The ground was damp, each step squishing into layers of leaves that muffled sound until only our radios broke the silence. We fanned out in a staggered line, eyes combing the undergrowth for any hint of disturbed foliage, any trace of fabric, or the shape of a child curled beneath a tree. Searches in Shenandoah could be both mercifully clear and impossibly deceptive. The ridgelines offered views that stretched for miles, yet the valleys and hollows swallowed sound and light, creating pockets where someone could be a dozen feet away and never be seen. It was in one such hollow that we discovered the campsite. At first glance, it seemed nothing unusual. Just a flattened patch of earth beside a stream where someone had chosen to settle for the night. But then I noticed the details. The way the fire pit was perfectly assembled, not scattered as if abandoned in a hurry. The folding chair neatly tucked beside a log, the cooking gear cleaned and stacked. Even stranger was the tent. No, not one tent. There were two. The first was a modest dome tent, blue nylon faded by use, zipped open to reveal a sleeping bag, a pair of small sneakers, and a backpack. This, we believed, must have been the boys. The second tent sat only a few feet away. It was slightly larger, dark green, its entrance sealed shut. I crouched to examine it, brushing damp leaves from the fabric, and saw immediately that the zipper was drawn from the inside, teeth locked tightly together. Someone had closed themselves in. Yet no sound came from within, no stirring of movement or breath. We radioed the others to report the find. Protocol dictated that we not disturb potential evidence until law enforcement arrived. But curiosity gnawed at the edges of my resolve. I had seen many campsites left behind in panic or haste. Fires half burned, food scattered, belongings strewn across the ground. But this was not that. This was precise, meticulous, almost staged. It unsettled me, because children do not pack so carefully, nor do they clean their cooking pans with such discipline. And children certainly do not set up a second tent and seal it from the inside. We gathered in a semicircle, speaking in low voices. Ranger Thompson, the senior officer with us, paced back and forth, muttering that something was off. He contacted headquarters, requesting immediate forensic support and additional units. While we waited, I found myself staring at that second tent, as if it were staring back. The fabric shifted ever so slightly with the breeze, but I imagine the movement came from within, that someone sat only inches away, listening. The longer we lingered, the heavier the silence grew. Woods are rarely truly silent. There are always birds or the rustle of small creatures. Yet in that hollow, aside from the stream's whisper, there was nothing. It felt like the forest itself held its breath. I wiped condensation from my radio and glanced at my teammates, each of them watching the tent with the same unspoken question etched across their faces: who was inside? Eventually, Ranger Thompson decided we could not wait any longer. He motioned to two of us, myself included, to approach with him. My hands trembled as I reached for the zipper. The metal tab was icy cold, as though the fabric had not absorbed any warmth from the day. With a slow pull, the teeth parted, and I braced myself for what might be revealed. A frightened boy, a trespasser, or something worse. But when the flap opened, there was nothing. No sleeping bag, no gear, not even the scent of damp fabric that tents usually carry. The floor was bare nylon, stretched tight over the earth. Yet the zipper had been closed from the inside. I tested it twice, sliding it up and down, and confirmed what I had first thought impossible. The locking mechanism only allowed closure from within. Still, there was nothing there. Whispers rose behind me. One volunteer suggested the boy might have hidden there overnight and then slipped out through some gap in the back panel. We checked, but the seams were intact, no tears, no holes. Another speculated that perhaps the tent had been tampered with, modified. But the stitching was factory, standard, no alterations. The absence of answers pressed heavier than any explanation could. We marked the site, documented everything with photographs, and waited for the investigative team. Hours passed, shadows stretched long, and still the forest gave nothing back. By the time we descended the ridge to regroup, I could not shake the sense that we had walked into someone else's carefully drawn tableau, a scene arranged not for comfort, but for observation, as though we were the intended audience. And always in the back of my mind, the image of that sealed tent lingered, its silence louder than any cry for help. That night, when I returned home, I lay awake replaying the details. The boy's sneakers, small and damp, the meticulous fire pit, the bare green tent. I thought of Matthew's father, frantic with grief, and wondered how I could possibly describe what we had seen without sounding cruel. I imagined telling him that his son's things had been found, placed with care, but no sign of the boy himself, only a second tent that refused to explain its existence. The words caught in my throat. Sleep came in fragments, broken by dreams of zippers closing tightly around me, sealing me into darkness from which there was no exit. The search continued for several more days, expanding across miles of terrain, drawing in dog teams, helicopters, and dozens more volunteers. We combed ravines, followed deer trails, and scoured creek beds. We found traces, a candy wrapper, a twig bent as if stepped on, but no definitive sign of Matthew. Each lead drew us back to the same conclusion. The boy had vanished near that campsite, and whatever story the second tent held, it refused to tell us. As hours bled into days, I found myself returning to the site more often than assigned. Something about it pulled at me, a gravity that left me restless unless I was standing once again in that hollow, listening to the silence press against my ears. Once, late in the afternoon when mist drifted low, I heard movement from within the green tent. A faint scuff, like fabric brushing against fabric. I froze, called out softly, and waited. No answer. When I unzipped it again, the interior was as empty as before. I cannot explain why, but each time I left, I felt watched. Not by eyes in the tree line, not by some tangible presence, but by the absence itself, the hollow space inside the tent that should have held something, and yet held nothing. It was as if the void itself had grown aware of being noticed and now observed me in return. I told no one, because what could I say? That an empty tent unnerved me. That silence had become a shape I could feel. My companions already whispered about exhaustion, about nerves stretched thin by the weight of a missing child. I would not add to their unease. Still, in quiet moments, I imagined the zipper closing again, not by any hand, but by intention alone, sealing whatever truth lay inside away from us forever. In the days that followed, the search broadened until it seemed as though the entire park had been combed over twice. New volunteers arrived daily, their bright jackets dotting the ridges like wildflowers, while helicopters thundered overhead, their blades chopping the mist into ragged strips. Despite all this effort, the search returned little. The boy's trail ended at that campsite, as though he had stepped neatly into the earth and disappeared. For most, the mystery was a torment. But for me, it was more than that. It became an obsession. Each time my shift ended, I lingered, finding excuses to circle back to that hollow, drawn by something I could not name. The green tent stood unchanged, zipped tight whenever I approached, always empty inside. On the third night, fatigue finally forced me to leave the mountain and rest at the base station. I showered, ate a meal that tasted of cardboard, and collapsed into the cot. But even there, sleep refused me. In the blur between waking and dreaming, I saw the hollow again. I saw the second tent breathing, its fabric pulsing inward and outward, as though lungs filled the space within. I woke with my hands clenched so tightly that my nails had drawn blood. When I returned the following morning, I told myself I would stay disciplined, keep to the assigned grid, and not indulge whatever strange compulsion had taken root. Yet by midday, my boots carried me once more to the streamside clearing. It was quieter than ever, the air heavy with moisture that dulled every sound. A squirrel froze on a branch above me, then darted away as though frightened not by me, but by something unseen. The boy's blue tent sagged in the damp, his small sneakers still tucked neatly inside, as if waiting for feet that would never return. And the green tent, still zipped, still locked from within. I decided to test it, if only to prove to myself that the fear was irrational. I placed a marker flag at the entrance, a blaze of orange, then backed away and waited. I stood so long my legs cramped, but the tent never moved. Finally, I stepped forward, pulled open the zipper, and looked inside. Again, nothing but the taut nylon floor. Yet the marker flag was gone. I searched the ground around the hollow, the stream, even my own pack-in case. I had somehow forgotten placing it. Nothing. When I zipped the entrance closed again, I found a flag folded neatly inside the tent, resting where no one could have reached without passing me. I did not report this. To speak of it would have branded me exhausted or unstable. Instead, I tucked the flag into my pocket, the nylon damp against my thigh, and finished my shift in silence. That night, the dream returned. I saw the boy sitting cross-legged inside the green tent, his face obscured in shadow, though his sneakers glowed white at his feet. He did not speak, but the zipper drew upward on its own, teeth clicking into place, until he was sealed away again. I woke gasping, the sound of those clicks still in my ears. By the fifth day, rumors spread among the volunteers. Some swore they heard a child's voice, calling from the ridges only to find no trace. Others said they saw movement in the underbrush that vanished when approached. One man confessed he dreamed of tents multiplying across the mountains, each zipped tight, each containing nothing. I listened without speaking of my own experiences, but the hollow between us all grew heavy with what we did not dare admit, that the search had turned strange, that something more than weather and terrain held sway here. That evening, I found myself alone near the campsite again. The others had gone to relay a report, leaving me to guard the area until the investigative team arrived for another inspection. The light drained quickly through the trees, painting the trunks in streaks of dying gold. I sat on a log, listening to the stream and the faint rustle of leaves. Then, faintly, I heard it, the sound of a zipper sliding shut. My blood chilled. I turned toward the tents. Both were closed, as they had been moments before. I stepped forward, heart pounding, and crouched before the green one. The zipper tab was trembling, swinging slightly as though it had just been pulled. With trembling hands, I unsealed it once more. Inside was not empty this time. A scrap of paper lay on the nylon floor, folded into a perfect square. I lifted it cautiously. The paper was damp but intact. Words scrawled in a child's hand with a blunt pencil. It read, "Stay outside." That was all. 2 words, written unevenly. Letters pressed so hard the pencil nearly tore through the page. I stuffed the note into my pocket before anyone returned. I told myself it could have been planted by another volunteer, a cruel joke or a test of nerves. But deep inside, I knew it was not. The handwriting was unmistakably that of a child. And when I lay awake that night, turning the note over in my hand, I felt certain that Matthew himself had written it. Not for his father, not for the Rangers. For me. The following day, a heavy rain swept through, forcing the suspension of ground searches until visibility improved. I volunteered to remain near the base, helping sort supplies. But my mind drifted constantly back to the hollow, to the note that now seemed to burn in my pocket. By mid-afternoon, I could stand it no longer. Against instructions, I hiked back alone through sheets of rain, my poncho clinging to my body, boots sinking into mud. The forest was a blur of gray and green, the stream swollen with runoff when I reached the campsite. Both tents sagged under the weight of water. The boys' tent had collapsed partially, its poles bent. The green tent, however, stood firm, not a droplet inside despite the downpour. I ducked within to escape the storm. My flashlight beam cut across the nylon floor, and for the first time, I saw footprints. Small, muddy, leading in circles, overlapping so tightly they formed a dark ring. In the center of that ring lay another note, this one written more carefully, almost deliberately. It read, "Do not open again." I stumbled backward, dropping the light. When I retrieved it, the footprints were gone. Floor clean as if freshly scrubbed. I left at once, rain soaking me through, but the message weighed heavier than water ever could. Something inside me knew the warning was not for protection. It was a boundary. Whatever force had taken Matthew wanted the tent closed, and each time I opened it, I stepped closer to a truth I might not survive. Still, I could not stay away. On the 7th day, when the search officially transitioned from rescue to recovery, I returned alone once more. The forest was hushed, volunteers dismissed, rangers thinning out. The father had been escorted away in tears. The campsite stood as it always had, yet the hollow felt colder, as though emptied of everything but the tents. My hands shook as I approached the green one, my mind screaming not to touch it. Yet I did. The zipper slid down with unnatural ease, as if eager for me to enter. This time, the interior was not empty. A sleeping bag lay unrolled, small and blue, damp with condensation. I recognized it immediately. It matched the one in the boys' tent outside. And beside it lay his backpack, the same we had seen days ago. Yet when I checked the other tent, it too still contained its sleeping bag and backpack, untouched. The items had duplicated, or been moved impossibly fast. I sat on the floor, breath coming shallow, and stared at the belongings. They looked ordinary, mundane, but the air pressed against me as though I had stepped into a sealed jar. I felt eyes on me, though no one was there. Then, faintly, I heard a whisper, like fabric tearing. "Stay." I fled, stumbling through the forest until my lungs burned. I told no one what I had seen. How could I? Who would believe that the boys' belongings had appeared inside the wrong tent, that whispers came from nylon itself? They would call it exhaustion, hysteria, or worse. Yet I could not escape the truth. Matthew had not simply wandered off. He had been taken, drawn into something that used the tent as its vessel. Even now, I struggle to describe the sensation. It was as if the tent were not shelter, but threshold, a doorway between here and somewhere else. Each zipper pull was less an opening of fabric than an unsealing of space itself. And whatever waited on the other side had reached for a boy, closing him away where none of us could follow. That night, I dreamed again. The boy sat inside, this time facing me directly. His face was pale, eyes wide, lips moving without sound. Behind him, the walls of the tent bulged outward, shapes pressing against the nylon, dozens of them, as though countless figures crowded just beyond, waiting their turn. The boy shook his head slowly, warning me, and then the zipper shut once more. I woke screaming. By then, the search had been formally ended. Matthew was declared lost, presumed dead, though no evidence supported it. The forest swallowed the story as it had swallowed him. But I could not let it go. Each night I returned in my thoughts to that hollow, to the green tent, to the warnings that came too late. And still, I felt the pull, the need to go back, even knowing what waited there. The official search concluded after 10 days. Rangers packed away equipment, volunteers returned to their homes, and the father left the park in a silence heavier than grief, as though words themselves had abandoned him. On paper, the case was closed. One more unresolved disappearance in a national park that had seen its share of them. But for me, it was not over. It never could be. The green tent still stood in the hollow by the stream, and I knew I had to return, not as part of any organized effort, but because it had chosen me. The notes, the vanished marker, the whispers. I was bound to it now. I told myself I needed closure. That one last look would prove the madness of it all, show me nothing more than fabric and shadows. Yet even as I rehearsed this lie, I packed my bag with food, water, and a lantern, as though preparing not for an inspection but for a vigil. The hike-in was quiet. The forest seemed emptier without the bustle of volunteers. Where once radios crackled and boots scuffed the earth, now only my solitary footsteps marked the trail. I reached the hollow in the fading light of evening and found the place exactly as it had been. 2 tents, one sagging, one standing proud. The boy's tent had begun to mildew, its nylon streaked with dark stains, his sneakers damp with mold. But the green tent, pristine, uneating, its zipper glinting faintly like a blade in the dusk. I stood before it, lantern trembling in my grip, and whispered the boy's name. Matthew. No answer came, but the air thickened, pressing against my skin like invisible hands. I lowered myself to the ground and stared at the entrance. My fingers itched to pull the zipper, though every instinct screamed against it. In the silence, I thought of the notes. Stay outside. Do not open again. Warnings, yes, but also invitations. For what is a sealed door if not a lure? Perhaps that was the trick all along, to warn me just enough to ensure my disobedience. I opened the tent. The lantern light spilled inside, and for the first time I saw depth. Not the shallow confines of nylon walls, but a corridor stretching away into darkness. The floor sloped downward, its surface still nylon, yet firm under my palm when I touched it, like earth disguised. A cold draft whispered from within, carrying with it the faint smell of smoke and something sweet, almost medicinal. I should have stopped. I should have zipped it closed and left. But the hollow held its breath around me, and I found myself crawling forward, dragging the lantern after me. The walls pressed close at first, then widened until I could stand. I turned back once, expecting to see the forest framed in the entrance. Instead, the zipper had sealed behind me. The tent was gone. The corridor stretched on, its walls shivering with each flicker of the lantern. Footprints appeared in the dust beneath my feet. Small, childlike, leading deeper. I followed, heart pounding so hard, I thought it might echo off the walls. The air grew colder, my breath clouding before me. From somewhere ahead came a soft sound, like the murmur of many voices just out of earshot, or wind threading through reeds. I rounded a bend, and there he was. Matthew sat on the floor, knees drawn to his chest, eyes wide. He looked exactly as he had in the photos we had been shown. Brown hair, freckled cheeks, sweatshirt smeared with dirt. Relief surged through me, so sharp it hurt. "Matthew," I whispered. He lifted his head slowly, lips parting, and I stepped closer. Then I saw his eyes. Not bright with life, but dull, as though filmed over with frost. His lips moved, shaping words without sound. Behind him, the corridor bulged, fabric straining outward as shapes pressed from the other side. Faces, dozens of them, stretching the nylon, mouths gaping soundlessly. The murmurs rose into a hiss that rattled the lantern glass. Matthew shook his head. His lips formed a single word: "Run." I staggered back, nearly dropping the lantern. The figures pressed harder against the walls, their outlines clearer now. Children, adults, men and women alike, all trapped in silent scream. Hands pushed forward, stretching the fabric until I thought it must tear, but it never did. The tent held them, as it had always held them. I turned and fled, lantern swinging wildly. The corridor twisted upon itself, narrowing, widening, doubling back. Footprints multiplied, some small, some large, none my own. They circled me, led me in spirals. Panic clawed at my throat. I could no longer tell which way was forward, which way back. Then, ahead, I saw light. A pale seam, the glint of a zipper. I lunged, hands grasping, and yanked it open. Cold Nair hit me like a wave, and I tumbled out into the hollow. I rolled across wet leaves, lantern clattering beside me. The tent stood as they had, silent, unmoving. My lungs burned, my heart thundered, but I was outside again. The zipper closed behind me, smooth and unhurried, as though no hand touched it at all. I crawled backward until my spine hit a tree. For long minutes I sat there, gasping, staring at the green tent. It looked ordinary once more, nylon and poles, no different from any other. Yet I knew what lay inside. I knew who pressed against its walls. Dawn bled slowly across the trees, turning mist into gold. With daylight came a fragile sense of safety, though it was a lie. I forced myself to my feet, shouldered my pack, and left the hollow. I did not look back. In the weeks after, life resumed its routines. Work, errands, the simple rhythm of daily obligations. But the hollow lived behind my eyes. In quiet moments, I swore I heard the faint rasp of a zipper, or whispers threading through silence. I burned the notes I had taken, though the words etched themselves deeper into memory. Stay outside. Do not open again. I have never spoken publicly of what I saw. To the world, Matthew remains missing, his fate unresolved. The green tent, I assume, was eventually dismantled by rangers, or perhaps left to rot among the trees. Yet sometimes, driving along Skyline Drive, I feel its presence still out there waiting. The truth is, this tents are thresholds. We treat them as shelters, fragile walls against weather, a thin veil of nylon to keep the wild at bay. But sometimes they are not barriers but doors, and some doors do not open into safety. Some doors do not open back into our world at all. I do not know why the hollow chose Matthew. I do not know why it showed me what it did. or why it let me leave when so many others were pressed behind its walls. I only know that the boy's warnings were not enough. Because once you have seen the tent, once you have unzipped it and stepped across, you are never truly outside again. There are nights when I wake to find my bedroom filled with silence too complete, the kind that belongs not to houses but to forests. And sometimes, in that silence, I see it at the foot of my bed, a small green shape, fabric shifting, as if something inside is breathing. The zipper glints in the darkness, waiting. I do not touch it. I do not open it. But I know one day it will open for me. My name is Jordan Pike, and the night I spent off trail along the Appalachian Trail is carved into me like a scar no one else can see. By midnight, the forest had turned unfamiliar, a place where even air felt wrong, too thick, too heavy, like water in my lungs. The trees leaned in, swaying closer with every gust, until their branches scratched at my tarp, like fingernails raking across canvas. Sleep was a stranger to me that night, though I pretended, lying still, holding my breath, as if the woods would sense movement and close in harder. The rain had stopped an hour before, but drops still clung to the pine needles, dripping in slow, deliberate taps that echoed against the tarp. I remember counting them, trying to tether my mind to something ordinary. Tap, pause, tap. It should have been comforting. But the rhythm stretched into something else, like words in a language I wasn't supposed to understand. The more I listened, the more certain I became that it wasn't random. My name was there, faint but shaping itself between the pauses. Jordan Pike. The forest was speaking me. I sat up, heart hammering, and switched on my headlamp. The beam cut through the tarp flap and lit the trees just beyond. They seemed frozen mid, lean, every trunk bowed in the same direction. Branches threaded together so tightly that the beam could not pass through. Not a gap, not a star, not the faintest line of sky. Just wood and bark and blackness pressing down. I swallowed hard and reached for the knife I kept beside me, a 4-inch blade that felt pathetically small against the vastness of the woods. It wasn't protection, not really, just a comfort to hold. The forest shifted with the wind again. The branches scraped louder this time, dragging along the tarp as though they were testing its strength, pulling at the fabric with each gust. My instincts screamed to break camp, to run, but where? Off trail at night, under trees that seemed to move closer with each passing hour. I would only get swallowed faster. My only choice was to stay, to wait out the night. That was what I told myself, but my body didn't believe it. Every muscle quivered, ready to flee. My breath fogged in the beam of my headlamp, and I realized the air had gone colder, far colder than the season allowed. I rubbed at my arms, but no warmth returned. The cold wasn't outside, it had sunk into me. Somewhere to my left, wood cracked. A single, sharp snap of a branch breaking under weight. It wasn't the wind. I held the knife tighter, my headlamp trembling with my hand as I turned the beam toward the sound. Nothing moved, yet I could feel it. Something stood just outside the edge of the light, waiting. The silence after was worse than the sound. It stretched, growing heavier, until my ears rang with the pressure of it. I thought I could hear my pulse thudding against the tarp, the way blood does when you press your head against a pillow. Except this wasn't muffled. It was loud, too loud, like the forest had climbed inside me and was listening to the beat itself. Then came the second sound, breathing. Not mine. Deeper, slower. like lungs the size of bellows, pulling air through a throat that rattled. The tarp bulged inward near my feet, just slightly, as though fingers pressed from outside. I jerked my legs back and scrambled to the center of the tent, knife raised. The pressure vanished, but the breathing stayed, circling the tarp, dragging around me in a wide loop. I spun, following the sound, until it stopped behind me, at the narrow end of the tent. The fabric dipped inward again, not with fingers this time, but with the long drag of something heavier, tracing a line down the tarp. My headlamp beam shook as I followed the motion, and for the briefest instant, I saw it, an indentation, the shape of a hand larger than any I had ever seen, pressing down from above. Not 5 fingers. More. I counted 7 before I yanked the beam away. The urge to scream knotted in my throat, but I bit it back. Something told me that making noise would invite it inside. So I crouched there, silent, the knife sweating in my palm, while the branches scraped overhead and the breathing slowed into something almost like a chuckle. The sound carried away after a while, deeper into the forest, but the pressure in my chest didn't ease. I knew it wasn't gone. It was waiting, watching. The trees shifted again, swaying together like a single body, and I felt the tarp press down as though the woods themselves wanted me flat against the ground. I don't know how long I sat like that. Minutes, hours. My headlamp dimmed to its final flicker, the batteries bleeding dry, until I was swallowed by the dark. That was when the whispering began. Not the drip, rhythm I had convinced myself into hearing before. This was clearer, threading directly into the folds of the tarp, seeping through the fabric into the air. Words, low and stretched, but undeniably in English. I could make out only fragments at first. Alone? Stay? Belong. But then my name laced through again, sharp enough to freeze me solid. Jordan. Jordan, Jordan. Pike. The voices overlapped, dozens of them, climbing over one another like a chorus trying to crawl into one throat. My own? I slapped my palms against my ears, but it didn't help. The voices weren't around me. They were inside, vibrating through bone. My teeth chattered with the resonance of it. I wanted to run, to tear open the tarp and bolt through the suffocating trees, but my body would not move. I was locked, rigid, every muscle clenched by the sound. Then, in a strange moment of clarity, I realized what the voices were saying together, all at once. It wasn't a demand. It wasn't even a threat. It was an invitation. Come out. The flap of the tarp stirred, though no breeze touched it. I could see the faint outline of the zipper rising, inch by inch, without a hand on it. The teeth parted like a mouth opening. The whisper grew louder, pouring through the gap, brushing against my skin with the cold of it. I knew if I let it open, I would step outside, not because I wanted to, but because the forest had already decided. My fingers ached from how hard I clutched the knife, but I didn't drop it. That was the only tether I had left, the only reminder that I was still me, still inside my own body, not yet folded into whatever waited beyond the zipper. I lunged forward, dragging the zipper shut with all my strength. The voices hissed, loud enough to pierce, then cut off at once, leaving only silence. Real silence. Not heavy, not suffocating, just absence. I gasped, sobbing without realizing I had started, my chest racked with it. The forest didn't press in anymore. The trees still leaned, but they were trees again, not walls. I curled into myself and shook, knife pressed against my chest, until the black outside softened to a hint of gray. Dawn. But when I finally dared to push the flap open, I saw that I hadn't imagined the night. Every tree around me was bent, unnaturally, their trunks angled toward my camp as if bowing down. Branches were tangled in my tarp, still threaded through as though they had grown that way. And on the damp soil just beyond my camp, circling it in a perfect ring, were handprints. Not footprints. Hands pressed into the mud, too long, too wide, too many fingers. Each one pointed inward. The sun came weakly through the canopy, pale and half, strangled by the trees, but I packed anyway. My hands shook so badly I dropped the poles twice, but I forced myself to break camp. I didn't care about trail markers, about bearings. I just knew I had to walk, any direction, as long as it was away. My compass needle spun uselessly, spinning faster the deeper I went, until I shoved it in my pocket and ignored it. North, south, east, it didn't matter. The forest wanted me, but I wasn't going to give it what it asked for. Still, every step was shadowed by the feeling that I wasn't leaving at all. That I was walking deeper, even as the trees began to space out again. The silence that followed after the zipper teeth, ground shut, felt heavier than any noise could have been. I stayed crouched with my knees to my chest, knife pressed flat against my sternum, listening to the faint pulse of blood hammering in my ears. Every instinct in me expected the fabric to rip wide open, to feel hands reaching through to drag me out. But nothing came. The air settled, though not into calm. It was a kind of stillness that reminded me of an animal crouched in grass, biding its time. I forced myself to count my breaths. 1, 3. Each inhale shallow, each exhale ragged. It took forever before I realized dawn was pressing somewhere beyond the canopy. The dark had lightened by a shade, enough that the outline of the tarp poles stood in faint relief. I moved stiffly, every joint locked with the ache of hours frozen in place, and nudged the flap open with the edge of the knife. Gray light trickled through. My stomach clenched. The forest didn't look like it had before nightfall. Every tree within 20 feet leaned toward the center, their trunks warped, bent, angled at impossible degrees. They hadn't grown that way. Last evening, they'd stood tall and straight, but now they converged as though they had spent the night, bowing inward, closing the circle. My tarp sagged where branches had knitted together above it, and it took effort to untangle them when I tried to break camp. The ground bore the worst of it. Encircling the spot where I'd slept were dozens of prints pressed deep into mud. Not footprints. Hands. Wide palms, too many fingers. 6, 7, even 8 on some impressions, each pointing toward my tarp. A full ring of grasping shapes, as if they'd been pressing down to keep me in place. I gagged, bile hot in my throat, but forced it down. Breaking camp felt like tearing free from a trap that still wanted me. I shoved gear into my pack in blind urgency, cords tangling, poles clattering, too loud in the hush of morning. My compass needle spun the instant I pulled it out. No north, no direction, just frantic circling. I stuffed it away and picked the clearest line through the trees, walking fast, heart thudding with each step. At first, it seemed to work. The trees thinned a little. Light brightened, though weak. The damp soil clung, sucking at my boots, but at least the ground sloped downhill. Down meant valleys. Valleys meant water, roads, maybe even trails. I clung to that logic like a lifeline. But logic broke apart before noon. The slope doubled back. The trees tightened again. I realized with a shock that I was staring at the same scarred trunk I had passed an hour before. A lightning-blasted pine split nearly to its roots. I'd circled. No matter how straight I'd tried to walk, I'd loop back. The forest carried sound differently now. Every snap of twig under my boots echoed too long, rebounding not from one direction, but from all around. It was as though the trees had hollowed into throats, throwing my noise back in distorted shapes. Once, when I shouted in frustration, the return came lower, rasping, almost like an old man's voice, repeating my cry but slower. By afternoon, thirst gnawed at me. My water bottle was nearly empty. Relief surged when I heard trickling through the underbrush and followed the sound to a narrow stream. I dropped to my knees, splashed water over my lips, then froze. The stream didn't run straight. It curled into itself, looping in a circle no wider than a campfire ring, feeding itself endlessly. No beginning, no end, just water chasing itself. When I looked closer, I saw ripples moving against the current, forming faint shapes like letters. I jerked back. My name shimmered in the surface before the ripples broke it apart. I stumbled away, lips dry as sand despite the water I'd swallowed. Hunger twisted next, a gnaw that made my pack feel both heavy and empty. I had food, but I couldn't bring myself to eat it. Every time I unzipped the pouch, the air smelled wrong, as if the forest had seeped into my rations. Damp earth and rot replacing the scent of oats and protein bars. My stomach cramped at the thought of forcing it down. Shadows lengthened too quickly. The canopy blotted out sun until the world dimmed as if it were dusk already. My pulse raced, dread building in a steady climb. I had to find open sky, anywhere the trees did not lean. The path I forced myself down finally spilled into a small clearing just as dark truly fell. Relief swelled and curdled immediately. The clearing wasn't empty. In the center stood a structure no human should have built, but no wind could have arranged. Branches, bones, strips of hide lashed together into a hut no taller than my shoulder. Its entrance was low, like it demanded crawling. The smell that drifted out made my eyes sting. Sweet rot, wet fur, iron. I crept closer in spite of myself. Inside, bones lay sorted. Rib cages stacked like baskets, skulls wired shut with vines, femurs lashed into neat bundles. Not scavenger scatter. Not hunter discard. An arrangement. A purpose. My chest tightened until I had to back away. That was when I noticed the bark on the trees surrounding the clearing. Each trunk was carved deep, spirals gouged by hands, not claws. Every spiral ended in a palm print pressed inward. 7 or 8 long fingers etched deep. The ground trembled underfoot, subtle, like a giant drawing breath beneath me. The hut shifted, hides lifting as though inhaled. I heard the whisper again, not as distant as before. Closer, clearer, vibrating in my bones, come out. I didn't wait. I turned and ran. Branches whipped my face, roots caught my boots, but terror carried me forward. Behind me came laughter. Not from one throat, but from the forest itself. A chorus of leaves rustling in mockery. Trunks groaning like ribs of something ancient. My legs screamed with effort, lungs burning. But I refused to stop until my body betrayed me, and I collapsed onto a narrow track. It was a trail. A faint, human, worn trail. I sobbed with relief and scrambled forward on hands and knees. My vision blurred. My chest hitched with every breath. When I finally looked up, someone stood at the curve ahead. A man. Lantern held high, face shadowed by the hood of a coat. He did not move toward me. He only raised the light, as though marking where I lay. I dragged myself forward, whispering hoarse pleas for help. My voice broke into coughs. The lantern glowed steady, warm, impossibly normal. For a second, hope seared through me. But when I blinked, he was gone. The light vanished. The trail beneath me ended against a wall of roots. My pack lay torn open, contents scattered, though I couldn't remember dropping it. My knife was still in my grip, though the blade was blackened, as if dipped in soot. The forest pressed close again. Closer than before. Always closer. I don't remember sleeping. I must have blacked out on that wall of roots, because when I opened my eyes again, the woods were still dark, yet the darkness felt different. Denser, less like night, and more like being buried. My limbs ached as if I'd walked for days, though I couldn't tell if time had passed at all. The knife was still clamped in my hand, stiff fingers locked around it. My pack was gone, the last of my water, food. Even the tarp, everything had vanished as though carried off while I lay unconscious. My body screamed for water, for something to swallow down. The sandpaper scraped in my throat, but I had nothing left but the blade and the sound of my own breathing. The silence around me was so complete it bordered on cruelty. Not a bird, not an insect, not even the hush of wind through branches. It was the silence of a place where nothing alive dared to make itself known. I pushed up, legs trembling, and forced myself along the root wall. If I couldn't climb it, maybe it curved somewhere into a slope. The earth smelled damp and sour, like something had been buried too recently. After what felt like an hour, I found a gap. Not a slope, not an opening, but a hollow in the wall itself, leading downward like a tunnel. My head told me not to go near it. Every part of me screamed to stay away. But thirst, hunger, and the cold logic of desperation twisted my choice. The forest had closed behind me. The tunnel was the only direction left. I ducked inside. The air dropped to freezing within steps. Moisture dripped from the root ceiling, staining my shoulders and hair. The tunnel wound deeper until the glow of the night sky vanished completely. I should have been blind, yet a faint gray sheen coated the walls, enough to paint the shapes of my hands. When I touched it, my fingers came away slick with something thicker than water. I didn't look too closely. The tunnel widened into a cavern. My breath caught. Shapes filled the space, rows upon rows of figures pressed into the walls. At first I thought they were statues, carved from bark and clay, but when I stepped closer, the truth gutted me. They were bodies, human bodies fused into roots, faces half swallowed by wood, mouths open in silent screams, hands with 7 fingers stretched outward as if pleading. Their skin was bark, their bones darkened into grain. I staggered back, bile rising, but there was no path free of them. They lined every surface, crowding, watching. The whisper rose again, louder than ever, not from outside, but from the cavern itself. It vibrated through the ribs of the fused figures, rattling their hollow chests like instruments. Come out. Come out. The words drummed in rhythm with my pulse, until my knees buckled, and I collapsed to the cold earth. Something moved at the far end of the cavern. At first it looked like the wall shifting, the roots thickening and unwinding. Then it took shape, a mass of limbs, bending at angles no joint should bear, unfolding from the dark. Its face was not a face, but a hollow split by teeth that clicked against each other like stone. The lantern I had seen the night before swung from one of its hands. If they were hands, casting pale light across its body. The glow spilled over its shape, but never revealed all of it at once, as though the creature carried shadow inside itself. I pressed the knife to my chest, shaking, the last meaningless act of defiance. My voice cracked when I tried to whisper a prayer, but the sound was eaten by the cavern, devoured before it left my lips. The creature crouched, folding and folding until it filled the cavern floor in front of me. The lantern swayed once, then steadied, the flame inside burning without smoke or wick. The hollow of its face opened wider, and the chorus of whispers burst into roar. They weren't words anymore. They were voices. Dozens, hundreds, men, women, children, all screaming over each other. And yet all of them threaded through with one thing: my name. Jordan Pike. Jordan. Come out. I understood then. It wasn't calling me to step outside a tent. It wasn't calling me to leave the woods. It was calling me out of myself, out of my body, out of my life, out of the last shred of being human. The ring of handprints, the spirals carved into bark, the bodies fused into roots. They weren't victims left behind. They were the ones who had stepped out, who had obeyed. The knife felt useless. My own strength felt useless. But the choice, if it was even a choice, hung there, thick as the damp air in my lungs. Stay and be bent, or fight and be broken. Something inside me snapped. I lunged, not at the creature, but at the lantern it carried. My knife scraped metal, sparks flew, and the glass shattered. The flame inside flared white, brighter than daylight, blinding. For a moment the cavern shrieked, not with voices, but with the sound of trees rending in agony. The figures in the walls writhed, roots splitting, bark cracking. The creature convulsed, limbs curling inward as though the light burned it. I ran. My legs were not strong enough, my lungs not full enough. But fear carried me through the cavern, past the screaming shapes, into the tunnel. The light behind me collapsed into dark, and the voices cut off at once. My own scream filled the void. When I burst out of the tunnel, it was day. Real day. Blue sky fractured by pines that finally stood upright, leaves whispering with ordinary wind. I fell to my knees, dirt cool beneath my palms, sobbing with relief. The air smelled clean. Birds called. The forest was forest again. I stumbled until I found a logging road, then a ranger station, then people, real people, flesh and blood, who looked at me with alarm when I staggered out of the brush. They asked questions I couldn't answer, faces blurring as exhaustion dragged me under. Even now, weeks later, back in my own home with city noise outside my window, the woods haven't left me. My compass still spins on the shelf where I tossed it. My knife blade is still blackened, no matter how I scrub. And sometimes, late at night, I wake to the sound of dripping. Tap, pause, tap, spelling my name in the dark. Didn't come out. Not really. Part of me is still there, in that cavern, waiting with the others, whispering my name back at myself. My name is Lydia Cross, and I serve as a ranger assigned to the patrol of Cades Cove in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. My duties have always extended beyond simply maintaining trails or answering visitor questions. The Cove is a place steeped in history, where homesteads remain preserved as silent reminders of those who lived and died here long before asphalt roads brought in curious families with picnic baskets. For me, it has always been more than a patch of wild land dotted with history. It is a place that demands watchfulness. Over the years, I have learned to listen to its silences as carefully as I do its sounds. I thought I had grown accustomed to the rhythm of the mountains, to the strange blend of memory and wilderness they carry. But one autumn changed everything I believed about time, about safety. and about the limits of what I could explain. It was late October, the time when the air sharpens and the leaves turn a copper fire, layering the ground in brittle mosaics that crunch under every step. My shifts often grew longer in autumn, since the influx of visitors increased while the daylight dwindled earlier. I never minded. There was a meditative quality to walking those trails with only the hiss of wind in my ears, the last insects buzzing low, and the occasional scrape of a deer moving through underbrush. The tourists came to glimpse history, but I knew the land had a habit of writing its own stories, ones that did not always stay bound to the present. The first oddity came in the form of a missing persons report, which was nothing unusual on its own. A couple in their 20s had failed to their vehicle after venturing on a spur trail not marked on official maps. They had been camping on the edge of the undecided. By their friend's account, to wander where the land felt untouched. That phrase stuck with me, though at the time, I dismissed it as nothing more than a romantic notion. We organized a search at dawn. Our teams combed ridgelines and hollows, calling names that vanished into the crisp air. By midday, no trace of them appeared. Then, not far from an abandoned homestead site, we found something, a single boot, laces undone, resting upright as though its owner had stepped neatly out of it. The search continued for 2 days without result. We had grown grim, ready to shift from rescue to recovery, when suddenly, at the edge of the cove's loop road, the missing couple emerged. Or rather, something like them did. They were barefoot, clothes muddied. But what unsettled me most was that the garments themselves did not belong to this era. The young man wore trousers of rough wool, suspenders that might have belonged to someone's grandfather. The woman wore a calico dress, faded, patched along the hem. Their hair was damp with dew, their hands chilled to the bone, but their faces held a calm conviction that chilled me more than their condition. They insisted, without hesitation, that it was still the year 1965. At first, I assumed disorientation, some mix of exposure and panic. People lost in the woods often cling to odd beliefs when exhaustion weighs them down. But the detail of 1965 was not random. When pressed, the couple gave names: Julia and Thomas Ellery. They spoke with such clarity, such ordinary certainty, that I felt my throat dry as I wrote it down. Later, in the records of missing persons, I discovered those names exactly. Julia and Thomas Ellery had vanished on a picnic in Cades Cove in the autumn of 1965, never found despite weeks of searching. The description in the file matched the two standing before me, as though time itself had folded. We transported them for medical evaluation. Doctors noted mild hypothermia, scratches along their legs, but nothing else remarkable. Yet their blood work revealed malnutrition consistent with weeks, if not months, of inadequate food. Not the mere 3 days since our present day couple had vanished. The doctors, of course, had no context. They asked the same questions over and over. What year is it? Where were you before now? The Ellerys answered the same each time. It was 1965. They had become lost when mist rolled in from the ridges. They had wandered a trail they did not recall from any map. After days of endless woods, they had stumbled out here. Their last memory of the real world was Lyndon Johnson in the White House. I remember the way Julia looked at me, as if pleading for me to correct the trick, for me to say, yes, of course, it is 1965, and nothing is wrong. When I told her the truth, that it was the year 2019, her face shifted in a way that made my chest tighten. She did not scream or collapse. She simply blinked, as though a page of her life had been torn away and replaced with a book she had never read. We placed them under observation, but the next morning they were gone. Bed's empty, window latched from the inside. No footprints outside. They had slipped away as though the earth had swallowed them. Their disappearance was filed, again, as unresolved. My superiors wanted me to move on, chalk it up to stress, possible fabrication. Yet I had seen the mud on their feet, the pale frostbite scaring their toes. I had heard the way they spoke names of long-dead locals, names not found in any tourist guide, and I had recognized the raw fear in their eyes, the kind that does not invent itself. I could not let it go. Over the following weeks, more incidents occurred. Always in autumn, always near twilight. A hiker would vanish for days only to reappear barefoot, wearing clothing decades out of date. Some insisted it was 1940, others spoke as if Roosevelt had just addressed the nation. One young boy, no older than 12, sobbed in my arms that he had lost his parents at the church picnic in 1932. The details were too precise, too woven into the cove's recorded past, to dismiss. Each time the story unraveled in the same way, they arrived bewildered, clinging to a vanished year, only to vanish again when the night turned deepest. I began patrolling differently. I watched the tree line for flickers of movement, for shadows that did not belong. At dusk, I felt the air thicken, the forest quieting not with the peace of evening, but with a hush more like expectation. Leaves did not rustle, birds did not call. The mountains seemed to hold their breath, waiting for something I could not see. It was during one such patrol, as the last light drained behind the ridge, that I felt it directly. The trail beneath my boots seemed to lengthen, each step pulling me deeper, though the path should have circled back within minutes. The oaks leaned closer, branches arching as though to guide me. Then came the mist, rolling low from the hollows, thick enough to bead against my skin. My radio crackled, then went silent. I knew I should turn back, yet some part of me pressed forward, compelled by a sound I thought, at first, was water. Only when it grew louder did I realize it was not a stream, but the faint cadence of voices. I followed. They rose and fell like a hymn carried on the air. Through the mist, I glimpsed shapes, outlines of people, standing in a clearing that had no place on any map. I froze, my lungs filling with cold damp, as figures drifted closer. Their eyes were empty of recognition, yet their faces bore the calm resignation of the Elleries. One man nodded at me, his jaw slack as though his voice belonged elsewhere. He wore suspenders, wool slacks, the style of half a century ago. Behind him stood a woman in a bonnet, clutching a child whose bare feet pressed into frosted grass. I wanted to speak, to demand who they were, but my tongue stuck. They did not rush, did not menace. They simply stared, as though recognizing me the way I had recognized their era. Then, as mist thickened further, they stepped backward into it. One by one they blurred, until the clearing was empty again. My knees threatened to give way. When I forced myself back to the trail, I found I was less than 100 yards from the loop road, though I should have been miles in. My watch told me 3 hours had passed, though I could not account for more than minutes. That night I sat in my cabin quarters, every lamp lit, journal open before me. I wrote down each detail, each face, each word they had spoken. I did not want their existence to slip into the same fog that had taken them. I thought of Julia and Thomas Ellery, of the boy crying for his parents in 1932, of the endless autumns repeating themselves inside the cove. I thought of the possibility that time here did not run as straight as we wished, that the land remembered too well, holding those who once walked it and bleeding them back into the present. The forest outside my window remained silent long into the night, as though it too were reading what I wrote. The days following my encounter with those figures blurred together, though not from routine. My duties remained the same on paper. Check the trails, answer visitors' questions, ensure no fires smoldered in the dry leaf litter. But the cove itself seemed altered. Or perhaps it was me who had changed, seeing it now through a lens cracked enough to show something beyond ordinary time. I had walked those paths for years, memorized every bend and ridge, yet since that night in the mist I no longer trusted my bearings. Visitors continued to arrive in flocks, blissfully unaware. Families parked their minivans, unpacked coolers, and posed in front of the preserved cabins for photographs they would later post online. They admired the quaint past without realizing that the past itself might still be walking among them. I sometimes caught myself scanning the crowds, wondering which faces were truly anchored in this century, and which might vanish if I blinked. Then came another report. 2 hikers missing near the Abrams Falls Trail. By then, I had developed a habit of bracing myself whenever the word missing was spoken, because it no longer carried the same finality it once had. We searched as always, combing switchbacks and creek beds. I walked with a younger ranger named Curtis, who teased me for being too quiet. "You look like you're expecting ghosts," he said, his laughter sharp in the still air. I didn't correct him. Near dusk we found them. Or rather, they found us. A man and a woman staggered onto the path, bare feet cut and bleeding, clothes hanging loose. The man's shirt was homespun cotton, collar frayed. The woman wore a skirt so heavy it dragged leaves as she moved. Both looked at us with desperate relief. "You made it," the man gasped, as though he had been expecting us personally. His voice cracked with thirst. Curtis reached for his radio, but I caught his arm. Something about their eyes held me rooted, not just fear, but a depth of exhaustion far older than any weekend lost in the woods. I asked them their names. The woman said, "Sarah." The man said, "Joseph." Their accents were soft, unfamiliar, rolling like echoes of another region or era. When I asked what year it was, they answered without hesitation, "It's 1899. Curtis laughed at first, assuming delirium. But I saw the way their hands clutched each other, trembling not only from exposure, but from conviction. I led them back toward the road, every step heavy with dread. As with the Elleries, we brought them to the medical station. The doctors muttered again about malnutrition, dehydration. Sarah's hair was tangled with burrs. Joseph's skin weathered. They whispered to each other, as if afraid we would overhear secrets not meant for our time. When I told them the truth, their faces went pale. Sarah whispered that she had left her child with her sister at the old homestead just beyond the mill. She begged me to bring the child to her. When I explained the homestead was preserved only as a museum, her sobs broke through the sterile air of the clinic. The next morning, as expected, their beds were empty. No sign of escape, no footprints. Just absence, as though the mountains had reclaimed them before our world could alter them further. I should have reported my suspicions then, should have begged for someone higher up to knowledge what was happening. But how could I? What words could carry the truth of time collapsing in on itself? I told myself silence was better, though in truth it was fear that kept me quiet. Fear that speaking aloud would make it real, and that reality might swallow me too. The following week, I tested the land. I chose trails at random, walked them at odd hours. I carried no radio once, only a notebook, daring the cove to reveal itself again. At twilight, when the sky throbbed with orange and the ridges carved themselves into dark silhouettes, I paused by the old Methodist church. The pews inside were empty, dust floating in slants of fading light. Yet faintly, beneath the smell of pine and old wood, I caught something else. The iron tang of candle smoke, voices humming low, as if service had just ended. I left quickly, heart pounding. Outside, the gravestones stood in their neat rows, names weathered into obscurity. But among them, I saw footprints pressed into the soft earth. Bare, narrow, fresh despite the ground being dry. They trailed from stone to stone before disappearing into grass. I followed them. Though each step felt like crossing a threshold I could never return from. The trail they carved led me to the tree line, where mist was gathering again, seeping from hollows and slow rivers. A shadow moved within it. At first I thought it a deer, but the shape resolved into a person, head bowed, shoulders stooped beneath clothing too broad and cut. He stopped when he saw me, and in the dim light I made out a face lined with exhaustion. His lips parted as though to speak, but no words came. Instead, he lifted a hand, palm out in silent warning. Then, without another sound, he stepped backward, dissolving into the fog. I stood there until the darkness pressed, too heavily to ignore. When I finally turned back, I found myself only steps away from the road once more. It was as though the land itself rearranged, choosing where to place me. Sleep became impossible. My dreams filled with faces I had seen and voices I had not understood. Children calling for parents, women whispering prayers, men arguing about harvests and wars long ended. Each dream left me more exhausted than waking life. I kept my journal beside me, scribbling fragments I could remember, convinced they were not simply dreams, but messages leaking through. Then came the final confirmation, the one that stripped away my last denial. I was patrolling alone along Rich Mountain Road when a storm rolled in fast, thunder grumbling low. I sought shelter in one of the preserved cabins, its walls groaning against the wind. As lightning flared, the room was illuminated not just by its present emptiness, but by another vision layered atop it. For a heartbeat, I saw the cabin alive again. Fire crackled in the hearth, children huddled on a bench, a woman sewing by lamplight. They did not notice me. I was intruder and witness both. Then the vision snapped away, leaving me trembling in the stale dark. When the storm passed, I stepped outside. The ground was soaked, mud sucking at my boots. Yet among the rain-pocked puddles, clear footprints crossed from the doorway into the woods. Bare, light leading into shadow. I followed a short distance before stopping. I knew deep down that if I pursued too far, I might not return. And though some part of me longed to know what lay beyond the mist, another part, the ranger trained to survive, the woman clinging to the anchor of her time, held me back. Back in my cabin, I opened the old case files again. Missing persons spanning decades, all vanishing within the cove's embrace. Some never returned at all. Some appeared, barefoot and bewildered, only to vanish again. I underlined the names, the years, the seasons. A pattern emerged. Always autumn. Always near twilight. Always the same locations, the church, the homesteads, the loop roads, forgotten corners. The cove was not simply a place of history. It was a mouth that opened when the air turned sharp, exhaling the past back into the present, inhaling the present into the past. I could not decide which possibility chilled me more: that the people I saw were the dead unable to rest, or the living caught in some endless cycle of displacement. Perhaps both. Perhaps time here was not linear at all but circular, looping like the road itself, trapping souls in endless return. The final straw came when Curtis confronted me. He had noticed my restlessness, my long stares into the fog. "You've seen something," he said. "Don't lie." His tone was half jest, half accusation. I hesitated, then told him, "Not everything, but enough. The Elleries, Sarah and Joseph, the figures in the mist." His face shifted as I spoke, disbelief battling unease. At last he shook his head. "You need sleep," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. 2 days later, Curtis vanished during patrol. He was last seen heading toward the trail by the old mill. We searched for him until dawn. My stomach twisted into knots I could not untangle. When at last I found tracks in the mud, my heart nearly failed. They began as boot prints, his size, his tread, but halfway down the trail they ended abruptly, replaced by bare feet. Smaller, lighter, as though someone else had stepped in to continue. Curtis never returned. That night, I stood outside my cabin and listened. The mountains were silent, but beneath the silence pulsed something older, like a heart beating out of sync with ours. I realized then that Cades Cove was not just haunted, it was hungry, and it was not finished with me. After Curtis vanished, I stopped pretending that what I faced could be explained away. My reports became shorter, clipped to the point of irrelevance, because no language on an official form could capture the truth. Every night I felt the cove watching. Every dusk pressed its weight heavier against my ribs, and every morning I wondered whether I would be next to step barefoot into another century and never return. I thought about quitting, about abandoning the badge and the duty, but that too felt narv. Leaving Cades Cove was not so simple. If the land itself could bend time, what promise was there that walking away would truly sever my tie? I had seen faces from decades past. What if someday someone saw mine among them? The mist thickened earlier each evening as November edged closer. I avoided patrolling alone, though in truth no partner could protect me. The forest seemed to decide who it wanted. Yet I still carried on, driven by a mixture of duty and morbid compulsion. Each trail felt like a thread, and I was terrified of what tapestry it was weaving. Then, one evening, the cove made its intention clear. I had lingered near the primitive Baptist church, my flashlight cutting narrow beams through the gathering fog. The gravestones shone pale as bone, inscriptions blurred by age. I thought of the boy who had wept for his parents in 1932, of Sarah begging for her child, of the Elleries clutching each other, as if they had merely strayed off the path of time. As I walked, a sound broke the silence of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, not mine. I froze. The steps circled behind me, crunching leaves, then paused. Turning, I saw them. Curtis, or what remained of him. He stood barefoot, uniform gone, replaced with threadbare trousers and a shirt button crooked. His face was pale, hollow-eyed, but it was him. His lips parted, forming my name, though no sound carried. I wanted to run. Instead, I whispered, "Curtis." He blinked once, as though recognition flickered, then reached out a hand. His palm was upward, inviting, pleading. Around him, the mist swirled with shapes. other figures, blurred but steady, watching. Their clothes marked eras across more than a century. Children clutched parents' skirts. Men hunched in suspenders. Women in bonnets or calico dresses. They did not advance, but they did not leave. They waited. Curtis's hand trembled as he beckoned me closer. I shook my head. The weight of that choice nearly crushed me. His mouth twisted, grief breaking across his face. Then, as if pulled by an unseen current, he was drawn back into the mist, swallowed whole. The others followed, one by one, until the clearing was empty again. I collapsed against a gravestone, my breath tearing at my chest. I do not know how long I sat there, the cold soaking through my uniform. When I finally forced myself back to the road, the night was almost gone. Birds were beginning to stir, as though nothing had happened. That morning I wrote in my journal until my hand cramped. Every detail, every expression, every soundless word. I knew now the cove was not merely displaying echoes. It was collecting. Curtis had been taken, as others had, because he lingered too near the fault line between past and present. And it wanted me too. The following nights confirmed it. I would wake to the sound of footsteps outside my cabin, circling. I checked the ground each morning and found faint impressions of bare feet in the frost. My radio crackled with voices speaking in phrases, outdated by decades, talk of harvest fairs, of sons returning from wars long ended. Once, a child's laughter filtered through, high and thin, calling my name. The cove had marked me. I wrestled with the question of whether to resist or surrender. Part of me longed to step into that mist, to follow Curtis, to discover whether time beyond the present might hold peace. Another part, stubborn, terrified, clinging to the anchor of my own era, refused. I had duties, yes, but more than that, I had myself. To vanish would be to concede not just my life but my existence, as though I had never belonged here at all. On the last night, I prepared myself. I packed a small rucksack, water, a flashlight, my journal. If the cove wanted me, I would not go unarmed with knowledge. I left my cabin and walked toward the mill, the place where Curtis had last been seen. The moon was a thin sickle, offering little light. Mist pooled in hollows, rising like breath from the earth. At the mill, I paused. The wheel stood still, creaking faintly though no wind moved. And then, as before, the air thickened. Figures emerged, dozens of them, their eyes reflecting the moonlight. In their midst was Curtis, face calm now, no longer pleading. He raised his hand, palm outward, not beckoning but halting me. Behind him, the Ellers clasped each other. The boy from 1932 peered out, tears streaking his face. Sarah stood with Joseph, her gaze locked to mine. They did not speak, but I understood. The cove was not a place to join. It was a place to respect, to fear, to guard. They had not called me to surrender. They had shown me what awaited those who strayed too far. Curtis was gone not because he was weak, but because he had been claimed. And I was still here because I had resisted. For now, the figures held their vigil a moment longer, then turned. The mist closed around them, and they were gone. Silence returned deeper than before. I stood there until dawn. When the sun finally touched the ridges, I walked back to my cabin, my journal heavier than the rucksack on my back. I knew I would remain, at least for a time. The cove had given me its warning, and I had survived it. But I also knew it was not finished. Someday, perhaps years from now, perhaps tomorrow, it would reach for me again. So I write this, not as a plea for belief, or as a ranger's report, but as a record. If you walk Cade's Cove at dusk in autumn, if you feel the air grow too still, if you see mist thickening where none should be, turn back. Do not follow voices. Do not answer if someone calls your name, because the cove remembers. It remembers every footstep, every breath, every year. And if you are not careful, it will remember you too. Even now, as I finish these words, the wind outside my cabin stills, and I hear the faint crunch of bare feet circling. The cove is patient. It will wait as long as it must. And one day, it will take me.